All right, I believe we are live here, everybody. If you're still in chat, Ethereus, we are ready to go. So today we're gonna kick off our stream as we always do with some sort of introductory thing, something that probably could just be a video walker. Like you can take these ideas and turn them into videos. I don't know. I just I'm not feeling the editing process right now, but I just have a lot of things that I want to communicate about Age of Wonders for. So one of those things that we want to talk about is something that has been like a video idea sitting on the back burner for like forever. Like, what do you do with reclaimers? So reclaimers is one of these traits that I think if you play around with it a lot, there are a couple of like really, really, really powerful things that you can do with reclaimers at the very beginning of the game. The most obvious thing that you can do with the reclaimers at the beginning of the game is build a tier 4 weapon. Tier 4 weapon, I would say the lance is very, very powerful in the event that you do not see a lot of polearms on the field. Then they do a lot of work. Like, they would just ride down this army. A tier 4 polearm would single-handedly destroy that entire army there. And this one here. But like if this was like a couple of night guards or whatever, then you absolutely would want to be building a pistol and sword. Either one of these is going to do a lot of work. It doesn't really matter at the beginning of the game that you don't have access to materials, because crafting a tier 4 weapon is just an enormous upgrade in terms of your damage. Like, even if you just have to put random stuff on it, like, it's not going to hurt you. Because at the end of the day, what you're going to be able to do with this weapon, you know, on like turn 25 or 30 or whatever, is you can just disenchant this and get some of that that binding essence back, turn it into a better weapon. But in the meantime, you're going to have a weapon for your ruler here that does, 18 on repeating without any modifiers from fighting or any modifiers from like a weapon of cryomancy or something like that. And then you also have, of course, the Fire Mage Lock, and because this is going to be our single target attack, we get that bleeding 60% chance on that. That's not modified here for this one, but it is going to be modified for crossbow if that's more your flavor. But I do think that it's generally best to go with either a pistol and sword or lance, simply because if you have a powerful ranged weapon without a melee strike, the AI is not going to use it as well. But either one of these is going to do a lot of damage. But you'll see here that this costs 350 binding essence. That means that if you're trying to do that with reclaimers, then you kind of need to find an infestation nearby. This start here would actually work really well for trying to just force through a tier 4 weapon right away. But there are other things that you can of course do to help force through a tier 4 weapon at the very beginning of the game. If you take artifact hoarders or the Ruthless Raiders, then you start with 2 extra artifacts. Those artifacts, of course, can be disbanded. Ethereus, no, I don't think that they're the weakest faction. I do think that the weakest faction is probably still feudal, but I do think that Reavers are pretty weak right now. I think that there are a combination of reasons behind that. We can probably do that as another introduction at some point, but I'm hoping that we'll just play Reavers at some point on the channel, because I'm gonna say that this is a special week. I just want to finish the save file because I'm having fun and I want to play with Stormbringers. But I'm gonna commit to doing like one single player stream a week, and then if I'm vibing with the save file, we'll like play day 2. But I don't think it's gonna be necessary for most things. This map is just a little bit bigger, and I've been playing a little lazily. But I think Reavers are kind of weak. They have issues where they have a lot of ranged weapons in their early toolbox, and the Autoresolve does not use ranged weapons particularly well. And some of that isn't even like the Autoresolve's problem. Like, part of it is definitely the Autoresolve's problem. The Autoresolve will intentionally maximize accuracy to the detriment of the health of the ranged unit. Like, it'll move into like really close ranged quarters with a shield unit, shoot at it once, and then get retaliated on it twice when the shield unit can get 2 attacks off, and it's just not good. And then yeah, the fact that their cannons and their mage locks are like not very effective right now is another detriment to the faction. I also think they just don't start with enough war spoils. I think that could help them out a lot. Because like I think that using the Overseer early to try to capture some evolutionary units is really strong. Like here, if we were playing as Reavers, then I would absolutely want to have my Overseer in this fight, because I would gladly take this Wyvern Fledgling. And I would probably be happy taking the Pyromancer, getting a free level 2 battle mage on turn 2 or turn 1 or 2 or whatever is actually a really big upgrade to your strength. But like if our overseer randomly captured Inferno Hound, the problem with the Reavers is that would be devastating for us, because we would not want to take this, but we also wouldn't get the experience points for fighting it at all on any of our units. And so that would turn this fight from being what would be 6 points plus 6 plus 4, so this would be 16, and you'll see that 16 experience points is just like a very generically good amount of experience points to try to get from a fight, because it guarantees a level up for a hero in a 4 unit stack, and that's like the best rate that you're going to hit for your first fight almost every single time, because it's going to hit you level 2, and it's going to give you a nice little power spike if you have any level 2 skills to pick up. But it'll also hit you level like the first soldier level on any of your tier 1 units. So like it's just great to have a 16 experience point fight, and this, if you had an overseer, would deny this being a 16 experience point fight, which is a huge drop off for Reavers, and it's also a big problem with nymphs. But that aside, you know, we'll do what I've been doing and go through and throw like timestamps on, so that way if you like aren't interested in parts of the conversation that we have, like just please skip ahead. That's 100% fine. That's why I'm putting them there. But what we're doing today is we're talking about reclaimers. So if you can't make a tier 4 weapon early because you didn't like take artifact hoarders or the ruthless raiders, I don't ever remember ruthless raiders because this is just better. Like the ruthless raiders is so much worse than artifact hoarders. It's kind of hilarious. Ruthless raiders did have a good slot before this came along, because starting with 2 extra random hero items can be an enormous upgrade in terms of your military strength. This is not a save file that we're going to play. This is just a demonstration thing, because I want to show a couple of bugs if we can find them. But here we found a Demolisher of Mentorship. This is a cool starting artifact, right? That's fine. Oh, yo, what's up, Zero? Yeah. We did not really announce this one particularly well, but it is here. This is a special week. We're doing 2 streams today just because I want to finish the save file out. But normally I'm going to stick to 1. But here, like, I just took artifact hoarders so we could disenchant some stuff, so we could start that tier 4 item if we wanted. But I think that before we move on from that, there's an entirely different line of building things with artifact hoarders that I think is also very good. So you can build a wand here of healing, of magic missile, and of spawn hatchling. These are all really interesting. We're not playing with this all the way through today, Zero. This is going to be I said a 15-minute intro, but then in text I was like, nah, it's going to be 30 minutes because I'm going to get off topic. This is going to be like a 30-minute intro for reclaimers. So like heal, this is actually a really powerful tool to have available for your army if you took a bunch of damage on like your shield unit in a first fight. So like if we didn't have this infestation here, because we should prioritize trying to get that infestation done, that would be really good for us. But if we didn't have that infestation here, we would probably take this fight and then go over to there and like wander around. As it stands, we're definitely not going to go here after this one. This would still be like the best value for us. But after this fight, we would then go on to the infestation. But eventually we would get to the point where maybe this warrior gets super beaten up. If it got super beaten up in that fight, for instance, then I think it would be absolutely correct to build a Wand of Healing, because it's the AI, when it comes to auto-resolves, is going to prioritize utilizing these heals before engaging with the enemy. Some of the buffs and stuff, the AI doesn't have like great timing for, because it's not 100% confident like how it should use it, but it understands how to use heals really well. Sometimes a little too well. We've seen that with our herbivores where they like go out and eat like 1 or 2 HP to heal at the beginning of a fight when they could probably hold that herbivore for a while. But the way this really works is this means that one of your units before any single fight doesn't need to be at full HP. In fact, it doesn't need to be close to near HP. It can come in with 30 damage off of it, and it's not even like, even if you have no healing, that you can't have 70 HP on a hero before a fight. Like, that's a perfectly reasonable amount of HP. And so this gives you a lot of power when it comes to farming, but it is conditional on having units with a lot of damage on them, so so this preferentially helps out strategies that naturally have a lot of buff. Yeah, like this is great in General Zero for doing a lot of early game clearing. It does have some issues in auto-resolves later on in the game because the AI will prioritize using support abilities a lot, to the point where if you put too many different support abilities on one hero, then the hero just like won't attack in a battle. It'll just wander around doing there's a way to start with the item forge, Maya. If you play with the Reclaimers trait, then it puts the item forge in your capital, and it gives you 200 binding essence. This is meant sort of like as an introduction for Reclaimers. I do want to say that I think that overall Reclaimers is probably worse than Artifact Hoarders in almost every single dimension, but it does offer some real strengths, and one of them being, you know, that access to an early tier 4 weapon, either a lance if there's no polearms around, or a gun if there are a lot of them, and then like choosing between the two kind of based off of vibes, if there's like a non-zero number of polearms. But there's some other wands that you can make here. I would say Reclaimers is probably B. We're gonna do a tier. I'm gonna record a tier video sometime over the next 3 days. I'm gonna probably need to do grocery shopping and like human stuff tomorrow, so I'm definitely not streaming. But like, the sword and pistol specifically, Maya, is what you want to be building. Unfortunately, the Magelock gun, especially if you're doing auto resolves, the Magelock gun is really bad in auto resolves, but the sword and pistol is fantastic in auto resolves. This is really, really good. It just kind of depends on what you're seeing on the board. So the spider spawning wand is one of these wands that we've tested a lot actually now, and this one is a little disappointing, and it's primarily because of the way the AI works. It'll be really shy at using this, and so instead of using it and then having the spider just like not do anything on its first turn alive, which is fine. You know, if the spider spends 2/3 of its 3 turns just absorbing damage off of the board, that's a fantastic wand, but the AI's super duper shy about using this. And so what'll end up happening is that you'll not use it before initial engagement, and then people will fight for a couple of rounds, and then your hero will like use a spawn hatchling in the middle of a fight instead of using their tier 4 lance that you built to charge down an archer and finish them off. And then that archer is going to have the ability to kill your other dude who is being flanked instead. And so like, this is a kind of a dangerous item to get for auto resolves because it is risky, but generally I think it's risk positive in that like that I just described to you a real worst case scenario that I did see, but the general use case scenario for spawn hatchling is good. The general use case for spawn hatchling is that the hero will use it like around when units start fighting, and then you just have another unit that doesn't do as good at like absorbing the first line of hits, but does a pretty good job of exploiting opportunities to fight. But I think an unsung hero in our wand opportunity here is Magic Missile, because I think a lot of people just like don't think about the real value of what this does in a very early game fight. In a very early game fight, what this gives you is a 6 range, always hits 20 magical damage magic attack on a 2-turn cooldown. This means that your hero its AI will identify that it has an opportunity to use this magic missile before an engagement starts, like while all of your little 32 movement shield units are wandering around the battlefield. The AI will say, hey, I can use magic missile here, and it will, and because this is 20 magical damage, it'll do a really good job of like shredding these low tier units and removing models from them. And because the damage output of those units is based off of the number of models that are alive, in some ways the wand of magic missiles can actually do a better job healing your units than the heal wand itself. This is fantastic when things are going well, It's also very, very good in some infestation fights. You'll notice that, like, you know, typically on derelict workshops and the like, that everybody is weak to a lightning damage. Here it is. Here's lightning damage. And because this is, you know, a single action attack at 6 range, on a mounted hero, your AI can be really aggressive about moving around the board to use the magic missile, especially if you happen to have a flying mount. But you don't need that to get good value here. I think this is a fantastic early game wand, and I feel like overall, I think I get more value from an early game magic missile than from an early game spawn hatchling, especially if you're playing with Crowmaster's bow. Like, then you just really do start hitting points of diminishing returns in terms of having, like, extra chaff on the battlefield. You'd think that you'd like want more, but unless you're playing with light-footed, you're probably gonna start having issues with units running into each other. Okay, so I said that we were talking about reclaimers versus artifact hoarders. One of the big things with artifact hoarders is that, of course, you also start with those 2 starting items, but you also scale up really fast. Here's the biggest issue with the item forge and reclaimers, the biggest thing holding reclaimers back. How long do you think it should take us to make a starting wand here? Because keep in mind that artifact hoarders starts with 2 random hero items. So they're going to start with 2 random hero items. How many turns do you think that it's going to take us to make 2 random hero items with reclaimers? Well, unfortunately, it's going to take us 2 turns to make magic missile, and it's going to take us 2 turns to make heal. So that means that artifact hoarders functionally begins 4 turns ahead in terms of like item production versus reclaimers. And because this is, you know, Age of Wonders 4, this is a game about snowballing your power as quickly as you can. Being 4 turns ahead, like, just think about being 4 turns ahead when it comes to getting your 2nd city online. Like, that is an enormous upgrade whenever it comes to your military power. All right, well, we're gonna go fight this infestation so that we can show the power of a tier 4 weapon after we crafted it. But this is exactly the sort of fight that getting an early tier 4 weapon is really, really good against. But that's not where we're gonna get any binding essence from. But we do want to oh man, god damn it, Walker, we wanted to show that fight to see if we were getting the double stun bug. Well, all right, whatever. We'll go fight these guys, and then don't let me forget, chat. We're supposed to watch this fight because I want to see if we can produce the double stun bug. So apparently the Autoresolve AI is supposed to not use stuns on units that are already stunned. This is a big problem that I have seen and been able to reproduce in some battles before, but not like consistently. The easiest way that I've seen to do it is with warriors and barbarians. So like if I had wanted to do this as an optimized bug testing thing, then I guess I would have taken something that started with another warrior. Fine, whatever, like, just buy rush it, Walker, you can do that. And then we'll see if we can get like double stuns down. But the problem that I've seen is that when you're starting with Tome of Cryomancy, you get access to Ice Coffin. Ice Coffin is a really, really powerful spell with a base 90% chance of freezing. Freezing itself, of course, also acts as a stun in and of itself. So what I have seen happen is that when you leave auto resolve with spells on and barbarians, that pretty consistently you'll have issues where the AI will like freeze with this spell and then move a warrior in and use the shield bash ability on that already frozen unit, therefore stacking two different forms of stun together. This is apparently a bug that is not supposed to be in the game, so if we can get it reproduced here for QA, I'm sure they'll be happy. But the other one that they may already be aware of, and if they are not, then maybe you are not. If they are and you aren't, whatever, someone will learn something from this. My understanding is that if we do Ritual of Alacrity here, it's going to clear the queue. Yeah, it clears the queue. And so if you have production here on those items, whenever you use Ritual of Alacrity, you'll lose it. So unfortunately right now, Barbarians is like really, really bugged. A big part of your strength in the early game is your ability to use the Ritual of Alacrity. Like, this is the most important part of Barbarians, and right now it turns off production overflow in your cities. And that's a really big deal. Lacking production overflow is not good. All right, Walker, just finish your turn. Like, This is a bug demonstration. You're not playing this game. I'm just gonna yell at myself for the next 10 minutes. That's gonna be the stream experience that you're all here for. All right, let's see if we can get that bug to show up. And then if we can't, we're probably not gonna do a bunch of fights because I've described the thing that I've done that produces the bug, and you can get it that way. It's like happens in maybe like a third of fights, but I've definitely seen it happen. All right. Go for it, baby. Show me some bugs. Show me some bugs, please. Are you? Oh yeah, you're wild speakering. They're just wild speakering, doing wild speaker stuff. Okay, there it is. There it is. There it is. We got it, everybody. Pokeball go. So there you saw that we had a stun already on the Slither hatchling in the form of Frozen. So yeah, this is the laziest organization of units you'll ever see, but it's done for demonstrative purposes. I hope this is useful to QA, but for whatever reason, the AI has decided that these two different forms of stuns are not mutually exclusive, and apparently that is supposed to be something that the AI is better at, so it's supposed to not be doing this where it wastes this massively powerful part of the warrior package. But like the barbarians, they're really powerful when they're not buggy, and they have a lot of bugs right now, so I don't know how to like put that into a tier list, because that is not the barbarian's fault at all that this isn't working and that Ritual of Alacrity isn't working. But like right now I would say that barbarians are like C+, and they're normally like S+. I'm just not very good with them. Like they're usually really good, and right now, because so much of their kit is just like bugged and not working, I can't recommend them to new people. They're hard to play when they're working well, and they're not working well right now. We don't need to watch the rest of this. We got the bug. We got reclaimers. We got everything done. There's no value to anyone to watch the rest of this fight, Walker. Go to your save. Go get Stormcallers. Go get Stormbringers. All right. So here we are. We did it, everybody. We got to abuse Tome of Mists. Barbs are fantastic. Ritual of Alacrity is really powerful, and I was having a really good time playing with them like a couple months ago when I was not doing anything and just like hanging out on Winslaya's channel. Like I was having a lot of fun playing around with them, but like the fact that you lose all of your production in your city, do not play barbarians right now. You will have a bad time. And you will complain on Reddit, and you will be correct to complain on Reddit. But I think I've heard that Triumph is aware of that, and that they're fixing it. All right, so rules for today: we're not going to abuse Lingering Mists again to tear apart entire armies, unless like I feel like we need to because I'm lazy. That's the promise for this campaign slogan. But we are going to be doing some other fun things because like we got all the cool tools now. We got warbreeds coming online. We got some bastions, and we got our Stormbringers coming out. Now, Stormbringers is just like an aside. I think that these are amazingly important tools in what seems to be the current meta. I think that even if you're banning the use of Mystic or the use of mists that we demonstrated, where you just like use this to fight 18 versus 6 over and over again, this is still a very powerful overall tome that brings a lot of value to most empires, and so you probably need a way to interact with this, and you can't interact with this with everything because they are going to be doing a lot to stack up evasion, and that's going to make their units really durable. We saw that in one of our fights with Zombie versus Yu-Gi-Oh! Zombie just got torn apart by Mistlings because he didn't hit them, and so if you don't have something that has an auto hit or ways to negate buffs, you're gonna have a really bad time fighting against somebody with Tome of Fey Mists. But that's where Stormbringers come in. Stormbringers, they actually do have an auto hit, and this is something that you should be aware of. Like, it used to be that I'm in the wrong slot, Walker. These are Tome units. How many hours do you actually have in this game, Walker? Because Not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure. Stormbringers here, they have an auto hit. Anything that says always hit ignores accuracy entirely. Like this is Swift in Pokemon, and everybody is playing with double team right now, and you need ways to fight against people who are playing with double team. And this is like one of the best ones. Look at this baby. It inflicts electrified always, and it always hits. So like there's no kind of downside here, and it's also going to be dealing damage in a 3x line. So like this is an incredibly powerful skirmisher unit that outputs a lot of damage. And so what this means is that really here our mistlings are probably gonna get broken off from our army. They're probably not gonna keep hanging out with us, especially not these ones that aren't high rank. The ones that are champions we might keep around, because once they get to legendary rank, they get sprint, and even though like the auto resolve for sprint on heroes is not fantastic, having it on your skirmisher units is actually a pretty big deal in terms of upgrading their strength. So keeping those around until we can like phase them out entirely with Stormbringers is probably all right. But like we'll leave those two here to just guard this city, because I'm not sure we're gonna waste like all of our stream time trying to kill white. Killing white is not our win condition. Seals is our win condition, and there are two of them that are right here and should be ours, but they're being occupied by currently nothing, and marauders who attacked us. So like we need to focus up. We need to get that victory condition done. If we have time to kill white, we will, but right now I think white is going to get finished off by Necron, because you can see she's right here and we've taken her throne city. And so Necron's got control of like, this is his throne city. That's where she is. If he wants to kill her, he just needs to walk for 3 turns. If Necron wants to finish this war for us, please do, because we got more important things to do. Oh, holy crap. We're gonna do it, everybody. We can create a bounty. Let's create a bounty. I want to create a bounty. What's the user interface for this? Here it is. There it is. Go. Create a bounty. What's this stupid city? Eos. Capture Eos. Capture Eos. Capture Eos. Capture Eos. Boom. Somebody go capture Eos, and then white's done, and then we don't have to worry about these pillaging stacks. Like, it doesn't really benefit us to go out and fight Siracourt. We'll probably burn the city that's here to the ground, though, because we'll get a lot of money from that, and that's probably pretty good. All right, we declined a trade proposal. Oh, right, yes, okay, Walker, you're supposed to tie the intro into the thing, right? That seems pretty reasonable. Why don't you tie the intro into the thing? So we had Yaka die in our last stream, and it's because he just doesn't have slip away. I'm sure if he had slip away, then he would be much more durable. Oh, all right, cool. We're gonna take very fast movement now, and that means that now we can actually get a staff for Yaka, and that's gonna be way better than his cool orb that we just wasted a bunch of stuff on. What does Yaka want for his cool boots? Let's see. I think generally speaking, I like Swift. Slippery is also pretty interesting. This isn't as important for our racial heroes, but right now we don't have any. This is another thing that I consider doing as an intro, but like just talking about racial transformations. Racial transformations, kind of vary a lot in terms of their value. It depends an awful lot on what sort of heroes you actually get access to, because you should not exclusively hire your own heroes. Like here we got a lot of value out of taking the hero out of one of those silver wonders out here that we cheated. Not that one. That one. Winslaya has just released a video, I think, and so you should go watch it. If there's a video where he's like explaining which ones are free to unlock, that video is more important than this one. Like you should probably watch that and then come back. I'll still be trying to kill this idiot. But we do have a lot of options when it comes to getting good value out of our heroes, but you gotta get slip away on your heroes ASAP. And then of course, like once we get to Naga transformation, we'll have it on our racial heroes, but they are just, look, they're level 4. This is level 7. This comes with one signature skill. This comes one level away from a second signature skill. We're not going to recruit him because I am going to keep us on 3. I think that going over that is game warping. But we might do more than 3 in a future campaign if people are interested in that. If you have ideas for single player stuff that you want to see happen, then just like post it somewhere. I will read it. I'm gonna try to get better at responding to more things, but I just like I want to play this game right now. Like that's where I am. I want to play Age of Wonders 4. And like I understand that unfortunately I make content for it, and so like I have an obligation to continue to do that, but I just want to play this video game. And like the rest of you are requiring me to entertain you. How awful a life. What are we? This Pioneer needs to get deleted. You're out of here. Like Pioneers, this was a really bad map actually for Industrious. Mostly what you want to see when it comes to getting great value out of Pioneers is you want to see more early mountains. The more early mountains that you see with Industrious, the better, because that should incentivize you to get more Pioneers very quickly. Yeah, well, thank you, Maya. I do have fun doing these streams. I intend to do a video this week, but I'm gonna leave it up to vibes. Like I don't know. I'm creatively frustrated whenever it comes to video production right now, and that's sort of on me. And I'm hoping that like getting more physical exercise will improve my mood, because it usually does. It usually does, Walker. Like, just get more exercise. You will feel better. There's scientific knowledge that proves this. But, like, I'm ill-disciplined and lazy and fat. And that's just the way it is. Doesn't Industrious have a problem where the more people playing, the worse it all gets? Yes, that is also 100% true, Maya. So, yeah, I think if Barbarians was working right now, I would say that Barbarians is probably the best and strongest faction in a high skill cap with a high skill player, but it does have a very high skill cap and also a pretty low skill floor. I think that if you're not playing Barbarians well, their knowledge penalty that they have on their buildings, which did just get a little bit lighter, but it's still there. I think it holds lower level players back, and it definitely held me back on my estimation of Barbarians initially. But like the value that you got out of Ritual of Alacrity was really, really high, and as long as you were also playing with Fabled Hunters, it kind of didn't matter that you were falling behind in terms of infrastructure, because you were just getting so much crap up front that it just like did not matter. Winsaya, is your video up? If your video's up, post a link in chat. Like I want it there so that I can lose some of my audience. People need to see if that video is up. I promise it's more important, and I promise I will still be here when you get done. But yeah, he's gonna make a video where he's gonna tell us which of these wonders we can clear for free, and then I'm gonna have to like remember the names of things apparently, which is I assume a skill that I am still capable of doing if I want. if I need to. I can do that. All right, let's see here. We'll cast this a joke reaction stream. I don't think so. Not this time. This one's too important. This one's gonna change the world, boys and girls. I'm gonna finally build a vendor. Like, we are at the point where we do kind of need gold, because we also kind of need mana, and we can't really afford to run another transmute resources. And we do need to get Yaka back on the field. I don't like him being dead. It's bad for his health. Fortunately, we have Revels of Carnage. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of things to fight, but that kind of counts. All right, set production Willow Bark. What are we doing here? Boy, we just said that we need mana. There it is. Well, now we need gold to pay the bounty, but nobody's sieging that city yet. We got time. All right, so we can take Naga transformation. So the Disperse Afflicting Miasma has this little exclamation point. This means that So I'm gonna do better than that, Winslaya. I've been going through and adding timestamps for the streams, and I'm just gonna timestamp it so that way people can see the bug like testing section. Like that's way easier. It also does not require me to learn how to do clips, which I'm not here for this. That's not for me. The young people and their jazz music. They've got all these short videos and blah 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 blah. Have you seen the TikTok these days? This pioneer is also doing nothing. There's nothing for our pioneers to do anymore, and because the auto explore won't take them anywhere, I'm not gonna waste my time, and I'm not gonna waste your time. They're all dead. I don't know where they all went, but they all died. They all got retired. That's what they did. They all got retired. We need to get rid of this stupid pillaging tile thing. Like, we have enough money to my where I grew up, there was a swing dance group that was really big in my high school. Like a bunch of the music nerds were really into swing dance, and so like there were a lot of swing dance groups in my area, and they produced a renaissance in the jazz area where like all of the kids that are my brother's age, who are like 7 years younger than me, almost all of them started playing jazz music. They actually almost all of them started playing jazz music, and like half of them still show up where I grew up and play jazz with my dad sometimes, because he like plays jazz with his church band. And then one of those kids became a professional jazz trumpet player and played on cruises before COVID, and then he lost his job, and then but he found a way to keep playing music professionally. So yeah, all the young people listen to jazz. that's the Walker story for today. All right. Anytime you get these quests, you almost always want to do them. This one isn't going to give us our guaranteed level up here, rather than the experience points. A mystery bonus can get you that, but whatever. Like, quests are good. If you can deal with them, just deal with them. And this one, we have a teleporter right here, so we can deal with that pretty cleanly once we're ready. And we have a Pilgrim's Passage right here, so we really do actually want to clear this stuff out, because we have Pilgrim's Passage, and we have Fabled Hunters. Oh, thanks, Winslaya. Yeah, good. Somebody's more responsible and useful than I am today. Good. Are you always like this, Walker? Yes. Yeah, we also showed the Alacrity bug. I'm pretty sure they're probably aware of the Alacrity bug. I would not be surprised that they heard about that like right before they sent out the last hotfix, and then that's just like, you know, what do you want them to do? Like, they're not gonna not do it. You're 16 minutes behind the stream. Oh no, you've got a lot of talking to sort through or scrub through or whatever. All right, finally we've captured the capital here of White. So now we can still not have a governor because Yaka's still dead. Man, Yaka, what are you doing? But we can throw a new transmutation circle down, and I'm just like, this is a stupid farm. This is a stupid farm. What? We can't demolish multiple things at a time? What? No, please. Winsley, I just told you that if when your video goes live, post a link in here. I want a link in here. Let me see. This one I guess becomes a forester really fast. I have to assume that the AI hasn't built a lot of stuff here. Yeah, they don't even have a Scholars Guild yet, so we need to fix that. So we have Quarry, Forester, so we have all of that. We have Research Post. Here's even a Sunshrine, so we could drop in an Alchemist's Guild right here for even more Research Post adjacency. That looks actually pretty good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that. Boom. And that gives us some other interesting adjacencies that we could even turn this mine. No, No, we'll leave that mine as a mine, because that's going to count as a different kind of mine. And Tithe Collector is going to be powered up by this. So yeah, this is a great city for our economy. Fantastic. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Look at that. All right. Where are you going with this army walker? We need to take this seal back. That's pretty clear. And here we need to also get, nope, not exploring. Here we need to get our dragon away from this army, because the dragon doesn't have experienced leader, and so when you have your ruler stacked over it, the ruler is going to become the leader of the army, and therefore the experienced leader ability isn't actually going to work. So you need to get those separated earlier than that, Walker. I think you know that though. Let's get our Skald leveled up. We're gonna run with 2 here. Some of the rules I'm going to be a little harder and faster and looser with than others. We're gonna get some Naga transformation stuff going, and we're gonna do some weird things with them. These bastions are gonna be unkillable. They're gonna be literally unkillable. And then we're gonna have great damage behind them. Why are you showing me the same army? Get out of here. But we will stack up units and cast Rebels to gain extra experience points. Rebels of Carnage we haven't really leveraged in this game a lot, but Rebels of Carnage is an amazingly powerful tool. It's not game-breakingly big, considering probably that Revelry feels a little more balanced now. The lack of haste is a big deal. We'll see when we get to a manual battle. I think when it comes to auto resolves, having extra haste is good for you, and so it's not good that they're missing that, but it's not as big a deal because I don't think the AI should be expected to get as good value out of haste as humans do. I think that would be an impossible task, and so. I want to see how they feel whenever we get to a manual fight, because we will do a manual fight today. If you guys see a big fight that we can take with another empire that looks like it'll be a fun big manual throwdown, then let me know. We'll do that one, because I had intended to do one last round, but then also it kind of got away from me that the goal was to show the power of Tome of Mists. And I that kind of precludes manual combat. It makes it unnecessary. Doing an 18 versus 6 would be really boring. Let's do another 18 versus 6 and another 18 versus 6 and another 18 versus 6. But we'll do a real fight today. I wanna show off the cool toys and Nagas. All right, I'm not creating another bounty. This is. Wait, did I fail to create that bounty correctly? I don't know. Did I? Didn't I do this? Did I do this? I thought I did this. All right, you try again. Oh, they declined the bounty. That's why. There was probably a pop-up that said that I then just clicked through without reading. That's on brand. That's almost certainly what happened, actually. All right, let's add a teleporter. We desperately need a teleporter to help our logistics here at. I think it's going to be here with the teleportation base here, because I think Blackwall is just always going to be a little better than Colwell, and so having the teleportation there, it makes a little more sense. But this is actually a strong enough stack with Yaka and 3 warbreeds and 2 transmuters that we're just gonna go tear that little stack of fools here apart. That actually, you know what? Whatever. Let's drop Revels of Carnage here so that way Yaka's a little stronger. I don't think there's anything here that we want to throw on him. Maybe we give him wand healing and a bone wyvern mount for now, and then let's fight. Let's watch this fight. Let's see this. Yeah, manualing at 18 versus 6 would be absolutely pointless. Yeah, I love Autoresolve. I think it's so much fun. And so that is always going to be the core of what we do when it comes to Age of Wonders 4, whether it's single player or multiplayer. We might if I'm still making content, I don't know. That's kind of up to Eileen and up to like me, like how long it makes sense for me to like pretend to do this, because like I do not make a lot of money, but I also don't try that hard. So like it's kind of it's kind of a skill issue that is fixable. But like she makes enough that we're not starving to death. But it does mean that like I'm not utilizing my time or resources particularly well, because I'm not good at like managing myself in as a content creator. And so like if I'm still making content next year, then I think maybe in March we'll do like a manual March where like we have to manual every single battle in a game and just like see what kind of stupid stuff we can do. Because I think if we do a manual every single battle thing, we can do probably like a 1 versus 8. Like I cannot imagine that being an impossible task against very hard AI. If you're manualing literally every single fight, you're probably not going to lose anything. Like in the creeping phase, once you get to the fights where you have to actually fight like 16 armies at once, then it could get pretty spooky. Man, the fact that this thing had a dominate is gonna be really scary here. Like I think that this transmuter is going to make it. I think it is. Transmuters here, because we have so much extra HP on them, are amazingly durable. And there, the warbreeds finally took out the dominate, so we get our own warbreed back, and now their army should disintegrate. But like that was closer, because so here's the thing with dominates and mind controls that we did kind of talk about in the last stream, but I do want to like reiterate, because you know I don't think there's zero value to doing that. Yeah, you would get fatigued doing so many manual battles most of the time, but like I think that there's also something fun to it, because we could do really silly things. Like I don't know how many people are trying to do manual battles against Gold Wonders on like turn 8 or whatever, but you can 100% do them. And like I don't know if that's a space that people will be interested in. I might do it as a one-off thing next March. That's the very, very, very distant future, but that is the promise. I might do that next March. Okay, so that was not the story of Yaka. That was a story on like the power of tier 4 units. Tier 4 units are pretty good. Written notes on what works best in Autoresolve in general, no, but I don't know, maybe like that could be something that I could do as a video. That could also be something that we do as like an intro. I'm always down for that. Like I actually really like the format of what has kind of just accidentally emerged as a format for content creation here. This is fun for me, and it's very low effort, and that combination of things I appreciate right now. It's just good. It's good vibes. So things that would work well as introductions are also sort of things that would work well as videos, because I think the overlap between those is pretty close, and I just don't want to edit right now. Like I don't know, I don't like it. I'm just not vibing with it right now. It's the way it is. But that could be a good intro. That could be a good intro. All right, let's see here. So we have a lot of adjacencies that we can stack up for this builder's quarter, but also Cola's like starting to run out of things that I care about building. I guess we're hitting negative stability again, so this is another good reason to pay attention to that, and then go ahead and grab a bathhouse. How do we not have the boost on this? We have 0 farms. Yeah, we probably have 0 farms. We got pillaged here. Man, those guys, they were just like destroying our backyard with their free cities. That's okay. Like if your economy is getting the right size by this point, you should be able to absorb just some random people pillaging in your backyard without your economy falling apart. Like this is annoying. This is annoying, but it is not the end of the world. Isn't there like a click this and it'll take you to all of the things that you need to fix? I don't know. Maybe it'll be in a pop-up that I right-clicked on. That seems like it's probably going to be the case, and we'll get another pop-up next turn, and I'll go, oh, good, there it is. All right, let's see. I'm gonna grab this as our alchemist lab here. Yeah, let me grab that as our alchemist lab. can't believe it's turn 61 and Alchemist Lab hasn't been built in Craig Marwalker. Are you really trying to stack your knowledge that high? Because it doesn't seem like you're trying to stack that knowledge that high. Because you can build those. That's gonna be, if we do new necromancy for the next multiplayer, we're gonna do high and great builders again. I was really impressed with that combination in highest hermits. The ability to just like dump SPIs onto the board felt really powerful. Wow, this extra stack here, they're probably just gonna start by trying to take down this quest. Like, I don't think we need to wait for reinforcements here. I think the fact that we're gonna have a 4th warbreed out of this spot. Walker, you have researched. What is the thumbnail of this? What is the thumbnail of this stream, Walker? I want you to answer me that, because it doesn't sound like you're aware. Because I'm pretty sure that it's supposed to be Stormbringers. That you were like, all right, we're gonna make some Stormbringers, and then you researched it, and then you didn't make Stormbringers. I like that, man. You did it. The Dragon Story Realm on Brutal. I mean, I could do that. Yeah, that could be something we could do. If people want to see Story Realm content on Brutal, then like, I think that all manuals could easily be a fun way to do that. I don't know how many of the Story Realms I've actually played. I think I've done like 3 or 4. I know I've done Crimson Caldera, because I enjoy that. The oops kill everybody diplomacy of that area really it vibes with me. I like it. I'm gonna grab a Dredger Quarry, I guess. Nah, I'll grab a farm. The tier 1 infantry for Primal. So they're, let's see, the cultural units seem to be particularly bad to make up for the strength of the animal summoners. I like the tier 1 infantry for them. Yeah, they're really durable. So the tier 1 infantry have a not as much pressure out, so they have sort of the same problems that Dawn Defenders have, where like most of the value that you get from them is just in being alive. They don't put pressure on the others, but they stay alive really, really well. Yeah, I bet it is relevant stuff. I think that obviously, like, the success of the single player streams. What are you? Are you blue? All right. All right, Blue. I want you to know that you did this to yourself. I want you to know that, because here, like, we've been pretty clear about what our goal is for the remainder of this stream. I just want to end this game. And here you are, standing on our seal. And I don't want to hear about, like, well, that's not your seal. It's like, look at the board here, Blue. Whose seal is this? Whose seal is this? Get the hell out of here. Jesus Christ. All right, well, now we're at war with 2 empires, but, like, this one is almost dead. I'm not going to commit resources to finish them off. We're going to take this seal. We are going to burn this city down just for the gold, because, like, a size 11 city is going to make us a fortune. But then, like, whatever. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. And with a scout, you're just going to put a scout on my seal. Absolutely ludicrous. You cannot lose units here. I looked at this and I'm like, oh, there are 3 support units and a battle mage. This could be bad. There is a phoenix here, but no, there was a level 14 dragon in that fight. Oh, we're 1000% taking the mana. Mana. All right. Let's go here. Let's get this is, like, absolutely insane from them. Also, like, they chose violence in the biggest way. Oh, god damn it. Walker, you idiot. You got all your scouts killed because you were not paying attention to them. And then they just got picked off. All right. Well, I guess we'll buy Rush a Lightseeker here. Whatever. Get out of here. Go stand on the seal. Just go stand right here. Everything will go fine. We promise that the last 4 people who had this job did not die. And if you ask to see records of that, we will not tell you. But probably. Dear YouTube, thank you for recommending Walker's channel. Yeah, I appreciate what we're doing here. It's a little goofball, but I appreciate that. I'm not recruiting a second swamp troll. We have our own like natural tier 4 battle mages. Rapid Surge of Escaping. So now we finally have a slipaway boot for Yaka. Unfortunately, even though we are getting the Naga transformation, we're just like not getting that on any of our heroes, just because of the heroes we got. If we had played with a different ruler, we'd be getting it here on Serbius, and then our second guy. This is our folk from the silver. Yeah, we will do an auto resolve in-depth guide. We will do that. That might be something that, like, I mean, we kind of always are already do that, but we can come up with a way to make it even more always do that. I'm taking precision training here for our supports. So the skirmisher unit that we're going to be cranking out here does not need accuracy. The Stormbringer does not care at all about accuracy, so do not take precision training when those guys are going to be under your control. But you kind of have to bring supports to fights in Age of Wonders 4 most of the time. Like, yeah, you can play on like gigantic maps where you just get like 15 dragons every single time, but I think that's kind of boring. And so we're not going to do it. But I also think it's not even like always optimal to do that, because like the power of support units is really huge. Oh, Autoresolve guide from Jason. That's a super on a live stream. I think that's my first super on a live stream. All right, let me see. What do I do here? How do I click on this? There's celebrate. How do I click this? How do I click on YouTube? Make this user interface idiot proof. All right. Well, I don't know how to react to it with the tools here, but thank you so much, Jason. That is fantastic. That is I'm pretty sure my first super, but I don't know how to do anything with it. So I appreciate that very much. I'll figure out what I'm supposed to do with that later. Let's see. Where are we? We just captured our seal. I think we can close this out fighting blue and taking control of these things. Mouse over the heart to the right. Yes, trolls. So those trolls are battle mages. There are 2 different main types of trolls that you're likely to encounter. Oh, wait. Oh, it lets you do the heart thing. Oh, 100. There, good. I just clicked things for young people. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I'm like inherently demotivated, because I love communicating about the video games that I play. I get frustrated because like I'm really bad at making thumbnails, because partially because I just like refuse to get better, but I'm also just like not normal and view the world pretty differently when it comes to like aesthetic. Like my favorite painter by a huge margin is Goya. And I really vibe with that the giant owl in Avatar: The Last Airbender, and like I wanted to have like a giant library of weird things here, of just like Walker doing this, like just talking to people about video games, and that's like kind of how the channel started. And like we were just talking about Victoria 3 and like doing a lot of videos and not editing anything at all, and that was really fun. And I am proud of the work that I made, like editing, because I feel like I've gotten a lot better at it. But I just like I don't like it. It's boring. It's boring. I don't like it, and it's boring, and that's gonna hold me back for, I'm sure, the remainder of my days. Oh no, that would be upsetting. Except that was a silver rank, so like we literally just made that. Oh, great! We get 256 Imperium. Excellent. And like we are just gonna be making silver rank warbreeds like always now, because we get +1 rank from Scions of Evil and +1 rank from Scions of Evil. So Silver rank warbreeds are now our chaff unit in this game. That's a good place to be. Here we've got an ability to level up our mage, Yaka, but important to note that Mana Unchained is going to be adding extra damage even to Yaka himself. That's pretty good. But the bigger thing here is I think we are going to be going into a staff for Yaka because we have these boots. So let's build a staff for Yaka first, because I think we can find some pretty goofy things for him to use. I'm just gonna get rid of this. I don't like if you're being optimal about like disenchanting things, especially if you have a dragon, then you really should be disenchanting your lowest tier items first most of the time. Just make sure you have a couple of mounts on hand, like always. But overall, you just get more income from the higher tier units, or the higher tier items per item, and then you just don't have to sort through like 10,000 items, and your life is a lot better. But I want to see if we can make a grave calling staff. I don't remember what the requirements are in terms of material for a grave calling staff, and so we might not be able to make it here, but if we can, then that's pretty good. Winsaya, have you done that? Have you made a grave clawing staff yet? I'm gonna assume that it's probably like extra Archon blood, because that's usually the thing that does necromancy. And I don't see Archon. I don't see it here. So I'm gonna assume that I need a third Archon blood, and then just build an Archon blood transmutation circle somewhere. Do I need a 6th city for that? Walker, do you need a 6th city for that? No, thank goodness you don't. Let's see. Yeah, whatever. This is fine. I'm gonna assume I need a third Archon blood for grave calling staff, because that would make sense. Agreed. Flag. Pick flag. Where's flag? What is flag? Flag. Flag? Advice is currently disabled. Yes. Good. No, get out of here. I can put the tick to not show unlocked stuff in the forge. What? What? Am I about to learn something incredible here? All right, so here, show locked. Oh my god. Yep, Archon blood. All right, good. I'm glad that I have that tool in my back pocket, because that makes doing a full video on the item forge a lot easier, because now I don't have to like debug and just like add a bunch of stuff. Holy cow, that is great. All right, so we are gonna have grave calling staff here on this guy, which means I think we're gonna probably be able to find something that interacts favorably with support abilities, which means we will of course be picking up more support abilities with Yaka, who's gonna be I think he's still gonna maintain primarily battle mage status for us. But I'm gonna take channel power here. I think it's okay for auto resolves. It's mostly better for manual battles, because it does give you the opportunity to do some like spooky extra damage with lightning evocation. We're not gonna take killing momentum on more than one hero, I think, though, so we're probably going to put that on our dragon, because I think that's a cool place to be. And then I am going to take Mysterious Tonic. We might take Weaver. Weaver is a lot worse now. The fact that this has like the one action full means that like the way that people used to use this, of course, was like to do Weaver with Overchannel and just like cast 3 spells in one turn, and it was really, really broken. But now I would say Weaver is pretty anemic. The big payoff that we're going to get from Yaka is that we're going to go into Tome of the Golden Realm, so that way we get Gilded Magic, and then we can get Gilded Magic on Yaka. That's a lot better with an orb with crit chance than it is on a staff, to be honest. But having the ability to do crit guild on a single hit target is still pretty good. It's just not as powerful. You know, we're gonna have way more than enough bolstered defense and resistance in this army that I don't even feel like we need Rallying Blessing. I think Mana Unchained adds a lot more in terms of potential damage output for us, so we're gonna take that. And then I guess we're gonna just gonna go to the Pilgrim's Passage next turn. Like, having a support unit here would absolutely be better. But whatever, we'll be fine. We will be fine. You got captured. Well, I suppose we'll probably need to execute you then. But then I have to build a prison. I You gotta be kidding me. I have to build a prison to kill somebody? In this economy? Alright, I'm gonna save up mana for one more turn and then we can cast Naga Transformation. So I guess that means here... I'm not going to take Downpour, even though it is dramatically reduced in terms of its cost here. I'm going to take the Anti-Magic Tincture. We need something like that for like manual battles against PvP. Like, we honestly would have needed to research that a lot earlier. But overall, that is a very powerful thing to have access to. Well, that could be good, though. A combat enchantment is going to be a powerful thing. Those are not like the normal enchantments, but when we see that in action, I think it'll perform pretty well. The main draw of this Tome of the Stormborn is Stormbringers. These units are fantastic. We don't even have them like absolutely maxed out here. The way you'd want to do that is to get like Seeker arrows at a minimum and probably amplification arrows. We'll probably end up picking up meteor arrows. I can't imagine we're not going to have time to loop back and get... maybe. We'll probably have time to loop back and get it. Here, maybe I'm not going to build a... well, maybe. Alright, Walker, you convinced me. You're hemming and hawing convinced me. We're going to build a mint in this city, but obviously we're not going to build it without boost, because that's just like... it's burning gold up for no reason. So let's build some farms really fast. And for that matter, I'm gonna build a Carnival of Flesh here next to that Alchemist Lab. Not because I'm likely to be able to put another farm here, but I think we're probably just gonna leave a second farm next to... oh, that's not even next to this Walker. Is that the case? Are you gonna build a farm that doesn't have an adjacency to anything because there's a teleporter in the way? Okay, well, we're not gonna build that then. Can do Undead Whiteborn ever have high morale given their stats immunity morale? Yes, so if you take the Tome of Revelry, then you gain extra morale, like plus 50% morale. I think now, I'm pretty sure... oh, are we bordering on... no, we're already in Orderly. Yeah, we just don't need to build anything in Blackwall. We'll just build gold. That's not shameful. That funnels the production into other cities. It's generally not good to be building gold at the beginning of the game because you have like no way to move gold from city to city. But when you have like 5 cities like this, getting a bunch of extra gold allows you to like put lots and lots and lots of investment in one city all at once. And that can be very powerful when it comes to just like jump starting a local economy. And of course it also lets you flexibly transform it into what's most important here, which is going to be getting a bunch of units. But yeah, you can get extra morale with undead units. You could even on the older patch, but now I'm pretty sure that Whiteborn is only minus 50% morale. Pretty sure. This is status effect immunity, morale type status effects. So I'm pretty sure that means that this thing is only going to take like, it's not going to take things like despair and what the intimidating aura and terrifying aura. I'm pretty sure this means that it is immune to those effects because the Heartless is the minus 50% modifier to morale changes, which checks on things like people getting killed, but is not a morale effect status type. I'm pretty sure that the morale that you lose from units dying is just morale you lose from units dying. Are you for real, White? Are you trying to assassinate us? Oh, baby. All right. What the hell? We weren't in reinforcement range and he just ran in and is trying to wipe this army out. Oh my god. I mean, we're in for a penny, in for a pound when it comes to our auto-resolve only here. We're going to let this thing happen, but we're going to watch it. We're going to watch this live. We're going to watch our dragon attempt to fend off this assassination attempt only made possible by me being lazy and not stationing our third stack, which is one tile outside within reinforcement range. This looks terrifying, but we will see how this goes. I think this is going to be... I think if we had Clinging Mists here, then I would not be worried at all. If we had Clinging Mists here with 6 units, or with 12 units, I think we would be fine. But with the combination of being down 6 other units, this looks like it might be dangerous. We've got quality on our side, though. We have, what, 5 bastions and 2 really high-level mistlings and 2 legendary Steelshapers and a level 15 dragon. So if we're lucky, then what our AI is going to be trying to do here is stack up a bunch of buffs and whatnot, and then crank it with Steel Fury Chant, because these units are amazingly durable as is. I'm really glad that I have Resistant here for these guys as it stands, because if we didn't have that, we would be in a lot of trouble against these high over here. They're going to do a lot of damage and spirit damage, and we don't have Gold Touched online yet. And of course this is dangerous because there's 1 Awakener there, there's 2 Awakeners there, 3 Awakeners there. Holy crap. This I mean, if we lose this fight, we still have the secondary stack that was about to clear out that thing nearby, and our economy is big enough that we actually can replenish all of these losses. There's no tier 4s here. There's absolutely no tier 4s here, and that's what we're working on like right now. So the big loss would be no way to cast Naga Transformation while our ruler is dead, and of course no research while our ruler is dead. But we would be losing out a big core of our army. That would be really interesting. Why don't you start a 7-hour stream, Walker, by losing your hero and your army? that would be interesting, wouldn't it? But I think if our dragon can just see like a good breath weapon here, then it could turn this around pretty quickly, because a big comet AoE heal and freeze can be enormous. If it wastes all its time doing like stuns on a single daylight spear and failing, then things are going to go pretty badly pretty quickly. But if these guys can just stay alive, then I think their damage output is going to be pretty impressive. Bastions, don't get flanked to death. You have friends. Let them support you. Let them support you. Wait for them to show up. You're crazy. Why are you diving like this? But that was a flank, I think, and it was still, this is 16 defense. 16 defense on this bastion. So yeah, if we can get a good value breath weapon, heal, and freeze off, then I actually think that flank is pretty secure. Let's check in over here what's going on with these guys. So it looks like we just have a couple of bastions, and one of them is already dead over there. So we have 2 bastions remaining on this flank, and both of our legendary Steelshapers. It's unfortunate that the legendary Steelshapers went this way. If they had been supporting our hero at the very beginning of the fight, I think that this would have been even bigger. Oh, it looks like we just missed it. We just missed it. We did the big AoE freeze heal super explosion. Did not target itself, strangely, but I suppose it just decided that it didn't have the movement there. I forget if our ruler has... Yeah, our ruler does have sprint, so it could be using that to help position for Comet, but it's not as good at doing that, and that is an advantage for Cone. Here is where maybe having a Cone would be more effective, but it's important to note that you also can't use the Comet on yourself, or rather you can't use the Cone on yourself, but you can use the Comet. Oh no! Well, we have a slip away. Oh no! All right, the dragon is down. I think this army is getting annihilated here. So now we gotta see what we can do to piece things back together. I think that we've got the resources because we have their capital under our control, and we have 3 cities with blacksmiths, and we already have the warbreeds on the board down there. This is big cosmetic damage, but it's mostly cosmetic damage. The biggest loss for me here are these 2 twin legendary Steelshapers. These would be huge to have in a manual fight. I guess I'm glad I have the Druid of the Cycle on hand. PSC 2 minutes until you post. All right, awesome. Well, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. Walker loses his ruler, and then Winsleya posts his video, and then 10 people go watch it. That I think is the right thing. Like, I think if you haven't started digging into the files, which I don't want to spoil this video that much. Yeah, I'm not committing anything to finish off this faction, and then they betray me like this. They're so rude. I wasn't even gonna kill you guys. You chose this life of violence, White. I hope you know that. Like, just because I declared war on you, and now we have a war on two fronts where we just lost 12 units. This will be fine. This will be fine. Whatever. Like, it's the worst that can happen. Here, Winsleya has done the research. I'm gonna preview his video. I'm gonna get you hyped for it. Winsleya has done the research to identify which wonders you can clear without fights. This is enormously important when it comes to Age of Wonders 4, just because it allows you to do things like get a really high, like a ton of extra units, items on your heroes early on. But if you're doing something where you're just playing around generically with like Fabled Hunters, which is like a very powerful thing to always have, if you're just playing around with something like that, then knowing how to solve wonders without fights is really, really good, because you can get so much stuff at the very beginning of the game by just being diligent about using those. White, you are asking for it here. I mean, we were in your defense, we did say we were going to go burn down your city. And I do apologize for that. It's still accurate. We're still going to do that, but I understand that I said those hurtful things first, and that is my fault. I guess now we need to get our army together, because now we need to fight these guys. Let's see. I guess we'll reposition here. Let's see where they can go. Let's see where their movement goes. So they can chase us to this spot, but they can't chase us through our teleporters. So I think we need to very, very initially offer them control over that seal and control with their free city of this territory while we regroup our forces. But we got our warbreeds, and yeah, we used the teleporter. So we got our warbreeds. I'm gonna pull. I'm gonna leave those Skalds there. Like, this is why I'm not absolutely heartbroken about losing the Steelshapers, because we are posting it. Did it not post the link? I don't know. I would say I didn't see it. If you tried to post it, then it didn't post it. But I don't know how to. I don't know how to make that work better. Is there like an option that I have to click? Can I just like verbally sanction it? Can I bless you with magical powers and say you're allowed to post the link? Winsleya is allowed to post the link. I've been streaming him for almost a year, YouTube. You should understand that. I know you have like artificial intelligence that's identified this. I know you do this. That's okay as long as you use it to help my friend post a link to a video that I want to see. Like, just be reasonable, please. Okay, Winsleya sent it to me on Discord. Oh, good. We can just. Oh, this doesn't work. I can't just buy rush the room of recall to make it so that we come out one turn earlier. You're crazy. All right. Let's see. Winsleya sent me the link. Let's see. Copy link, and then here and there. Good. All right. There it is. So, you know, at your own discretion, I'm gonna encourage you pretty strongly to watch that video. If you're having fun watching this stream right now, then, like, you know, please stick around. But like, I'm gonna stream this all day. I'm just gonna play this scheme until we finish it. And I just lost my entire army, or at least a core of it. So this stream is gonna go a little longer. No cheating out the recall chamber. I mean, that makes sense. Like, I guess it's gonna prevent me from shaving a turn here, but this is okay. We're getting 1, 2, 3. We have a teleporter here, so we could potentially build. Is there anything we want to build with? I guess we could build Awakeners. Those are okay, but we do have transmuters of our own. And that's probably enough. So okay, let's pull these mistlings back too, because they are no longer reserve troops. Now we need them. And you, I guess, pull back to this outpost and just wait there so that we can take that seal back. Lingering Mist. We can't even cast Lingering Mist because we're dead. Even though we cast all the casting points, you can't cast it because you're dead, Walker. All right, I think that's good. I think that's fine. Yeah, this I think it makes it more interesting. Like I think if you take the multiplayer attitude towards single player, which is accepting that like really bad stuff is going to happen in your campaign sometimes, and just like how can you play out of that, you can do that in manual combats, and that's how a lot of other people would approach that situation. And I think that that's fine too, but like I do think that that's kind of uninteresting at a certain point, because it's not going to be representative of like a multiplayer experience. In a multiplayer experience, this is 100% what somebody would do. If Zombie saw me being a lazy stupid idiot with like forcement stacks that can't reinforce each other, he would 100% engage me. Now there, I think I did actually have enough movement that if we were on simultaneous in our multiplayer thing, I would have been able to move in. But like if I had been lazy and just had left units like scattered around the board outside of Zombie's city after taking his capital, he would assassinate me so stone cold. He would be happy about it. He would be happy about it. But yeah, you want to make sure that your economy can do exactly what we're going to do here, which is just kind of like shrug off losing the entire army. And we're going to do that. I think we're going to literally do that. I think we're going to lose our entire army, and I think we're going to say, okay, cool, what's next? And that is what you want to do. That is what you want to do. We are going to need to rebuild our bastion core though, because that is an important part of our army that got wiped out. So I think these two cities, because they are the tier 3s, are going to need to work on bastions. Because right now we got 0. Yeah, right now we got 0. You lost the entire infantry corps, Walker. The Cav made it out, but you lost the entire infantry corps. Varys, where are my legions? Hey, listen, I'm not gonna do another. Yeah, it was mostly low tier fodder. It really was not that big a deal. Like we'll be okay. I'm gonna do an Imperator Rome stream this week. It might literally be the only Imperator Rome content that I do, but they are doing an effort where they're trying to like some of the other content creators are trying to bring that game back, and I think that game really was a lot of fun, and I'm happy to participate in that effort. So I'm gonna do an Imperator Rome stream on the Ides of March. I think we're going to play with the Antigonids, and we're going to try to win the 4th War of the Diadochi by just, like, killing everybody in the 1st war. Because you can do it. You can do it. And I've practiced it, and I feel pretty confident that we can get it done in one stream. And it's using the strategy which somebody else actually wrote out in the wiki, in the Imperator Rome wiki. There's a really great detailed strategy for how to do it yourself as the Antigonids. Yes. Oh, god damn it. You're right, Derek. Of course. Friggin'. Oh, wait. Do I have the... Did I finish the Alchemists? The Transmutation thing? I think I finished it. Do I have 3 Archon Blood? I don't have 3 Archon Blood. All right. So, no. We don't have the Transmuter Circle to finish yet. It's right here. 1 turn. I could have finished it if I bought it. And instead I spent all this money on this army that I'm scattered to, that I'm just like, all right, everybody go draft, get out of here. I guess we can clear this Pilgrim's Passage here, actually. I think that's going to be really great for us. So let's get you guys here, and I guess let's take one of our Skalds. We'll take the most elite Skald. If we can get that one up to legend rank, I'll be thrilled. Because that, again, just legend rank supports are really, really good. Really, really good. And there we got 256 Imperium, plus we're about to get 256 Imperium, so now we have 1400 Imperium. Well, alright, I said that our goal was going to be to destroy this city, but now I think that the world has offered us enough resources that if we didn't take expanded governance, we would be spitting in its face. There's no reason to not have a 6th city if you can get it. It's just that generally you don't need it. Like most of the time, this is not a consideration. But here we got it, baby. We got it. And we still have enough Imperium income that I feel fine taking Siege Masters too. We will get the Imperium income that we need to incorporate that city whenever we siege it down. But Walker, you declared war on them. you declared war on them, and you did it before even investing any resources in buffing up your free city down here. You could have sent one reinforcement stack down there with Rally of Lieges. I know you could have. You have had the resources to do that. You just haven't. That's on you. I think you know that's on you. All right, let's go here. I guess we're not gonna take all of the Stormbringers to legend rank. We just don't have enough experienced leaders. We could build another experienced leader trainer hero. I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? Like, I've traditionally wanted to not have too many heroes, because it does break the game, and I think that's like not a great experience. But it seems like some people really do enjoy that, and I don't want to yuck their yum. Yeah, look at that. See, we just lost 12 units, and we basically have 3 stacks again. Like as soon as our hero is not dead, that was 1 turn. We lost 12 units and we have 3 stacks again. That's how the AI gets all of these units, like waves after waves after waves after waves after waves of units. It's not that they're cheating units in. It's that, like, if you build a big enough economy, then, like, if people massacre your units, that should unlock an enormous amount of upkeep for you, and then allow you to just build a bunch of dumb stuff immediately afterwards. You can't do that with an economy that isn't built out, right? You do absolutely need a lot of cities that have access to a lot of draft, a lot of gold, a lot of mana, casting points, blah, 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 blah. You need to build a big economy in order to make that happen. But if you build a big enough economy, then, like, you can play the AI side of things and just, like, literally keep just churning units out. Just keep churning units out. Throw them into the blender. Because, like, these guys aren't going anywhere. Well, this is a size 12 city that we actually can annex here. Oh yeah, so the EXP stuff, this is something that we haven't been crafting, but, like, you absolutely can. We can get Oleanus. Oh, that's the fake, the failed capital, the capital we conquered. So yeah, no, we'll take Imperium. I don't want to get a bunch of draft here, but if we'd gotten a bunch of draft in our capital, I would have been here for it. All right. There it is. Let's go ahead. Let's buy a bastion. Finish that one out. You cost 98 gold. That's not too bad. I don't hate that. So I don't think that the flat EXP per turn, the experienced leader, gets modified by things that give EXP. If it does, then it rounds in a different way than the way those other things normally give you extra EXP. So that might be a little different. Okay, so let's make the Grave Calling Staff. There were some folks cheering for a banner here. Is that the thing? Yeah, the autoplay kind of is the only real challenge when it comes to single player, but, you know, I don't think that's bad. I actually really enjoy that. I think that this is fun. It creates lots of opportunities to create challenge for yourself. But yeah, it's if you are looking for a way to increase your challenge in your game of Age of Wonders 4, I cannot strongly enough encourage you to play with Autoresolve only, because it really does make the game a lot harder. I'm gonna just take this. I'm gonna take a death blasting staff with Grave Call and support status protection. So support status protection isn't as good as, like, bolstering defense and resistance for a typical build, but here creating 2 extra status resistance means that this won't be stripped by our Steel Fury chant, and this will stack up very, very nicely. Getting a bunch of extra status resistance in the mid to late game is a terrifying threat to a lot of different strategies, because there are a lot of strategies, especially in multiplayer, but even in auto-resolves, where you will encounter situations where a crowd control can save your butt. I don't think Raise Undead on the staff does anything here for this army. We do kind of need to, if we're playing seriously, if we're pretending, like mask off, if we're pretending that this is a multiplayer game, you need to have Dark Ritual on one of your heroes by now. You also need to be playing better than I am, but I'm vibing, I'm having a good time. But you need to have Dark Ritual by now, because if you don't have Dark Ritual by now, then whenever you get to a manual combat against another human, then you're going to be way down on action economy. You also probably need to get access to Mass Rejuvenation. That one's also enormous whenever it comes to PvP, because it allows you to shrug off basically any strategic spell. If somebody uses the blizzard on your stack and you respond by your first turn in battle is your hero uses Mass Rejuvenation, the only thing that sticks with you is the -2 status resistance. You have healed all of the damage with one Mass Rejuve there. So no, the Grave Call is entirely different. Yeah, you can craft free Grave Call, so at the beginning of the next 3 turns with Yaka, we're gonna get a decaying zombie next to Yaka. So he's just gonna be making zombies all on his own. He doesn't need corpses. But Raise Undead and other things like that are powerful tools, especially in multiplayer and in manual battles, because they allow you to manipulate corpses. And corpse manipulation is about more than just creating decaying zombies and the like. It also allows you to create permanent kills on phoenixes. It allows you to transform things like the where is it? Oblivion. Any sort of corpse interaction allows you to turn Sleep of Oblivion into a permanent kill. We did upgrade our Dragon Claws. We might do it again. We might see if there's something else that we can replace these guys with, but we have upgraded them once. So here we have Lifesteal, Condemned, Animal Slayer. These do need to get replaced at some point. These do need to get replaced, because Animal Slayer is just this is spec'd exclusively to fight white, and it turns out that white has exclusively been using their high side of things rather than their nature side of things. So yeah, you're right. We should replace those Dragon Claws whenever this staff gets done. But getting Grave Call online is actually just huge for you. Just huge for you. It is so good. All right, who can we get up to that fight? Can anybody else get up to that fight? Can you get up to that fight? That doesn't look like it. It does not look like it. Well, you know what we could do? We could just siege down some of these outposts. Nah, fam. Let's show them what's what. They killed our army 2 turns ago. Let's get it back together and then go take their city for their troubles. Let's put them out of their misery on that part of the continent. And we kind of need to do that before Blue shows up, because it looks like Blue is not taking our declaration of war with the totally kidding, just didn't mean it, please leave me alone content that it was. Get out of here. All right, let's do some research. So here, I think, so we do want to get Tome of the Crucible, so that we get meteor arrows available on our Stormbringers, but I do think we want to take Tome of the Golden Realm for a couple of reasons. 1, 2 extra resistance on all of your racial units, which, considering that our army is virtually all racial units, even though our leadership structure is entirely not, which makes the transformations a little worse, but this is a really good one. +2 resistance on all of your bastions is a really big upgrade to their survivability, and then of course this is going to get this on the Stormbringers and everybody else, and then we're going to get gold golems as well. I think we're probably going to run 1 or 2 of them in an 18 stack if we can get the game to go that long, because having a couple of dedicated anti-large tools is actually really powerful. There are different ways to interact with them. Yeah, oh, sick, we got gold touched. So we're gonna lock gold golem, and we're gonna take gold touched as our discounted cost here from Astral Inspiration. You do get, I think I was a little harsher on that than I needed to be. You do get some value from that. Also, we need to take Surge Spellcasting. This one is really more for manual battles than anything else. But this one, I did not interpret this correctly when I did our Empire Tree 7 months ago or whatever. This is casting a combat spell reduces the cost of all other combat spell types by -25%. But it's not just mana. this reduces the casting cost in terms of your tactical spell cost. Now, our tactical spells, again, not that expensive because like the tomes that we're going through have not given us tons of different types of tactical spells, which I think is actually a strength here rather than a weakness. Like we have basically everything we need, which means that we've been able to concentrate our knowledge on spells that we will actually use primarily, which is usually a good place to be. But whatever I was talking about, whatever my point was supposed to be, just like follow the thought to whatever you feel, whatever in your heart you feel is the logical conclusion of that idea, because I did drop the thread and I don't know where to pick it up, so so there you go. Let's take a mint. Now we're at the point where getting a little bit of extra gold in your city is not a bad thing. And we are picking up Bazaar of Wonders now. I'm really excited that these high cost SPIs are a lot more reasonable to build now, because these were absurdly expensive. Anything that cost 750 production was basically never worth building in Age of Wonders 4 unless you were just like hardcore memeing, which, you know, like that's cool, like that's fine, that's fun too, but like you were getting basically zero value out of some of those things. But now, because they're just like a lot cheaper, some of these things like Bazaar of Wonders are a lot more reasonable to build. This is only gonna be 3 turns for us to build that. Like we're gonna get some good stuff. What spells specifically the AI can use in auto-resolve? Well, fortunately, Derek, I think that in reality, it's really more that there's a subset of spells that the AI can't use in auto-resolve. It won't use the spells as effectively or as powerfully as a human. That's just guaranteed. I promise you that. But fortunately, most of the things that the AI has access to, like debuff, damage, and buff spells, and healing, most of those things it does pretty well. But things like invulnerable and steadfast, it really just has no idea how to use productively. Sometimes you get into auto-resolve scenarios where it just accidentally is good for you, which, you know, great, that's fantastic. But like most of the time the AI doesn't use those sorts of effects particularly well. It also generally doesn't use ranged units particularly well, and the things that support ranged units particularly well. All right, great, we got 3 wars going on, but like this guy's on the other side of the universe. This guy's not gonna matter, he says, and then all of a sudden a stack shows up outside of Oleanis in like 2 turns. All right, so Necron is sieging this down. It does look like white is gonna die here. Like whether white wanted to or not, it does look like Necron is gonna help finish us off, because now there's only 1 turn left on Eos. Ooh boy. All right, well, there's only 1 turn left on Eos. That means that this is going to turn into a free city. And this is going to turn into a free city. But we're going to be offered the opportunity to sue for peace with this guy, and we're going to say no. We're just going to capture a pedestal. We have an extra city cap in that size 13. Like there's no reason not to capture it here. And then we can send our troops down to blue and keep ignoring the seals that we're supposed to be capturing. I mean, like, this sounds like it's all coming up Millhouse. The only downside here is that by doing we could just take 400 gold here, and then when white dies in like literally next turn, we've just gotten 400 gold. You know, we're an evil dragon, I think, and we've been deceptive in this game, so I'm okay leaning into that. We will be evil. We will take your money and then just watch as Necron finishes you off next turn. Thanks for the 400 gold, kid. Maybe that's bad form from a multiplayer standpoint, but I think it was role-playing. That's what I'm gonna say. We could even create a bounty on Eos, take the money, and then turn it around and offer it to Necron to encourage Necron to finish her off. That would be pretty funny to me. Let's see. No, let's do something a little less goofball, Walker. Let's maybe overriding this quarry with a bazaar actually isn't bad. It's 30 gold. Gold is going to be the only thing that matters in a very short period of time, because gold is going to be like one of the main constraints when it comes to just dumping units onto the board, and we're just going to dump units. That's what we're doing. We're just dumping units. Because if we're fighting blue and maybe remnants of white at the same time, we're going to need a bunch of idiots. Let's replace that warbreed that died. And I guess we'll buy out this bastion. It costs literally 2 gold. So an important thing here that we're kind of like skipping past that I haven't highlighted yet, but is important to know, is the way overflow works. So if you ever overflow to the point where you have like extra production, it'll carry over to next turn as long as you're actually producing something. If you produce the like food conversion thing or the gold conversion thing, then that actually kills your ability, like produce merchandise and produce food. It kills your ability to carry that overflow forward. And so, like, you end up with, yeah, bazaars everywhere. We're going to get a lot of gold off of those bazaars of wonders, and they're a lot more reasonable to build now. And we are going to desperately need the gold, because we're going to spend probably like 800 to 1,000 gold on mana, or on units every couple of turns if we can. We're just dumping stuff onto the board. And on that note, when white dies next turn, these outposts are going to disappear. So we don't need to worry about the fact that there's 40 fort strength on those. We're not going to siege them down. We do not need to. Yeah, alright, let's just go into position. Like, here, I'm 100% going to stand right outside of this, because if they want to send their last stack up to try to do an assassination mission on this army, they're in a lot of trouble. We will easily stomp them with this composition here. I'm actually going to drop that missling. I thought we needed the misslings to finish these stacks off because we lost stuff, but nope. Turns out those misslings remain superfluous. Oh, dang, you're right. Maybe we do want to buy something, but maybe we don't want to buy something off of blue. Maybe we want to buy something for blue, because we could send a reinforcement stack here, and if you just like put enough high tier units into a free city against another empire, I think that really is enough. So you know what? Actually, let's do that. Let's get some gold, and then maybe in a turn or two we'll buy some reinforcements for our free city, because we will be able to afford it. We have a buttload of mana. Holy crap. What are we doing with all this mana, Walker? Why do you not have transmute resources running in a city? How did you talk yourself into turning that off? Because you were like at negative 49 mana and like at 39 mana in your pool. How did you talk yourself into turning that off, you coward? You know you would have been fine, probably, if you squint. Like, what are you doing? All right, whatever. End turn. Get out of here. But you'll see that, like, here, looking over, we got 1, 2, 3. 3 of those get the Naga transformation. 1, 2, 3. 3 of those get the Naga transformation. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of those get the Naga transformation. So when you're looking at the value of racial transformations, you do need to be aware that not everything is going to get it. Even in an army like this, where we've been like deliberately trying to push up the number of racial units available to us, we are gonna need non-racial supports here, because although I love Steelshapers, they really do need to be legend rank in order for them to be worth getting excited about. And ours are dead. Our legendary Steelshapers are dead, and therefore they are a lot harder to get to where they need to be. Wait a second, Necron? You had one job, buddy. You had one job, which was to... Oh, maybe it was the last turn of the siege this turn. All right, maybe I jumped the gun. Necron, if you were actually killing her and I was about to get angry at you, I apologize. That is my fault. Oh, I should have been patient. But yes, we are very close to right of the Dreadnought, and we are pretty close to gold golems here, actually. So let's get a couple of gold golems before we get right. Getting those down so that way they get the +1 defense, +1 resistance is very powerful. When it comes to using this, when you see me use this in multiplayer, I almost invariably wait too long on this, because I'm like, if I'm using big materium stuff, then it's in a giant free-for-all, at which point, like, you want to capture as much efficiency as possible. But this is a smaller game. This is only 5 players, and here, like, pretty much as soon as we can click that, we probably should. It's a pretty good option to have there. Wow, we really are at the point where no misslings get to party with us. Yeah, sorry misslings, you guys are no longer the hip new thing. We got an even cooler skirmisher, and this one costs Imperium. Like, this is an even cooler version of you. But the 3 Imperium cost really is kind of negligible. I want you to just make sure that you've correctly conceptualized that. You don't need to be afraid of paying 3 Imperium for a couple of units a couple of times. That's okay. You can pick the Immortal Wolf before Dreadnought. It's very good. Do you like it? Oh, this one, yes. So the rise of the right of the Guardian Spirit. So normally the nature Empire development tree I think is pretty bad. I think there are some picks in the Empire development tree that are worth going after. Like this one can be good if you're conquering a bunch of cities. Not as big a deal if you're just like founding a bunch of cities, but if you're absorbing a bunch of cities, then I think this one is really good. This one is also very powerful if you have enough nature to get this one online like pretty early. Then Right of the Guardian Spirit is actually like a great deal. This is going to give you a powerful tier 3 unit, but do be aware that this resurgence does not save the Guardian Spirit in the event that the Guardian Spirit gets eaten by like a corpse eater or like absorbed by a necromancer. That might be another bug. I don't know if that's a fixable one, unfortunately, because I think that the corpse interaction abilities seem to all mostly behave the same way. But if that Guardian Spirit gets eaten by one of those abilities, it's gone. It will not come back, even with the Resurgence tag. So just be aware of that in auto resolves. You can lose that thing permanently, and then you're down 175. But if it doesn't happen, if that does not happen, then it's very good value. A tier 3 early on that has resurgence and buffs all of your other nature units, which again, the Empire tree not great, but I didn't say this, so you can't say again, Walker. That's not the way the English language works. You have to say the first thing first. You can't just say again before you say it. I think the nature tomes are really good. I think the nature Empire tree is not so powerful, but the tomes are pretty good. And so I think that this is my little tinfoil hat idea, not proven by Triumph or anything, but I think that was an intentional design space, and that the Empire tree for nature is supposed to be not good, so that way the tomes can be, because the tomes are really good. Tome of Beasts is fantastic. I've always been happy with that. Yeah, it doesn't happen that often. It does not happen that often, but I have had it happen, and it is replicate. You can replicate it pretty easily. Bro, like, you're supposed to be dead. How has Necron not killed you by now? Legit though, like, what is happening in this siege? Explain yourself. Explain yourself. Put us out of this misery. If 8 turns of truce, I'm not declaring war on them with 8 turns of truce, so maybe we are going to send these units just to fight blue right now. Unless we can steal the seal. Can we steal the seal? Oh, we might be able to. All right. Listen, I'm going to take a really quick bio break. I'll be back in maybe like 5 minutes, and then I guess we're going to go steal this, and then liberate this, and then I guess we will just work on seals, because like there's got to be a seal down here. Blue, do you not have a seal in your land? If blue didn't start with a seal, then that's sad for them, because we started with functionally 2, maybe 3 if you count that one. But yeah, all right, I'm gonna be right back. Zero, yeah, I'm gonna leave this page open so that way I don't forget about it, because I do want to muster some of these units, just throw at our free city. Probably a waste of gold, because I think they're gonna probably be okay against these guys coming in here, but we can build a 6 stack for them. We got 15 recruitment points, and we got like a bunch of tier 4 units, so we can throw some really nasty stuff at them. Yeah, sometimes they do just camp on cities. That sometimes happens too. All right, I will be right back. Here we go. All right, here we go. Yes, so we are back. So we have to use muster rally leashes and send a big reinforcement stack to Magisterium. I don't think they're really going to be pressured too badly by what the blue AI is using over here. Blue AI still has like mostly tier 1 units over there. Blue AI, we gave you all of the tools to succeed. How did you do this? All right, well, we can't fill a full 6 stack with the number of recruitment points we have, but 4 units is probably enough to just make this like impossible for them to win. Although I guess, you know, if you can fill a full 6, that's generally better because they'll just perform better in combat having more units. So here's 5. That's good enough. And it like the double swamp troll is powerful in the hands of a human, but it does present some problems to the AI because they won't be able to get as good value of having oops all ranged. And having this front line of Stormscale, Gortusk, and White Wolf makes this stack of 5 really dangerous for Magisterium. We don't need it, and so the gold cost doesn't really help us. But we can go send these to guard Magisterium, and now I feel pretty confident about this ability to fight off blue while we do what we need to do. While we win this stupid jerk guy game out here killing our infantry corps. Get out of here. Get the heck out of here. You are so rude. Let's see. You go here. You're in range. And you go here. We're not going to trespass. We will trespass plenty when the time comes, but we'll let them decide when that is. AI. Somebody needs to activate this fight though. I guess it'll be Yaka. Yaka, you got slipaway boots now, friend. If you somehow find a way to die that... Oh, Walker, you didn't have the other hero in. What are you doing? Oh my god. Oh, you can check that. It shows you right there, and then you could have clicked, and then you clicked retreat, and then your hero wouldn't be at 1 HP. But hey, you know, that's the power of slipaway boots. It protects you from being an idiot. That's the biggest upgrade I can ever give it. It protects you from being an idiot, and I love being an idiot. All right, let's see. What do we got? Let's build a Wizard Tower Apex. Like, we don't. If you're gonna build these things, I'd build them earlier than this. But like, this will be fine because we're gonna go into tier 5, Tome of the Creator. After this, by picking up the tier 4 gold golem here, we got up to 8 Empire Materium Affinity. I see some people who like, if you're building a theme army, then like please feel free to ignore this advice. Go crazy. Do what you feel is fun for you. Please, please, please don't take me saying things on Discord as trying to discourage you from having fun when it comes to single player. But when it comes to like this situation here, what was I talking about? When it comes to the situation here, do whatever you want to when it comes to single player. I forget where that thought was going, but it doesn't matter. Like, that hero is still alive. That's all that matters. That hero is still alive. I guess I'm gonna build a builder's quarter here. We're still not like at the point where I think we're probably gonna get the production like really overflowing a lot, but we can get 25 more turns out of this. We are only at like 14 seal victory points or something like that. We've got a lot of space. We gotta clean this up. Gotta get more seal points. I guess Bazaar of Wonders could handle a forester here just for more wonder stacking. That's pretty good. Do we want to build a mint in this city? Do we want to raw build a mint in this city? Do we want to raw build a bathhouse here? All right, whatever. I'm just gonna raw build bathhouses. We have enough gold that now I don't care about the extra cost. That's not a problem anymore. Wildlife Sanctuary wants an adjacency here. That'll be better than just a random fish farm. Speaking of being better than a random fish farm, I think that is also true here of this random dredger quarry. You just don't have enough things that interact with water. So Carnival of Flesh is decent draft. If we hadn't been aggressively pursuing putting draft in our cities earlier, then it would be really important to start working on those. I think that like it's easy to dismiss carnivals because they are food, but they're also more importantly draft. And I do think that the more that we play on this patch, the more we'll see that food is almost certainly a lot better. The fact that you can get so much more out of bonus food is actually a really big deal, or at least it looks to be a really big deal. But right now, I think carnival flesh isn't good for what we're doing here. What we're doing here is getting we're getting 30 extra draft right now from Scions of Evil. Like, that is going to way outscale anything we would get off of Carnival of Flesh. And that's just the way that we built this. And I do think that is important. Like, I think if you're not getting extra draft as Industrious, you're not going to have a good time. You just need to build so many things, especially if you're not playing as a Wizard King. You know, whatever, just so, like, I don't forget to do this, I'm going to be lazy, and I'm going to add a population to grab Pilgrim's Passage. You shouldn't do that, but we have enough Imperium that, like, it's not a problem, and I'm going to forget later if I don't do it now. So just, if you want to be more efficient, just play better. Done. Ship it, no notes. Let's build another Stormbringer. We'll have, like, 6 of them, and then when, like, I misposition a stack and it auto-resolves and it dies, then we'll still be fine. Let's see. Oh, but yeah, like, draft, if you are building units, which, you know, here we're going to be able to build gold golems, those are going to dramatically outscale a summon-based strategy in the mid to late game because of the way casting points are just kind of, like, limited. The exception to this, of course, is Balors, because you can get a bunch of Balors with relatively limited casting points on the Balors themselves. You just have to cast Fight for Power a lot, and have a bunch of Fiends coming in, which, given that now Demon can count for that, like, that should not be too difficult. White, are you taking that seal before we can get over there? You are, aren't you? God damn it, White. I mean, we're now we're at peace with them, so, like, I guess we're probably not gonna take that seal. But, like, just finish them off. You just finish them off. Necron, what are you doing? Did you also sue for peace with them? No, you're just doing the thing where you broke down their walls and now you're just watching them. You're weird like that, Necron. You're weird. I don't know why you would do that. Why is this something you enjoy? I don't want to yuck their yum, but they're being weird. And that's not cool. Like, Necron, just be normal. Just be normal. Like, why can't you be normal? We'll go... Oh man, we need a teleporter over here too. Well, that's a fixable problem. No, a teleporter over here wouldn't do anything, actually. We need this to be a teleporter, but we lost that territory when we declared war on White, and then we were sure that White was going to die so that we could turn that back into an outpost. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, well, fine. We'll just get some experience points here. Whatever. Like, there's experience points all around you. The real experience points are the friends you kill along the way. You have 6 HP, so unfortunately, Yaka, you do not get to be a part of this party train. But everybody else, these 2 heroes and those guys, everybody else, sort of, in parentheses, gets some good XP here. Some good XP here. Yeah, go here, that's fine. And I guess you go here, that's fine. And this extra guy, this extra ruler of ours might actually be a hero, might be useful for picking that up. Oh, dang it. Cool. Yeah, let's use our Naga transformation, and let's see it in battle. Let's see it in battle. We got Naga transformed warbreeds out here, right? We got it. Oh yeah, and we got bastions, and we got Stormbringers. We got everything. We come on down to Walker. We Play Games. I don't think I did any introduction, so here it is. Come on down to We Play Games on Walker, and here we are in Age of Wonders 4, about to watch some Nagas doing Naga stuff. Let's see this in action. Let's see how they do. But Naga transformation is incredibly strong if you haven't played with it. The first and biggest advantage, I think, is the easy access to slip away. Just having slip away on, like, all of your units is really annoying whenever it comes to, like, actual combat. But like that's the beginning of the transformation. That is not the end. The other value, of course, you're going to be getting there is +2 extra resistance on Blight as well as on Shock. We're also getting critically 8 extra movement points. The 8 extra movement points is a really big deal on the strategic map because it lets you move a lot further, even when you're factoring in the existence of teleporters. You basically can never have enough movement. But more critically here, it's going to allow us to do really silly things with these units in combat. We were already able to get extra movement on a lot of folks using our dragon, but because Skalds have lost the ability to do haste, anything that you can do in game that provides extra movement to you is a really big deal. But yeah, these warbreeds are going to be stupid. Look at this. This is a 9/11 warbreed that we made like 2 turns ago or 4 turns ago or something like that. It's already at elite. It's already working its way up. This might get to legend. I would not be surprised to see that. And this thing is just durable as hell. Like, durable as hell. And it has the natural regeneration going on. Like, we've seen undead. We've seen whiteborn warbreeds. We've also seen just, like, regular warbreeds. Like, I think that major transformations obviously play really well on warbreeds, and so you should think about them, but you don't need them in order for the warbreed to be good. They're just they do play well with majors, but this looks to be probably the best major transformation on warbreeds themselves, and I think it's probably the best major transformation on bastions as well. The only downside for bastions there is that it does not play well with mounts. Yeah, the tail is the strongest thing in the universe to hold this up. This is a goofy looking unit right there. That is not a thick enough tail by a factor of 5. I want that to be like thick with 7 C's. I want it to look like a monster, because that would actually, I think, look really cool, and it does look goofy as hell right now. But yeah, that's the power of Naga transformation on the front side. But the real value of Naga transformation is, of course, it allows these units to just like keep participating in fights even when they're kind of low HP, because the slip away thing is really good when it comes to just keeping those units active. And so like we can auto resolve things even at like half HP or below, even with a fairly minor kit when it comes to support units, because Skald does heal with the Song of Revelry, but 2 regeneration without upfront healing is a lot worse than 2 regeneration with upfront healing, which you can find on some support units. Yeah, this looks okay. That looks okay. I'm glad that there's some fights over there for us to take. I love getting experience points. I love getting the EXP. Wow, this guy is super vassalized. Are there any free cities that are just like sitting around that we could have been vassalizing instead? Probably. That does seem like a likely outcome. I guess we're gonna keep vassalizing Maggitarium now that we gave them an army. It makes sense to turn them into bottomed vassals, especially because it looks like that army is going to be necessary because they're about to throw their units away. AI, you are my worst enemy sometimes, and I think you know that. I think you enjoy doing that. I think you really like being my worst enemy. Walker! Here you are, casting Gold Touched at plus 264 mana per turn. What are you doing? Just like cast Transmute Resources again. And then we've already wasted 100 casting points on turning it off and then turning it back on again. But I do think that is a value to the way that this thing plays out. It's pretty good for you. Right, Melissa needs to become our support hero leader because, well, I guess we can even reset you, right? Yeah, we can reset you. So we'll see where she ends up. I think we want to have our killing momentum on our ruler because I think that's cool, and I think it's mostly OP to get it on multiple. We're gonna take the Staff of Undone Raising. We did it. Here we go. Yaka's got a Grave Calling Staff. This is gonna be pretty scary. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it, Fadakeen. Like, people, these are long streams. I think the right way to interact with these is to put the way that my wife interacts with YouTube is she turns it on and falls asleep. And I would be very flattered to be the thing that you fall asleep to in the background. I don't know if if 8 hours is the right way to do that, though. Walker, these streams could be shorter. You could do shorter streams. I don't know. Like, I'm playing the game, man. Like, whatever. What do you want from me? Who are you? 2. No, this is close enough. We're not sending Yaka into a fight with 6 HP. Get our warbreeds together. Get our warbreeds together, Walker. Go. Get him. Go get him. And go get him. And I think that's actually, like, a meaningful overage in terms of units. Yeah, we have basically a full extra stack again. Wow. I'm making, like, a stack a turn. Dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. Why are you building all these units? Why are you building all these units? You could be building infrastructure for your people. Your people demand infrastructure, Walker. Well, we're going to have to call that a skill issue. They should know better by now. I'm going to build them exactly just enough infrastructure that they don't riot. That's going to be the way things go. And that's the way things always have been. Alright, let's see. Let's see what we get. But yeah, Transmute Resources, incredibly powerful spell. Tome of Transmutation has moved down a little bit on the most recent patch. What did they do to nerf it? What did they do to nerf it? I know they nerfed... Oh, they removed draft from the Transmute Resources side, because it doesn't say that it was giving you draft and Transmute Resources, and it was in the cities themselves. And that might have been a bug, honestly. And it was ludicrously overpowered. Like, it was really absurd. But yeah, Winslay's video, go watch Winslay's video, please. If you're interested in Age of Wonders 4 content, I promise that I will still be here when you get back. And Winslay's video, if it is what he says it is, which is a descriptive video showing you which wonders can be cleared without fighting, I'm gonna watch that as soon as the stream is done. So people should be watching it now. But like it's a long thing. I don't think one couple hours is not a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal. Wait, is this a bug? Please don't be stuck. Please don't be stuck. Is it stuck somewhere? Please don't be stuck. No, they're just taking a long time, Walker, because it's turned 70. Like, this is the single player experience. These fights take a long time. The AI's gotta get your scout killed again. Get out of here. Stop it. I only have 12 victory points. I have 12. It's turned 70, Walker. This is ludicrous. You gotta score these points. Alright. Yeah, we'll go kill another guy. Like, they're always there, just waiting to be got, and we'll get them. Let's go here. I guess we'll go here with Yaka, because he's gonna get a level up either way, so it doesn't really matter how many extra units we bring into this fight. Should not be an issue either way. Yep, level 9, good. And now we can bring these guys back and clear these guys out. And because everybody here has aquatic, this is another good big upgrade for Naga. Normally, if your units don't have aquatic, then how they reinforce from water, yeah, these are the grossest looking monstrosities I think I've ever seen. Actually, we'll see this here with the Skald itself. The Skald will not be able to be part of this reinforcement stack. Oh, it's not letting our aquatic guys reinforce. That's weird. Usually they do. But all right. Well, I guess maybe that's a bug too. But there we had to disembark. You can definitely reinforce from land into the water though with flying things and aquatic stuff. And so maybe it just doesn't work in reverse. That might be the case. Oh man, I want to see a good fight where we get to use the Gravecaller staff actually. Well, we'll find that. We will find that. Let's buy rush another pioneer to just sit on the seal. How is it that you're always one turn away, Walker? You're always one turn away. Maybe you should pre-build a sacrificial pioneer. Like right there. Maybe you should pre-build a sacrificial pioneer and then forget where you built it and then buy rush it for 50 extra gold or whatever. Okay, Walker. Yeah, we'll do that. That seems fine. By rushing things here at this point in the game is like totally fine, because the game isn't going to go on forever, right? And so worrying about the efficiency loss at the end of having grown things out naturally is the wrong way to think about it. Once the game gets close enough to being over, there's no downside to getting stuff done early. And now we're getting extra gold, so that will give us extra gold golems hitting the board earlier. I think this is fine. I think here we can actually work on gold touched, because I do want to have a little bit of positive mana income. But I wouldn't blame you for getting another transfer resources. It's just there's not really a city that like desperately needs it. Gilded Magic, boom. All right, so we're gonna have good opportunities to get crits on Yaka anyway, even without anything that causes extra crits. But now we kind of have a pretty good incentive to build him like a crit mask. We might do that. Oh, we were gonna build a new claw. We were gonna build a new claw, weren't we? Yeah, we were gonna build a new claw. So all right, let's do that. Let's build a new claw for our big bad dragon boy. We'll sell this. We'll sell this. I've gone down on Giant's Bane. I think that it's still very powerful, but I wish that it did interact with cavalry in some way, because right now it's just a little worse. Oh, that's slippery. That's just slippery. I don't really care about that. That's done. Let's get a new claw. Okay, so what can we build? I actually don't hate death damage still. It's good that it's got two different channels, and there's not a lot of stuff that's going to be resisting both of these, except other than like other undead. And I'm not too worried about undead right now. I think we'll be okay on that front. What should we be adding in terms of value for our dragon? Well, this is on just the attacks for the dragon, but one way to get value out of those attacks is extra retaliation. And I do like just floating on lifesteal here. I think that we're going to get enough extra units in terms of decaying from potentially our other hero, but also just the fact that we have a Gravecalling Staff. So that seems like a good place to be. And the combination of these two things means that now the fact that we're going to be on defensive masters and extra retaliation and lifesteal, that this will help keep our ruler alive even more. And that's really all we want to be stacking as much as possible in this guy, is survivability. Weakened is good survivability, but a 60% is not enough for me to be excited about that. Whereas just taking like 10% crit chance is never a bad thing. You don't want 150% crit chance. I see people like trying to do that on Reddit, but like, please someone describe to me the mechanical advantage of getting 150% versus 100%. There's no mechanical advantage there. It makes you feel good, and I guess it makes you less vulnerable to not really less vulnerable to misfortune, because misfortune triggers first now. It doesn't count against each other. It triggers first. So it just like, it does nothing for you to get infinity crit, even as barbarians. Just get enough crit, even as barbarians, and then you'll be pretty happy. And exactly how much is enough, I think, is still something that we need to do the math on. I think that overall barbarians do want to do a lot of crit stacking, but like, obviously the value of every single crit is pretty different. I talked about this, I think, on Reddit or something. I don't know. I talk about this game a lot right now, and I don't really keep track of everything I say. So that's the experience that you're getting here with Age of Wonders 4 and Walker and We Play Games. I talk a lot about this game, and I don't really pay attention to everything I say, but crits. Not every crit is created equally. So like here, for instance, if Yaka gets a crit because of the Gilded Magic ability that we gave it, that crit will gild everybody. And because Yaka has, the Ascended Wildfire thing, which this might be broken with Gilded Magic. If it is, and it breaks the game in a different way, then I don't know if I apologize. That's what you're here for, I guess. Like, you're here for silly things, and you're gonna get silly things. And if this guy turns into a crit gilding death machine with his magical powers, then that's what he does. But like, gilding somebody is a lot, like orders of magnitude more important than getting a Savage Strike damage buff. Getting a Savage Strike damage buff is good, and you should be excited to do that, and you should pursue it, because critting is very powerful. It's good for your morale, it's good for damaging enemy morale. Crits are great across the board, but people use Stone Edge in competitive Pokemon, and that's an 80% accurate move. Now, not every player uses Stone Edge in competitive Pokemon. Like, Wolfie VGC does not use Stone Edge for the 80% accuracy reason exactly. But there are plenty of people who are happy tolerating that risk at 80% because it's the best thing that they can do from a risk tolerance perspective. Going from 80 to 90% if you're doing something like this is kind of why, like, I really wish that Battletech 2 had existed, because I think it was a great opportunity for people to, like, learn more about what probabilities, like, matter. But basically, if you have a 90% chance to hit something and you're only doing it, 10 or 15 times, then the couple of misses that you get is not really a big deal in terms of the value produced by the overall action. Critting is great. Yeah, I'm glad you helped me get hooked on this game too, Winslaya. I really appreciate the games that we play together. I think it's been a lot of fun. Let's see here. Apex is up. This could potentially get the tier 4 boost now on Industry Compound. This is 30 stability. 30 stability kind of doesn't do anything here though. And that costs a lot of gold, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, we're going to take the Materium Amplifier lens. We are going to have access to the, like, Tome of the Creator in very short order here. I think we're going to take this here, because this is something. Here's an important thing for you to be aware of if you're not already aware of this. The way that knowledge scales up in regards to your research, the knowledge cost of the research itself is going to remain fixed to when you unlocked it. The things that you start at the very beginning of the game, your cultural things, are never going to increase in cost. Hey, Pat Arthur, how's it going? So these are always going to be incredibly inexpensive things for you to research. What this means is that as you get further and further into the game and you get more and more knowledge, then you're actually going to have ways that you can just make insanely quick progress through your research by not researching things off of the most recent tome. I wouldn't hate having Downpour. I think that would be a nice thing to pick up here, but that costs 1,700 research, and this costs us 160. And if we just take this, we will immediately tick over to another research, which will in turn also reset the Astral Inspiration research cost there and move it on to something else. It's going great. I mean, we did have an interesting start to the stream because I was lazy and positioned my units incorrectly and had like 3 stacks here, but one of them couldn't reinforce the unit that we had on the seal, and then White came out from the underground and assassinated our ruler and took out our entire infantry corps. We have built back our army in like 2 turns or something like that. Maybe it's more like 5, but we've rebuilt our army with relatively quick speed because our economy is enormous now. But it was an interesting start for sure, because it was like, all right, let's wake up and drink some coffee and like shuffle our feet around the stage, and then all of a sudden, oh, you're half of your army is dead. You gotta pick up the pieces here, kid. I think it was fun. I'm going to take another Forester here on Oleanis, even though it is going to be pissing off Necron. Like, if Necron decides to get spicy with us, we're probably going to want stone walls there, actually, in case Necron decides to get spicy with us, because we do need this teleporter to help reinforce this city. There's no way around that. We could even transfer the teleporter from the city to Oleanis, so that way we could build a second transporter here with this outpost, because it would unlock the work camp tile. And that might seem insane to put like 2 outposts or 2 teleporters that close to each other, but because you can disrupt a teleporter by just standing on it, it does slow you down. Material Refinery does work with the Circle of Transmutation. Yes, Circle of Transmutation is just an amazingly powerful tool to have available to you, and it does work there. I'm going to take Shipyard. We really are just like pushing out cash now. That is where we are, just pushing out cash. And even Gilding is going to help with that too. Gilding is randomly good for that. And here's actually a closer outpost for us to stand for that seal. It's not adjacent to a teleporter, so it doesn't help with that, but White. We have white in our backyard because I sued for peace. I was sure they were dead. And Necron has just been sitting outside of their city with the walls down where their ruler was when we sued for peace like a couple of turns ago. Just waiting. But whatever, we'll go. So Daedalus, no, this is our continuation from yesterday. I just wanted to finish it and see what we could get done with the Tome of Naga transformation and friends, and see what we get out of our Stormbringers, because Stormbringers are ridiculously good. Like, Mistlings are very powerful. I hope the video from, or the stream from yesterday was illustrative that while Mistlings are very, very powerful, I would not consider them the strongest thing about the Tome of Mists. I think that the strongest thing about the Tome of Mists almost certainly is the ability to engage 18 versus 6. The dragon has changed color because we have done a dragon transformation. So we now are on order transformation as our final transformation here on Cerberus, our dragon ruler. And this one's a really important one if you're playing in PvP, for no other reason than simply the control loss immunity tag on your dragon ruler. If you do not have control loss immunity on your dragon ruler, you are asking for trouble in PvP, because someone will notice that and they will mind control your dragon, and then your dragon will use its breath weapon on your own guys, and it will be an absolute disaster. So don't do that. Do not do that. If you don't do that, you'll have a good time. If you do that, you will have a bad time. And so just get that as your final transformation in PvP. The other ones down here, these I have Materium Aspect here because I do think that is generally one of the strongest. The extra 30% crit chance and the 2 extra defense at the beginning of the game makes creeping a lot easier for you, but not like negligible. I think that, you know, you can definitely overstate it. Like, it's good without being game breaking. I think there are some other aspects that are worth considering. I want to do probably a build sometime where we try a Shadow Aspect Dragon, because Shadow Aspect Dragon gives you Soulbound and therefore the ability to farm souls with your dragon, and that might be more efficient actually than casting Soul Collection, because Soul Collection is really slow, right? It's really expensive in terms of its gold versus the souls ratio. You do need to do something to get extra souls. I think that if you're not doing something to get extra souls with necromancy, you are going to fall woefully behind on making good value of the tomes, and so you do something. But I do think that probably you're going to get better value out of a soulbound dragon than out of soul collectors. It's just the question of, are you getting better value out of a dragon versus a wizard king, because those are just like generically insane. Even now, they're just generically insane even now. All right, are we going to be able to buy rush this gold golem? We are. Okay, in that case, the dragon cannot make it to the seal fight this turn, but the dragon can make it to this brutal incursion fight this turn, as can these mistlings that we just like randomly stationed in the area. So here, I'm just going to go ahead and take this fight with the dragon and these reinforcements. We're going to be down 1 unit, but I don't think that's going to be a big deal. Being down 1 unit when you have a level 15 dragon and some other goodies on the shelf is not going to be a problem. Does the AI agree? We could gain increased morale minor. We have infinite mana. I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, we're gonna update the tier list, Bad Arthur. I'm planning. I said this in jest last time, but I think it's probably accurate. I'm probably planning on not doing another single player stream for the remainder of the week, because I'm probably gonna do like human stuff that I need to do tomorrow, and then maybe I'm gonna do a Dune Imperium stream on Thursday, and then on Friday I'm gonna do I'm definitely doing an Imperator Rome stream on Friday. I'm definitely doing that because that's the Ides of March, and they're trying to do the Imperator Rome revitalization thing. But then, like, I think probably next week when we do a single player stream, it'll be probably more like Wednesday or Thursday, because I'm planning on using Monday, Tuesday next week to update the tomes tier list, because I feel like I know enough about the new tomes that I can just do a tier list for that, and then each week we'll probably try to update one of the other tier lists by like clumping a bunch of stuff together. I think we can do all of the tome tier lists all at once. I don't think any reason to like do them all individually anymore. But we, oh, I'm just gonna auto this. You cannot lose this fight. Yeah, good. Like, there's a little bit of wasted experience points there because, of course, those guys were 6 units and we only had 5, but whatever. There the fight was important to simply take off the board, so we got the Imperium. I'm going to wait on Rite of the Dreadnought until we get at least one more Gold Golem down, because I do want to get those. How much unit upkeep are we paying in mana? Nothing, because all of our units are just guys. All of our units are just people, Walker. This is a really powerful chaos thing. But yeah, I'm planning on, for the remainder of this week, this is probably the only Age of Wonders 4 content that you guys are going to get other than the multiplayer streams, which are mostly for me. And then I guess you guys can be there too if you want, but the multiplayer streams are mostly for me. But then next week I'm gonna do probably tomes, either tomes or traits, and then the week after that I'm gonna do the other one. And then the traits one will also get cultures, because I think tomes we're gonna have enough to talk about that. Unless you guys want that video to be like also 7 hours long, that video does not need it does not need cultures in it in order for it to be long enough to make the algorithm go insane. Okay, so here we're gonna pick Defensive Master. This dragon is going to be unkillable. This dragon is gonna be unkillable because it's gonna have Defensive Master and Adaptive Armor, and we're gonna, after we do that and Killing Momentum, we have 1 level left. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we can't take everything, because we want to take Draconic Health 2 and 3. I don't know. We'll see what we get. I think it's cool to get Killing Momentum on your dragon, but maybe we want that on a different unit, like our hero, and then we just turn the dragon into like a really beefy boy with Adaptive Armor and dragon scales and stuff. Or maybe we even get Ancient Earth. That could be really good. Ancient Earth is pretty silly on a dragon. You get huge. You know what? I've been saying we're being disrespectful to multiplayer by not taking Dark Ritual. There it is. So if you put extra wonders into World Generation, do you get any of the types of wonders? Can you guarantee souls for Corpses wonder? I don't think so, Zero, but I also don't think that that's what you should be doing with that wonder. Like, the Corpses souls are so slow. 2 is way too slow for you to care about doing that long term. Even if you are like going above 3 hero cap, like you're not getting good value out of leaving them there. Selling the hero, getting the gold, turning the items into better items for the heroes that you have is almost always better value. The flip side to that, I think the good value that you can get out of those instead of just selling them is to actually just animate them. If you're playing as a necromancer, that is a really powerful way to utilize souls in the early game, because it lets you turn souls into just enormous amounts of gold, which is really, really good. Like, the ability to turn the enormous amounts of souls into either Imperium or into gold using the different tools that are available to souls is a big part of what makes necromancy powerful, or at least on the watch list for powerful. I haven't really decided if it's powerful or not, because I think that it does have some issues where there's just like a lot of things that counter it in the game. All right, good. We have Tome of the Creator. We did it, kids. Here we are. We are going to take this bad boy. And we got the discount on Tectonic Shatter. Awesome. So Tectonic Shatter is going to make a lot of our auto resolves kind of pointless, but that's okay. Like, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, you can, on a really, really big scaling map, you can do that. It's just that, like, that's a choice. And most of the time, Age of Wonders 4 does not play that speed. It's a lot faster than that. and then like, yeah, you can get those values, but then in order to get that kind of value, you kind of like have to choose to play on a slower map, especially like a really big map. That's when you would start seeing those things be a constant part of the game. Here, I'm going to bring in our Druid of the Cycle, because I do want to keep farming that thing up in experience points. I want to bring that to a manual fight and see how it does, because I think that's probably going to be really powerful in a manual fight. The ability to resurrect your dragon, like full resurrect and not require it to be an undead, is actually usually an incredibly powerful thing, and it's something that you usually have to dedicate like a resurrection wand towards. But if you can find it on a support hero, I suspect that's probably pretty good. Is there an incoming for item essence? I thought the ways you have to gather it were never turn-based. No, there is no way to get an income on binding essence, and this is actually another important thing to talk about when it comes to like the late game for reclaimers. There comes a point where like you literally have infinity binding essence with reclaimers. You usually get pretty close to infinity binding essence with everybody else also, but like especially with reclaimers, they can go into like Mona Lisa overdrive and have serious problems where they just have like infinity binding essence, and because this is so slow, no way to actually spend it all out. So like this needs to, I don't think that, maybe I said this in the beginning of the video, I don't remember. If I did, I do apologize. If I didn't, then I'm glad I'm saying it again. This needs to be just flat across the board, -1 on crafting times for literally everybody, I think. Minimum 1 still makes sense, but like -1 crafting times for everybody, and then probably also like -1 crafting time on reclaimers, or like maybe a second crafting slot, although that might be bananas too powerful. Well, like I think it'd be worth testing, but like this crafting is just too slow is the problem, unfortunately. Crafting a tier 4 weapon that takes 4 turns in this game, in this economy, all right. We cleared that seal. Let's go find another one. How is there seriously not one down there? All right, good. There's one. Yeah, let's go kick blue off of their own seal. Let's go take that one. And that'll be good for us actually, because that'll help us expand our outpost network in this direction. And wow, we are not even at the point where all of these things have walls. There's an outpost that's probably about to start getting incorporated by blue, but they do have tier 1 units and we have tier 4s, so they're gonna have a really bad time. Yeah, you go here. I guess, can you guys all catch up with a bird? No, but Walker, you have a million Imperium. There's like literally no reason to not be using roads here. You're civilized. You can build roads. Like, I've seen you do it. I have seen you do it. You can do this. We could also be healing these guys while moving them down, but like the units that they've presented us with over there are so non-threatening that I want to actually use time to our advantage and try to just like blitz this army before anybody else comes in. And if that means that some of our units come in with a little bit of damage on them, then that's okay. Like sometimes that's just like the way that combat works in this game. If you can isolate a stack, it doesn't matter if your non-isolated stacks are at half HP, you're gonna tear them apart. And if this guy dives on that, we're gonna be in the area. We might as well take Bandit's way, unless that guy does it. Nope, he ran. Oh, did our reinforcements save Maggitarium? It looks like our reinforcements saved Maggitarium here, because now that extra stack is still in defense of this. They lost the swamp troll, and they still have these walls. Oh baby, awesome. So there, I really do. So somebody suggested doing a free city build in the future. I want to do a free city build in the future. It'll have to be on a map that encourages playing around with free cities, because there are definitely settings that are more favorable to it than others. But I think if we play on a map where free cities are going to be good, the free cities are going to be good. I think that we're going to see that free cities now are probably worth investing in, if there's enough of them and the diplomatic scenario works well for using free cities, because you just get so much stuff in terms of value in the rallies. Like the fact that we were able to recruit a Druid of the Cycle here is exciting. I don't know if it's good yet, but I think it is exciting. Yeah, well, I might do a Silver Tongue build in multiplayer, honestly, Maya. I think Silver Tongued is probably one of the best in terms of utilizing free cities. I think Bannerlords, my opinion on Bannerlords is probably still the same. I think it's powerful, but it is not a free city thing. I think it's primarily an Ancient Wonder thing, and that like the best way that you get value out of Bannerlords is still probably Wonder Architects, because you can, if you start, it is start based, but if you start with a spring fairy place with Wonder Architects and Bannerlords, then like you are way ahead of everybody else. It is absurd how good that start is, because you can just funnel, especially now, because like now you just like can't get a hero immediately, and Bannerlords does a couple of things for you. Bannerlords gives you vision on another city, so that way you can like talk to them immediately, and then it gives you the opportunity to be friendly enough with them that you can actually recruit a level 3 hero off of them immediately. That was a problem in the olden days because it was like kind of expensive in terms of gold, but like now with the way things have been reworked, you can't get that hero on turn 1 anyway, and so like whatever, that costs you literally nothing to skip out on it, which means that you have a lot of extra gold at the very beginning, and being able to just like come in on turn 1 or 2 or whatever, click muster the lieges faster, and then get like a spring or autumn or battle mage fairy on like turn 4 is very strong. It is very, very strong, because fairies thrash low tier units. Anything that doesn't have like at least 1 or 2 defense or resistance is going to have a really bad time fighting against fairies that have a front line. I want to make sure that is somewhere in that spiel about how much I love fairies. But like, you do need a front line, or you are throwing them away and you're wasting your money. But if you do, they are really good. Let's see, blue. Wow, you are really in trouble, aren't you, kid? Who do we want leveling up on you? Because we actually do want the gold golem getting EXP here. So let's drop some units from the stack. Holy mackerel. These stacks are stacked. I guess, Jesus Christ. Are we gonna replace a warbreed here? We might be at the point where we have an excess warbreed. We have 1 excess warbreed. Friggin' crackers and toast, kid. I don't know about that. Like, that's something. That is something. But yeah, we have an extra warbreed, and I guess we probably want to take that Skald into these stacks too, because not having a Skald in a stack, not having any support in a stack is not advisable. Supports are really important. Wow, Jesus Christ, we have an extra. All right, so these are our extra units. We have an extra Transmuter, an extra Swamp Troll, Stormbringer, and Warbreed. Our reinforcement stack that we got wiped out at the end of the last turn was a lot worse than that reinforcement stack now. Oh my god, and we have 2 more of these? Alright, well now we're at the point where maybe some of these, let's clear out blue a little bit. Let's clear out a little bit of blue stuff. But we're at the point now where we have enough overflow units and so much gold that we can like probably keep making units starting in another turn or 2. I do want to build a little infrastructure because we just dramatically expanded our military, but I think we can send some units to just guard a seal. Guarding a seal is something that like you probably should be doing more. Here we just have been lazy with our units and lost so many of them that we haven't had the flexibility of doing it earlier. But guarding a seal is very good for you because it will create marauders who will come fight you. Those marauders, of course, are going to give you experience points. They're going to give you opportunities to use like your Imperium pick on not call chaos, the battlefield looting to get extra money, like lots of extra stuff from those extra units that you get to summon in. And if your units aren't really needed elsewhere, then it's fine to leave them there. The problem is that at the very beginning of the game, like if you're just stationing your army in front of a seal and just watching it while your opponents are just like farming the map, then you're gonna fall like insanely behind. And so you don't want to be doing that, right? You do want to be proactively using your army to move around the board rather than guarding. But like here, we literally don't need these guys, and I think that with a couple of more units, then I don't see how any Marauder guards could break through, in which case we can just like farm up our reinforcements, get them to high EXP level, so that way in the event that I'm lazy again and get 12 units wiped out, we won't be coming in with silver rank warbreeds, we'll be coming in with probably like golds or maybe even champions, because we already got like almost a legendary rank missling here. Having a legendary rank missling in your back pocket in case you're dumb is a very, very, very powerful thing. Very powerful thing. +2 resistance, baby. These guys are going. Let's see. Oh man, are we really one turn away from getting to Bandit's Way? No. If we build roads, if we builds the roads, and then you get to the Bandit's Way. Good. All right, let's go. Let's go clear out a Bronze Wonder on turn 74. You silly. You silly Walker. Clear out a Bronze Ancient Wonder. I got a Bronze Ancient Wonder for you right here, kid. All right, let's go. Yeah, +2 resistance and like 1,000,000 gold. I like the 1,000,000 gold at this point is kind of a little superfluous. We're probably not going to need it because we have enough mana. We could drop another Transmute Resources here, honestly, and just get a third city going crazy. But I guess I'm going to cast Rebels of Carnage. Like, there's no reason to not try to get these guys up to higher level if we can do it. And they are going to be missing out on a lot of experience points, stacking 3 together. But, like, the EXP on those guys is the most important thing if we can get it. Who else wants to be a part of this EXP train? I guess we could work on that Skald. No, I'm gonna work on the Druid. I want this one to be alive, and I want it to be as spicy as it can get, so that way we can see are those worth investigating? Are those worth investigating in multiplayer? Maybe. Let's work on that warbreed, so that way we have a legendary warbreed, because those are good. The crit metal is a good metal. Sure, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, we'll work with brigands. You want to come tell the... What is this? They probably had no idea what was about to happen to them. They were sitting around, hanging out in that all game, and all of a sudden people showed up and just ruined their life experience. You know what? I'm gonna take Lima the Willbreaker, so that way that person can help our backline guys guard a seal. I'm not gonna take that character with us. We might do a multiplayer where we play with more than 3 heroes, but I've actually really enjoyed it. I think it's fun. It gives the other units opportunities to thrive, and I think it's just fun. I think it's fun. I don't have to explain myself to you. I think it's fun. I think that having units shine is a good thing. I think that the change in regards to leadership, I don't really have a strong opinion either way, because I think that the changes to heroes in regards to Imperium cost is like way more important. Berserker plus Poisonous. Yeah, so Poisonous is one of these things that like some builds actually can really, really use it incredibly well, and then some builds use it like pretty well, but I don't think I've seen a single build where I haven't been happy with it. Oh, god damn it. There it is. It's still there. You didn't successfully unequip it. You almost did, Walker. You almost did. Oh, I really like seals. I think that seals are exactly the kind of win condition that I was looking for, because it's fast. Like, just, it's fast. Like, we are gonna get this done today. We are gonna get this done today. We're already at 2 seal points. We're about to get a third, and then we're gonna probably have like 15 or 20 or maybe 25 turns of like slapping around the AI for a little while. If we can find a 4th seal, that would be good. But if we can't, 3 will work, but it's so much faster, and I like that. Like, I know that there are people who enjoy playing this game, like one campaign for 7 million years, but I like seeing different builds. I like seeing different builds, and that's the way it's gonna be. That is the way it's gonna be. Alright, we're gonna work on all of our warbreeds until at least those guys get up to champion status. That's a pretty good space to be in. We might do another big one. I can't rule that out. I like big ones too. Like here, this is 5, and I consider that a large map. So, you know, do dial in your expectations. When I say a large map, that's usually what I mean. But we might do a 6, or we might do like the dragon thing for like Manual March next year if we're doing it. We'll see. Yeah, we can't. Well, we could cast the transformation on just the hero. We could do that. But if we cast it on Grim Mold Warps, it would replace Whiteborn here on Melissa, and it would cost us 600 casting points for 1 unit, for 1 hero. That is not worth it. That is not worth it. Do not do that. Do not delude yourself into believing that that is worth it, because there's like basically no universe where replacing one major transformation with another is worth 600 casting points. But you can sometimes do it for secondary factions if you're actually recruiting their units. Like here, if we wanted to use the Awakeners because we hadn't taken Transmuters, then I would probably just leave this as a First Elves all game and use Naga Transformation on it, because we won't have enough casting points to like do every single transformation on First Elves, but we get Anointed People and Animal Kinship for free because those were on the city when we captured it. And then if we did Naga transformations, the Awakeners would be really quite effective. It's just that they really are crowded out here because we have a lot of like fancy ranged pieces already. The new hero, isn't she a snake but no tail? Oh, is she a snake but no tail? She is a snake but no tail. Lizard Looters. Well, this is another one of these single heroes. If we were like really hardcore sillying, then I think we would probably cast it there. But it's just like 600 casting points is an absurd amount for 1 hero. It really is not worth it at that point. You need to be building units of that racial type for it to make sense to do a major race transformation on them. Well, Zero, maybe we'll play with more Naga transformations in the future, because I think that what we're doing here is fun, but I think that Naga transformation might be better on barbarians. Like, Naga transformed berserkers sound absolutely terrifying. Like, whatever. Yeah, that's true, not all reptiles are snakes. Some reptiles are, I believe the classification is not snakes, but I am not a herpetologist. I am an idiot on the internet. Let's see here. We have enough gold that I feel pretty confident creating more units again to get these stacks really rolling. If we can get to 6 stacks here, then we can like easily be pressuring somebody with our main 3 while also using the other 3 for cleanup and guarding seals and the like. You don't really need 3 armies for that, but it's pretty helpful. Yeah, if you don't connect with Naga Berserkers, that's fine, but it is insanely strong because of the way that Slipaway and Steadfast and all these things interact. If you can make it so that somebody, because Berserk makes it so that like you don't have any of the tenacious problems. When you are berserked, you deal maximum damage as though you hadn't lost a single model entity on any of your units. And so Berserk is a gigantic upgrade in terms of damage when it happens on a unit that's taken a lot of damage. And Berserkers activate their Berserk when they've taken a lot of damage. That's when their Steadfast turns on. And so if you can do that and have ways to just keep them alive through extra value, oh baby, we get 350 gold. Just because we have a vassal, we get 350 gold, and because we're a dragon and we just like terrorize people for money. Yeah, all right, okay, yeah, that's lore accurate. That's lore accurate. If not friend, then why friend shaped? That is the question. That is the question. There's an outpost, so we can actually build an outpost on the other side of our vassal to create an opportunity to put a teleporter here, which means that now this seal is going to be under our control. So yeah, we're gonna have those three pretty cleanly. I don't see how blue can deny us this. And we're going to be, just getting closer and closer to blue's capital here. Maybe we take another cap. I don't know. If Necron can't finish white, I will be disappointed in Necron's AI, and that will be reflected in their final grade. But I can't say I'll hate fighting blue. I do worry about blue's ability to field an actual army that this could manual interestingly against, because so far we've only seen tier 1 units, and I don't think that would even be interesting to watch an auto resolve of, honestly. If that army is fighting tier 1 units, then the tier 1 units are just gonna collapse pretty fast. But I'm gonna build a Fey water pond here. Yeah, we'll just keep building economy. SPIs are great, and those are going to be a core part of necromancers from on high whenever we get to doing that. If we don't do that in the multiplayer, we might end up doing that in a single player, but I do want to do that at some point, because I think that high looks like it's going to be a pretty solid fit for necromancy, even if it is a weird thematic fit. That one, you kind of gotta just choose your own adventure. How do you feel about this? But I think that it is a pretty good power fit in terms of what you get out of it. Because guess what kind of SPI you get on Necromancers? You get a research post. Guess what kind of thing you get value from with your Sun Shrine if you're playing as high? Research posts. Where does this city want to use this population? This population just doesn't matter. Colwell is just making tiles right now. It's making the lowest value tiles possible. It's just making tiles. It's just crazy. Just making tiles out here. Why are you just making tiles? You can make something other than tiles. Actually, you know what? Walker, you're out here talking trash about making tiles. Why don't you go make more tiles? Make some more tiles. Craigmar, we got plenty of mana. Come on down. Take some tiles. Take control of the board. And maybe we even cancel it in Colwell and then turn it on up here. That seems crazy, except well, that one is crazy. Maybe we turn it off in Colwell and we turn it on at Willowbark. Or maybe we just turn it on at Willowbark and then say we got 1300 mana. What's the worst that can happen? That seems like a better answer, actually. I like that one. Let's do that. We got 1300 mana. What's the worst that can happen? What are you gonna spend all that mana on, Walker? You convince me. You show me in paper how it is that you think you're gonna run out of mana. So that way, when you run out of mana in 6 turns, you can tell yourself, "See, Walker, I told you you're gonna run out of mana," and then you run out of mana. Who did you just kill? Who are you fighting over here, Blue? With your Arcanists. Who are you fighting over here with your Arcanists on turn 75? What are you doing? Are you trying to die to a free city again? Because now we have enough gold that I'll gladly reinforce them. We've got next rally in 2 turns, baby. If blue is at the point where they're struggling to field units to beat a free city with 400 gold thrown on top of it, I think they're in trouble. I think they are in trouble. I mean, I burn through mana too. Mana and gold and mana. Once you get to the end of the game, like, you kind of don't need either. Like, knowledge is kind of all that matters at that point. But, like, in the beginning of the game, you saw what we did. We just, like, tore through mana. Wow, I'm really glad that we got those units there. Holy crap, almost died. Almost died, but we managed to sneak it through, and now you can go guard with the new scout. Hey, finally the white died. So that means that now that secondary stack can do what we had intended to do, which was conquer pedestal. Good lord, pedestal is still just like hanging out. But that is an easy one. The Sneck survives. Maybe we should put some like stuff on the Sneck Walker, like, so that way the next time she gets into a fight, he gets into a fight, Lima gets into a fight. Does it show you the gender anywhere on those? I don't usually start digging around on that sort of information, but I don't want to be misgendering this thing. It's an important part of our military now. You get, I guess we could do a better mount than a lion. I could do a bone wyvern. I think dire bears remain pretty good on smash attacks, on power attacks, but I think overall the value you get from flying is just usually a lot higher than the value you get from a little bit of extra damage. It's pretty good. 1v3 versus very hard AI with seemingly infinite reinforcements. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, adjust appearance. You can adjust appearance. You can make people look like different things. In this economy? Get out of here. That's crazy. I think I've always been aware of that. I just like I'm incredibly lazy when it comes to those sorts of things. Like whenever I have to design what my character looks like in Dungeons and Dragons or whatever, I'm like, all right, this is the very basic description of what you see when you look at this character, and then the rest of it you gotta just like fill in the blanks, because that's fine. You'll be okay. Yeah, minus 74 mana. That's fine. We can endure that for almost indefinitely. There's not enough water on some of these cities to really benefit from the Sea of Bounty. That one I'm not so sold on. That one, minus 10 city stability doesn't really matter as much, because like city stability is mostly a nonsense stat, mostly, except for high. Is there somewhere good that we can drop a Bazaar of Wonders for this guy? Kind of not. This is a weird spot for me to have built that Carnival of Flesh if we wanted to use a Bazaar here. And we could drop a Bazaar here, but then it wouldn't work with the Fey Water Pond. So maybe we just drop it here. That's okay. That's fine. We'll just drop it there. That's still 30 gold. Still 30 gold. And it's another mine also, which is really good here. The more of those we can get going, the better. We'll build a palisade walls. And I guess we're going to go take down this seal. Let's go take down a seal. We are at war with blue right now, but like, it's okay. We'll be fine. You know what? This could be a fun battle to watch. I think this actually is probably going to be a more fun battle to watch than this would be a battle to watch. We have more units here. And I said we weren't going to cheat with the Lingering Mists, so we're not gonna like do the normal engage with just like a couple of units and slaughter their army piecemeal. We are gonna fight them at once, but I do wanna use the mists, so that way there's mists in this fight itself. So yeah, let's go see this. I don't know if Sea of Bounty stacks with Experienced Seafarers. That's worth trying actually before I ding it. I think Experienced Seafarers remains like only good on high water maps, but I think it is actually good on high water maps. I think it's probably like a sideboard B+, where like I probably would not consider it unless I was playing on literal islands. I could see it on continents if it gave you a guaranteed force spawn on the coast, but it doesn't even do that. So like, you can take continents and seafarers and then just like not see the ocean for the first like 10 turns. I did that actually while I was testing out this build to see if there was a way to use use seafarers on the map that I wanted to play on, because I think continents is a lot more fair and a lot more fun generally than islands. I like doing islands sometimes because I'm goofy, but experienced seafarers does not play well with Industrious. Industrious really wants mountains, and experienced seafarers obviously like does not want mountains. And so I think if you want to use experienced seafarers, you might want to try it on something like High. That might be a place to try it out. It won't be as good on barbarians, because a good part of the barbarian structure is they want to be able to put down a bunch of outposts and then use the ritual of Alacrity to do all those outposts to like just go absolutely bananas. See, look at this goddamn buff circus. Like, this is silly. This is silly. AI, you're silly. You're a goofball. Look at you. Look at you buffing people into outer space like this. But this is what the Autoresolve AI is best at utilizing. It is really, really good at utilizing individually useful and powerful units. And this guy, not the decaying zombie, the Stormbringer is, stop giving me the decaying zombie. I want to see the Stormbringer. Leave me alone. The Stormbringer is a single model entity, as you can see here. Like, there's no other models for it to reduce its damage output by getting hit. It's also got the slip away. It's got plenty of defense and resistance, so that way it's not going to have any issues in case it does get caught out. But because it's a skirmisher rather than a ranged unit, it's not going to have any problems in the event that these guys decide to attack them. They're not crazy fragile. And then there's like their attack auto hits, and they can do it every single turn. And they have flame burst weapons on it. Like, Stormbringers are probably not better than Naga Transformation, because Naga Transformation is really powerful. It has a downside on your heroes where they lose access to both their legs and their mount, but you kind of get the legs back because you get slip away automatically, which is like kind of what most people were using their legs for anyway. That and the extra movement from getting very fast movement, but because you also get the extra 8 movement from Naga Transformation, you really aren't missing out like on anything on the value side by taking Naga Transformation. And the upside of slip away on like all of your units is really powerful once you start getting to the mid to late game. I don't know if there's anybody left in terms of the AI who can like reasonably fight this army even in auto resolve. It'll depend on if Necron decides to declare war on us, because apparently we're at minus 800 opinion with him. I'm not sure how I managed to do that, but I did. And so now Necron hates us, so he might declare war on us sooner rather than later. But even if he does, like these units are never gonna die. They're never gonna die. This army of 18, unless I like wildly inappropriately misplace them again, is gonna be effectively an unkillable army. Effectively unkillable. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm grabbing coffee. So this is not gonna be as long as the previous break. I'm just gonna let this battle finish out here. Oh, you got your level 20 hero, Maya. Awesome. Yeah, it's really exciting. Not being able to build province improvements in the water really hurts the youthfulness. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Derek. The water is a lot better than it once was. I think it still has a little bit to go, because I think that should be something that's part of the game. I think that would be very good for people if you could reliably use that. It wouldn't hurt anyone, and I think it would play well. Maybe you need to have some sort of restrictions on it, like there are certain tiles that can only have certain SPIs, but like making restrictions in Age of Wonders 4 that way, I don't think it's necessary. Is this close enough to reinforce that Pioneer? It is not close enough to reinforce that Pioneer, but that's okay. If that Pioneer gets attacked, we're just gonna let it die. I don't want you guys to attack that Pioneer, for the record. I would prefer you leave it there so that I don't have to buy rush another one, but if we have to buy rush another one, we have to buy rush another one. Just get vigor. Just get HP on your heroes, Walker. Like, oh, of course. We have to build a fancy crit hat for our boy Yaka. Let's sell items that we have extras of, and tier 1s. Just like never gonna use those. Never gonna use those. 2 extra diagram mounts. That's enough to build a fancy hat. All right, let's build Yaka's fancy hat. Are you gonna get any extra crit on your fancy hat? Nope, no extra crit on your fancy hat, just extra accuracy. Can we get extra crit on a fancy ring? Could you use a fancy ring for crit, Yaka? Would that be something that we could find for you? Is there anything that we can do that will find an extra crit chance for you? Maybe not. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree, and the best way to find crit is just put it on your weapon. Now we just have to accept that our Yaka boy here is not going to have a crazy high chance to do crits. Oh, but here's something important to highlight. Killing Momentum is available on your ring if you find haste berries. 2 of them will suffice, and that is actually pretty good. We'll do that. I don't know about Inspiring Killer. I don't feel like that's necessary. I think this is an important learning. Your mages, if you're going to build any of them, then you need to prioritize having survivability on them, and then weakness to crowd control is a really big problem for them. If they get CC'd, they're in a lot of trouble. Mages have a nice bonus where like they're going to naturally have access to a lot of high level resistance because they can take resistance 3 without having to invest tons of points into that path. But overall, you just can't get enough resistance and status resistance on your mages. They're a lot less buff. For 3 Tranquility Blood, yeah, you can get a status immunity ring. That is really good. Status immunity ring is fantastic. Killing Momentum ring isn't necessary if you're going to have Killing Momentum on all of your heroes from level ups, but we're not going to do that. We're gonna get Killing Momentum by a level up on 1 hero. That's the strange and esoteric code that I'm going to play by, and I'm not going to explain myself to you. I think it's more fun that way. But yeah, at the top end of things, there are a lot of really powerful things that you can do in Age of Wonders 4 in regards to building goofy items. Blue, you have three heroes in 1 stack, and you have a bunch of tier 1s. Like, these guys could kill you. Our support stack could kill you. Get out of here. Yeah, the status immunity one is just bananas good. It is expensive, so you do need to set yourself up for it, but it is probably, I think you're right. It's probably the strongest individual ring, especially if you're not requiring yourself to build the Killing Momentum one, which you do not need to. That is a personal choice that I have made for myself, and you do not need to do that for you if that's not how you're vibing with the game. Yeah, we'll just do this. Wow. Oh, boy. All right. Nah, I don't know. That still doesn't even like really look like a terrifying stack to auto-resolve into with these guys. This is going to be a little spookier for the auto-resolve because there is a mirror mimic here, and we have high tier units. when you see this at the very beginning of the game in like one of the mage class bronze wonders, then you should actually do a fist pump, because like the best thing for you to see in those bronze wonders are these guys. Because if you're going into a bronze wonder and like your army is a couple of like level 4 or level 5 heroes or whatever, and then like a support unit and a couple of like shield units or whatever, then this can only transform into like tier 1s or tier 2s with mimic, in which case it's really not very dangerous. But when it dies, it'll turn into tier 4. Yeah, we're not gonna manual this. This is gonna be an absolute massacre. We might lose a unit or two, but I would not be surprised if we don't lose any of the units from our main stack for the remainder of the game, because like the AI has to try really, really hard to screw up with the army that we're giving it here. So constructs. I think the Tome of Construct. I am gonna do an update on our tome tier list next week. And then I'm like almost certainly it's either that or it's gonna be traits. But I think tomes are gonna be a little easier for me right now, because I want to do cultures when we do traits, and I haven't played enough with primal. Yeah, gold golems are also really crazy. So the Tome of Constructs, like the basic one, I think is actually probably one of the best in terms of the construct tomes right now, because it gives you access to a global haste for your army. Now, it's not like a truly global haste, because it won't, for instance, affect anybody in your army who isn't being impacted by linked mines, which means that like you are not guaranteed to get it. Like, I don't think you can get it on your dragon, for instance, so then you can't get haste that way on your Dagon. But, like, it's going to give you haste on most of your units, and getting haste on most of your units is a really, really big thing for a tier 2 tome to do for you. And then it also gives you the ability to, like, really utilize Bulwark, because it gives you that option to, oh, we're not in range to get to Reaper's Hollow this turn. All right, well, we'll go there next turn. It gives you the option to switch into defense mode with the watchful trait also, in case you really need extra retaliation. So it's like extra powerful on power attacks, but it's good on basically everybody. The combination of those two spells is amazingly good. It just doesn't play well with an army that's going to have non-racials or non-constructs. You want to have as few of those in an army using Tome of Constructs as possible. The other construct things, I think that Tome of Dreadnought I haven't played enough around with, because I was pretty unimpressed with the survivability of Dreadnoughts when they first dropped, but I haven't really tried them since then, so maybe we'll do that in the future, see how those are shaping up. I'm not anticipating that they are going to be good, because we have seen them before and they were not good then, but they could be. And the overcharged is actually very powerful in manual combat. It's not so good in auto resolve, because the AI doesn't like stack the ability to remove the stun particularly well. It doesn't hold on to those abilities, and so you end up with a stunned unit a lot more often in manuals. But not exclusively. Like, you just more, not exclusively. And they are very strong whenever they get the ability to actually go off. All right, we'll just build a raw Scholar's Guild. We have 2,000 gold. Like, gold means nothing. Gold means nothing. Now our gold is infinity. Yeah, World War I build with Tome of Dreadnought with the artillery sounds fun, but I don't think it's gonna do what you want it to do. I think that's how I want to say it. I don't think it's gonna do what you want it to do. I guess we'll build one more Skald, so that way there is another support unit working with these stacks here. And in case one of the frontline Skalds dies, like, I don't want our new Skalds to be coming in at yeah, we'll build two at like way too low experience points, because having those guys be high EXP is pretty good. We've got 1, 2, 3. We got a lot of skirmishes there and absolutely no front line. So let's work on another bastion for back here, I suppose. Yeah, maybe we should build actually a different frontline unit here. Let's build another bastion. We got our infantry corps wiped out, so we do need to get it replenished a little bit. And bastions, especially once they have Naga transformation on the books, I don't think they really ever truly drop off. If you're playing in a big PvP, then I think you probably want to make sure that they're at least legend rank, because legend rank bastions are a lot better. The ability to throw like bolstered defense 2 on people and then use the Steel Fury is really disgusting. Yeah, high is very, very powerful. High is very, very powerful. I think it is still map dependent. I think that, broadly speaking, I think Industrious does best on a larger map with a lot of mountains. That Barbarian does best on a smaller map where you can like proactively just use the big advantage that Barbarians gets from Fabled Hunters and Ritual of Alacrity to like really, really DPS people down. They can also scale really well into the mid to late game if you know what you're doing, but they are a little harder to scale into the mid to late game than Industrious is. And then High, I think, is just like generically very good. It does require you to find a way to get to and maintain neutral for as long as possible, which means that like you need to be very familiar with ways to find evil, and also you need to be careful at like watching and keeping track of your alignment, because you do not want to break neutral for as much of the early game as humanly possible. Like you really want to be neutral as long as you can. Oh, cool. All right. So now we are starting to become enough of a threat that the other AI are going to start working together against us. So good. We might get a good big manual combat out of this yet. But then of course, like on the note of constructs, yes, towards the very, very top end, gold golems are just great. They are still great. They have been reworked a little bit in a way that might make them a little bit worse. But not much. The cleaving strike ability here, or gilded cleave, means that now they can't do just like 1 billion damage to a cavalry unit that got too close to them. They can't just like multi-attack it 3 times and then it's like mostly dead. But that's okay, because sometimes you want to have like interesting units that accomplish fun things and allow for people to play the game. And gold golems before were pretty stupid. It was pretty dumb. Like there really wasn't any counterplay to gold golems prior to them being reworked. They just killed everything. Yeah, that is the other problem. Gold golems are good because gold golems are good. They're still really good. They're a lot more fair now than they were before, but they're still really, really good. This does not matter, Walker. I know you know this doesn't matter. You're just spending gold here because you have it. 732 gold. That's enough. That's enough, Walker. You don't need any more of this. Get it. Go build a gold golem in a couple of places. Like, you got the money, and you want to click the right of the constructs. Like, just build a couple of these bad boys. You got the cash. They are really expensive. If you do not go out of your way to build up a big gold economy, they are really expensive. But if you do, then you do. All right, here we're just going to take Revels of Blood. It's inexpensive because of the discount, and it's like from a lower tier, and that gets us through our tier 5. So now we're on our overflows. So now we're going to start our overflows with the Tome of the Crucible. I want to get at the very minimum meteor arrows for our Stormbringers. I think it's going to be fun. Half of your playgroup still has PTSD from gold golems sieging their capitals. Yeah, for sure. It's a spooky thing. All right, we're going to take Lava Burst, and I guess in good play fashion, I think we are going to cancel our transmute resources on Colwell. It is kind of just like grown out of space in terms of its population. It could start taking tiles from things like Kragmar and Blackwall, but like we have so much mana or so much gold that we don't need the transmute resources there anymore. And we do want to have a steady bank of mana, because one of the things that affects your AI's predilection to use mana in auto resolves is how much mana you have. If if you have just a colossal glut, like hundreds and hundreds of mana, then the AI is going to be a lot happier using mana and auto resolves. Whereas if you turn your mana, if you don't have enough mana, even with your mana turned on, the AI will prefer to not use it because it views it as being more scarce and therefore more valuable, which I don't think is even bad. I think that's good. It's just that, like, giving players the ability to inform the decisions of the AI in regards to utilization of mana, I think would be more fun than having it just be like a box that only some people understand. Here we could offer a population because it is a free fight, but absolutely not. We want the experience points. Actually, absolutely not. We want the experience points. .exe, Walker. Just Revels of Carnage on these bad boys. They probably already still have it, but like, just in case they don't even check. Just assume that they don't have it and then cast Revels of Carnage. Because that's probably correct. Just cast it. Just cast it. Don't even look for the tooltip. You don't need to look at that. Just cast the spell. All right. We could get another princess. 264 knowledge. 264 knowledge. We did it, everybody. We got 264 knowledge in this economy. Whatever. I'll recruit you and send you to the other party. Whatever. Just like, we're not gonna. We'll limit ourselves to 3 in a combat. This way we get to see what kind of nonsense we start with. Flamebringer of the Huntsman, a summon spider. That's not too bad. Attunement Fortune. So attunement, this is like whenever a friendly spell is cast, these sorts of effects are pretty strong, but just be aware that the AI is not great at like necessarily utilizing them. So you will have situations where you're like, all right, I'm playing with mana addicts. I know the AI is going to use it, but remember, it's going to have a big influence from how much mana you actually have. Even if you have mana addicts, it's not going to be guaranteed to casting spells, because it might just say you don't have enough mana to do this. Don't even bother. Yeah, resistance. You need resistance, Walker. This hero is too glassy. It's too glassy. That's why Yaka died, because we were not paying attention to Yaka's survivability there, kids. That's why Yaka died. Because you let him declare war. Yaka died for your sins. Yaka died for your sins. Alright. Boom. Start the siege. Get out of here. Construct Devastator Spheres. This is what they're for. Like, there was somebody, I don't remember who it was, but maybe it was, I don't remember who it was. Somebody brought up, I think it was Zero, brought up that Devastator Spheres can cause routing problems for you in siege weapons. That's true, but not important. Here, Devastator Spheres adds 8 siege to our speed, which, given that we're sieging this at like 60 fortifications, means that you need to bring some good siege weapons to chew this down. If we can get this down to 3 turns, we will. We can't get this down to 2 unless we just like invest enormous amounts of resources here, right? Like if we do construct onagers and sabotage support, we still don't get there. Yeah, so we're just gonna do 2 turns of siege. But that means that, first, this is a siege weapon, so you cannot bring this and construct onagers and expect it to go well. And here, because the enemy is like mostly not going to be a problem, can't imagine losing too many units in this fight. I'm just going to give you access to sabotage support. We could double check to see there aren't any high tier units here. No, there aren't any tier units here. So yeah, that'll be more than enough to get through those walls, which is the main deterrent to that invasion. And then I guess, you know, this stack really is just not threatening. The only downside here is that we don't really have we don't have walls on this outpost. We can try to build them, but I think that AI is probably just going to take that outpost for free here. And we don't have a teleporter that's like immediately nearby to punish them. There's a teleporter and there's a teleporter, but that's like more than a turn away. So the AI decides to take that, then they will take that. I don't think I can stop them. Not right now, because I got bigger fish to fry. I see an astral rift down there So that means that we're going to take the Astral Rift. It's a Gold Wonder. The Gold Wonder will give us a little more extra resources here. So here, Zero, I don't think, based on if that army in this city was like a bunch of tier 3s and stuff, then I think we would want to bring Fumigation, because that would actually be a pretty reasonable little backup. Any extra damage we could bring would be good, actually. Fumigation might not be as good, because it's a good value of Fumigation is at the very beginning of the game, and the ability to add Poisoned to a lot of low tier units, because low tier units get obliterated here by this Poisoned. It's not 8 anymore, which is good, but 2 poison means it's still doing 8 damage, and the blight damage from the poison there, so that's gonna chew down low tier units pretty quickly. But we just like this army has 2,000 power, this army has 600. Like, we're not, if we lose 1 unit in that fight, I'll kind of be surprised. And so just like do a value calculation, right? Do a value calculation. Do we need the Fumigation? And I think the answer is no. I don't think it makes any difference in terms of the outcome of that fight. So even though our mana is still like kind of high, it won't save us anything. It doesn't really cost anything either. That's true. It doesn't really cost anything. So like the risk reward ratio there is kind of low on both sides, because I don't think it's going to save us anything, and I don't think it's going to cost us anything. But I think it is going to save us even less than it's going to cost us, even with a very, very, very low cost, because I can't imagine caring if any of those units die. Well, they did it. They kicked us off of a seal for a couple of turns while we sieged that city down, but we still have 2 under our control, and we'll get that one back pretty quickly. Sure, whatever. Like, you guys want to keep making heroes for us to fight for a little bit of knowledge, then I won't say no. I won't say no. All right, let's build 1 more gold golem. We have enough of them, and once we get a bunch of them, then I'll feel really good. Whether or not they will be great with like Naga and stuff going around is something that we'll see, but it will make me feel good, and that's important. I guess we could just take these guys on, whatever. Like the Astral Rift stack, this is fine. The attack stack. You gonna attack us with this Astral Rift stack? Get out of here. I turned spells on, but we actually probably won't be able to cast spells because we have a Mage Bane on the other side. But even with the Mage Bane on the side, yeah, just like mop that up. Get him. Get him. Get him. God, do I even care about the Astral Rift? Or do we want to just go siege down blue? You know what? The Astral Rift actually might be a more interesting manual fight than blue, based off of what we've seen off of them so far. Like, I really do not like manualing infestations, but I think we're gonna struggle to find an army out of the AI right now that is going to meaningfully compete with what we've got, unless Necron has been doing some secret tech. So Necron is at 19, 21, 23, 24 affinity. We are at 17, 21, 25, 28, 29 affinity. Nah, Necron is way behind on technology. Yep, way behind on technology. And you are at 20... and you are at 23, 25, 26. So this is not like necessarily scientific, but I do think that you should know that because you get the affinities from unlocking tomes in addition to the signature skills and any of your heroes that you have, that like a good general heuristic for how far along people are in technology is to just count up how many affinities they have. And that's usually a good way to tell you also is like one AI behaving a lot better than another. And right now, I do think that the best performing AI does seem to be this Upsal Mystics character. The Upsal Mystics Arcane Tigrans, with Devious Watchers for that matter, seems to be doing quite well for themselves, at least on a knowledge perspective. But we've also noticed that like their armies are hilariously weak, like much weaker than White, who was I think actually a pretty impressive little foe for us to be slapping around with. I think she did quite well for herself. Be very proud of the way she died. Unlike white, I have seen literally nothing from blue that is at all interesting in terms of their units, and so it's conceivable that that is an AI behavior, but it's also conceivable that that's just like a behavior based off of this. But it's something that we can look for in the future. I'm probably going to play with pre-constructed rulers again. I think that's really fun, and I consider it like a great way for us to do some science and like find out, are there affinities or whatever in Age of Wonders 4 that the AI is not as good at using. That would be a fun little question for us to answer, honestly. And I don't think anybody else is like insane enough to want to answer that question, because nobody else, I don't think anybody else wants to know the answer to that question, Walker. I think you're the only one, but I want to know it, and I think that means that it is my moral responsibility to try to look into this, just so that we can know. Just so we can know. We have, good lord, do we have so much. We have 1,200 Imperium, Walker, and you haven't even absorbed your 6th city. All right, well, we'll absorb our 7th city, I guess, because we're gonna get 6 here, and then I guess we're getting 7 here. We don't need to get this in order to get the seals, but damn it, we're here. We might as well conquer their capital. We gotta kill somebody. We got units, and they're itching for a fight. We got units, and they're itching for a fight. Bronze Gate. Oh! Holy crap! What is this? This is our free city? Are you kidding me? This is our free city from spawn? Because this is the same species as us. Here is our capital. Here is this free city. What is this? Pokemon, explain yourself. Walker, every video game is not Pokemon. You cannot just go around calling every video game Pokemon. People will not take you seriously. Joke's on you, Walker. Every game is Pokemon when you look into the code. Let's go here. Let's get these guys closer to this front line. And yeah, I've never seen it spawn that far away. That is astonishing. Like, because we're playing as a dragon ruler, we're not even guaranteed to get a free city of our culture spawn on the map. That's only something I think you get guaranteed if you're playing as champion. You guaranteed to not get it if you play as reavers. They are 100% proof positive to just not have their own culture present in free cities. Blue! How dare you? Alright. That's it. Time out. You're dead. We're gonna get this seal, and then we're killing blue. We're gonna take their capital. I cannot believe they did that. Absolute buttholes. Just because we went somewhere else instead of guarding the seal, when that is what we're trying to do to win this game, that's rude. That's very rude. So in case you don't know, Spelljammers are now like unbanned, I think, in a lot of, well, some multiplayer groups. They're still very powerful, but they do have a lot of counterplay, because if you just stand on them, then as the person invading, if you're just standing on their Spelljammer and not raising it, then you actually get the benefit of the Spelljammer to their detriment, to their hardcore detriment, right? The hardcore detriment. Wow, those are actually the spoodliest stacks I think we're gonna see. Alright, so you do have Revels of Carnage for one more turn, so we don't need to cast it on you, but I think we could cast it on some of these other units here, just to make sure that they actually get that EXP. Get that EXP though. Alright, so yeah, you guys go here. You guys go here. And I guess we'll work on, I mean, the bastions are the ones that like need it for the front line, but if you can get to legendary Stormbringers with sprint, they are hilariously unbalanced. They are hilariously unbalanced. So we'll see if we can do that. That seems to be the vibe right now. Let's try to do hilariously unbalanced things. .exe. You have a legend rank mage cannon? I mean, that's interesting, because once they get up to legend rank, then they get eagle rank, the eagle eye, which gives them extra range, which is a pretty big upgrade for the mage lock. Like, they still have issues where, like, they're so easily disabled by people walking next to them that, like, they struggle to do well in multiplayer, but the damage that they've done has always been good. And so if you can get a high enough advantage when it comes to let's see, actually let's put those units here. If you get a high enough advantage when it comes to range, then mage locks become very powerful, and eagle eye is part of the tool set when it comes to making them stronger. All right, I'm gonna leave spells on, but I'm not sure that we're actually gonna cast any, because this Mage Bane, in case you haven't seen a Mage Bane before, Mage Bane does have a Devourer of Spells. Spells cannot be cast whenever the Mage Bane is still alive. If you can kill the Mage Bane, then you can start casting spells in the combat again, but it does need to be dead. So this is actually here. If you were playing this and you wanted to use the Lingering Mists here to like make it so you can fight them 6 at a time, that would definitely be more sane. But these guys, they'll be okay. They'll be fine. You guys cannot lose units in this fight. Like, your hero core is way too strong. If you lose units in this fight, that's your fault, and that's dereliction of duty towards your labor. I think you know that. I think that we're giving this nice speech to our dragon, who's probably aware of everything we're already saying. Yep, there it is. Oh my god, survived with 1 HP on the Golden Golem. That means that the Golden Golem probably died in combat and then got resurrected by the Druid of the Cycle. But I'm interested. I think that does mean that the AI, I'm almost certain that is what happened, that the AI is using the Druid pretty well. Because being able to use a resurrection effect on a tier 5 is powerful enough that it's worth experimenting with them. Let's see. You are a very low HP Skald. Maybe you should not come into this fight. Yeah, maybe you should not come into this fight. And then, here, we'll fight you. Yeah, we'll leave mana on. Our mana is starting to get a little low, so like I do want to be cognizant of that, but I think we can fix that by just building things in our cities, because we do have much more than enough resources to keep building. And if somehow we don't, then we can probably turn it off, or turn transmute resources off, because we also have now thousands of gold, and a band of killing momentum that you built for Yaka, and then just kind of like vibed on and just didn't do anything with. Walker. Oh, dang it, chat. I thought you were on my side. Somebody was supposed to say, hey Walker, don't forget that your lance you forgot to add a damage channel to, and so it's just a stupid physical lance that your hero has been using for like the last 45 turns or whatever. But we do need to make a better sharpened lance. Oh baby, and we got mass rejuvenation too, and we have mass rejuvenation here on our cleric hero, which means we just got bolstering support on our mass rejuvenation. Yo, these units are gonna be silly. These units are gonna be silly, Walker. We did add resistance 1, and I think again, if we were playing like multiplayer seriously, then you would want to have been crafting things more seriously than this, to keep high production on high HP things and high defensive things for those heroes, because they really do need it. Ancient of Earth. You guys want to see a big old dragon be a big old dragon? We just got Ancient of Earth. Now it's even slightly larger and even slightly dragonerier. But wow, this is arcing weapons on this thing too. This thing is gonna be really silly whenever it comes to an actual fight. And this might be that actual fight. I'm gonna take another quick break here, and when I get back, we are going to resolve this fight. gonna leave it up to you guys to argue in chat. The argument here is, do you want to manual this fight or not? I don't know if we're gonna find a fight out of blue, unfortunately, that's gonna be like interesting enough to manual versus something like this. I think that this army is probably a lot stronger than everything we've seen out of blue, and critically, like, this army is now stacked enough that even this army probably would not make for a particularly interesting manual fight. Or maybe we would want to do a manual fight in the Cursed Tower. I don't know. Argue amongst yourselves where you think that we should take our manual fight today, because I think it could be fun. Or we could do like a Lingering Mists on blue and then like send 6 units in to fight against 6 of their units. That could also be cool. I don't know. I feel like there are a lot of things that we could do for our manual fight today, but I do want to do one. So, make your army weaker, to send like half of the army away and then manual. We could do that too. That could be interesting. It's just that, like, when you're fighting from a numerical disadvantage, there are some things that just work better than others, and I think that most of the tools that we have here work pretty well with fewer units, and so I don't know if that would necessarily like make this too much more difficult. To have just the heroes plus a couple of supports, I think would be pretty close. Not exactly the same. Like, you can get overwhelmed pretty badly here by those units, but I think argue between each other. What should we do about our manual fight today? Because there's a manual fight. We could do an assassination manual here. But yeah, so Zero, I think this one I don't think we're going to get particularly interesting manual fights out of because of where we are in terms of our strength, but I do think that we're going to do some kind of manual extravaganza at some point, just because I think that people want to do that. And I don't hate manual battles. I just think they're a lot more fun when you're playing against a human rather than the AI right now. Okay, well, I'll be right back. Maybe another 5-10 minutes. All right. You know, I've decided we're gonna manual this because otherwise, I don't think we're gonna get a manual anywhere. We're just gonna bring everybody in. Like, I just want to show off the high level toys that we've built. And it'll still be an interesting fight because there are two Mage Banes here. Mage Banes are gonna prevent us from casting spells, which would be like a really something that would like minimize this combat pretty dramatically. Because if we could cast spells, we have the best one. We have this one. Tectonic Shatter is a really messed up spell. We haven't done anything to support it so far, but like because you kind of do need to do something to reduce status resistance on enemy armies when it comes to the mid to late game. If you're planning on really utilizing Tectonic Shatter, I think this will still be interesting to fight, just like to see like what the different tools that the game makes available to you actually play as. But you know, whatever. Like this is going to be a bit easier because we're bringing a full 6 here, but I think it'll be fine. Yeah, Mage Banes are really powerful. If you don't have a way to interact with Mage Banes, then what it'll prevent you from casting spells. Not as big a deal if you're out here manualing a combat against like the AI, because you should be able to get past that anyway. But if you're fighting against a human player who is lucky enough to get a Mage Bane, then you're in a lot of trouble, because Mage Banes really do work in PvP. You mostly only get them from the Chaos perk. I'm pretty sure that's the only way to get them. It's the only way that I know to get them. So if you know a way to get them, then please share. But if you can get a Mage Bane early enough that you can bring it to fights and have it be high enough level, then you can just like demolish enemy armies very, very easily, because if you can cast spells and your opponent cannot, then the game is pretty much over. Oh, yeah, Herbivores is a support ability for warding stabs. Herbivores is a support ability, right? No, maybe it isn't a support ability. So there we just got a buff randomly because Consume Flora does that as part of the game. The bolstered resist there actually came from our Mana Unchained, as well as the fact that Yaka, because we did take Tome of Warding, has the bolstered resistance hero perk. That one's really good if you're trying to use bolstered resistance in a meaningful way. Which, given that, you know, we have ways to transform bolster resistance into offensive capability once we can cast spells again. Once we can cast spells again, then we can start doing that, and then it's pretty strong. Nobody here is close enough to do a ranged attack on us, like a big AoE. I don't see anybody who can do that. There are some disruptions here with the astral pull out of astral siphoners. If you ever see these on the battlefield, do be aware of that. Yeah, and you get one random positive from the herbivore. That's also, and that does, I think that it's important to know, that plays well with things that utilize buffs like Industrious. Generally, it plays pretty well with stuff like Industrious. You go here, you go here, go here, go here. And just buffing things, like, you'll see the AI do this too, but it is actually just great to do at the very, very beginning. Like, you can try to time it, like, exactly for when you're reaching engagement with an opponent, but, like, it's mostly not worth the effort, because if you mistime it and you take an extra bunch of damage because, like, you just don't have bolster resistance and bolster defense down, then that is a disaster. And a lot of these buffs, except for the really, really slow ones, which those you do have to be careful about how you manage them, but anything that's here on like a 2-turn or less cooldown, like, I don't care about whether or not we get all 3 turns of combat, actual combat of like bonuses there on our units. So it doesn't matter. Like, 2 turns of extra bolstered resistance is 3 turns of bolstered resistance is 4 turns of bolstered resistance. Don't give your opponents AoEs unless you need to. But here, because we have a shield wall, that's a lot of extra resistance and survivability on all of these units here. So I'm happy to just present this, because again, the enemy would need to be committing casting points in order to exploit that in a PvP scenario. And the more you can do that, the better. If this were actual PvP, though, then we would probably want to break them up a little bit, because you don't need like literal all 7 here. That's just being silly. But if you just like take these units and like move one tile away or something like that, then it creates opportunities for you to break up your stack in a way that you can't get exploited. And then support units, they're also really good at protecting yourself against AoE exploitation. They're fantastic at it, actually, because most forms of AoE exploitation, Zephyr Archer aside, most forms of AoE exploitation are based off of magical damage and statuses. And guess what that thing helps you resist? Both magical and statuses. That's exactly right. Is there anything we're doing with these units, or are we just defending? I think we're just defending. Just defend. Just end the turn, Walker. You don't need to go through and click defend on everybody. The game has a button for that. Alright, so if you're fighting also against a Lost Wizard, you should be aware that these things are pretty silly because of their ability to use the Forbidden Tome. But in the hands of an AI, they're not as spoodly doodly. In the hands of a human. In the hands of a human. The new hit song. Sweeping the nation. Yeah, whatever. Let's show off Reckless Rage. Do it. And then distribute Tonic. Do it. And then did we take we did not take a sprint on Yaka. Walker, why didn't you take a sprint on Yaka? Whatever. Whatever. Not taking a sprint on Yaka. I'll show you not taking a sprint on Yaka. Then we can distribute Tonic again, and by doing the rage ability first and then the distribute Tonic, we've made it so that now we have the extra damage there on our melee attack without costing us anything. I think that is going to apply on Tail Swipe. 66 damage looks like a lot to me. Downside is that here we're not actually close enough to get into combat range this turn. So maybe we wanted to save that until next turn and then haste here, but, you know, whatever. Like, what? You're not my real dad. Like, you can't talk to me like that. You cannot talk to me like that. Yeah, we are just gonna haste. Whatever. Like, this will be fine. You go here. You go here. Yeah, you go here, and you go here. And now everybody on this side, stop. Hammer time. Haste on dragons is, we've said this before, but it's really, really powerful. It is something that in order to make good, like, best value of, you do need other units. So, like, sometimes you'll see me take it on, like, level 4, and sometimes you'll see me take it on, like, level 5, 6, 7. It really does depend on, like, how beaten up your army is. If your army is taking lots and lots of losses, then it does a lot less. Here, I think I like a power cleave. Oh, no, we don't have enough actions for it. Here I like the action that we can take, which is legal. That one's pretty good. Are we close enough that we can get a spear on 2 or more? No, I don't think so. Stormbringers, I'm gonna level you. These things are crazy good, but I'm still not like perfect at lining up their shots. I think some of that also is just like dependent on your opponent giving you good opportunities to destroy them, and hopefully that was not an accident, that the AI did a good job of avoiding it. But here you can see this is some pretty solid range already, and we have 0 range upgrades on this thing. We could have moved a lot closer in order to throw that from, which is why, like, I say, hey, we have a lot of range, even though that was only from a couple of tiles away. Because we could dive, right? We could do this, and start working on that Mage Bane. And I don't even hate that, so yeah, let's do it. Start working on that Mage Bane. And this is where defensive posturing can also come into effect, right? Because here, again, you got that shield wall, so you can use the shield wall to protect the other unit. And if you place it behind the other unit, because this is the flanking arc, the only arc that this can be flanked from is right here. And we got our bastion standing right next to it. So it's in pretty reasonable shape. Not gonna be doing any of that. That does not look like it's gonna do anything for us. Can you shoot at anybody if you get close? 65 accuracy is fine. So the AI would probably move to this tile to get 90 accuracy, which isn't necessarily wrong, but 90 accuracy sacrifices an extra shot, which means like the actual outcome in terms of damage is a lot lower. And because that was an opportunity for you to get sundered, like that was a little extra in terms of hit chance. We just needed to hit it at all in order to apply a sundered defense. Oh, right, we have Ascended Wildfire. We have this stupid thing. This ridiculous nonsense. Well, maybe the reason that Yaka wasn't using it on everybody to just do ridiculous nonsense is that it's actually harder to get great value here. This is a lot less impressive than Ascended Seer. We're going to guild maybe 2 units. Is that worth doing as a once per battle? I don't think so. I think I want to save that, actually. Yaka, do you have anything else you can do? You have a heal, you have channel power, you have over channel. Nah, you got nothing, friend. All right, well, you're just making zombies all combat. Grave Calling is really good. Of course, you do need other units to help you exploit things. But Grave Calling is really good. And here, again, just moving the Bastion forward and defending our Warbreed with our shield wall. This thing is going to do a lot more damage by staying alive than this Bastion is probably going to commit with this melee strike. So rather than wasting the resources of that damage, we're keeping the resource of this thing being alive. It's really, really good. Very, very important. And 2 strengthened and 2 fortuned. So we could throw that on our dragon, actually. I don't hate that. Yeah, let's throw that on the dragon. The dragon that is not attacking this turn. Let's buff the dragon that is not attacking this turn into outer space, and everyone's gonna be so excited. Everyone's gonna be growing absolutely crazy. That's refuged. That's why we're not doing any damage to it. Maybe then we'll just engage over here. Like, they're right there. They're right there, Walker. They're right there in front of you. Why don't you go fight them? You know what, Walker? You're right. They are right there. Why don't we go fight them? We could do Visions of Woe also. Do you not have a sprint on this guy either? Oh my god. Unsubscribe. Like, this... Unbelievable. Don't even have blah 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 blah. Alright, go over here and get this thing out of the way. These are very fragile. Flow serpents, very, very, very fragile. Not usually worth investing resources in, unfortunately. But here, well, the Magic Blast, probably not as important as the warding defense mode, honestly. Getting up to 13 resistance is not as big a deal as, 10, but it's still pretty good. Yeah, alright. If your current board state continues as is, snipe one of the AIs while your second army holds off the other 2. Yes, that is the lived experience here. It is so much fun when you get to do that. You get to just barely hang on. Alright, I guess because we failed to take sprint on this guy, what I'm gonna do instead is I'm going to use spur to action. So we're gonna move you up here so that way it can defend this Warbreed when this Warbreed moves in with its shield wall. And then we're gonna move our hero up. We'll drop the spur to action in. This guy gets his actions back. It's generally better to do that if you get the opportunity to do an attack first. But there, I think that this fight it's more important to just get the damage on the board and get those Mage Banes out of the way. And then I think I'm gonna go ahead and use a lightning strike on these guys because dang it, Walker, you could have. Maybe I could have gotten a 3 with better positioning here, but maybe not. We are going to use a lightning strike on these 2 because these guys are at least weak to lightning damage. They still have infinite resistance because these are a very, very high tier unit with a lot of experience points. But this is okay because here we get to do that, and our Bastion is helping us cover. And I guess the Druid of the Cycle wants somebody to protect. And I guess it might as well be you, Stormbringer. Like, you're good enough. And then we get a little bit of extra warding, and bing bang boom. Now we get to see what the AI does here. What are they gonna do? Oh man, I didn't even cast the lingering mists into this, but then I would have needed to like be careful about moving things around. But we're gonna take a lot of extra damage in this fight because we haven't even put the mists up. Dang. Look at this damage that they're doing to us. they're gonna shred our zombies. They are going to shred our zombies, and they are gonna do nothing to anybody else. These units are absolute units. Good. Oh baby, yes, please, please give me a power cleave. I dare you. Holy crap, buddy. Yeah, friend, I don't know. I think you're in a mite of trouble here. So yeah, just use warbreeds, smash stuff. That's usually a pretty good place to be. They do a lot of damage. They're not like the only tier 4 racial. There are actually a handful of them now, but they are one of the best. They remain one of the best. They're very good. Can you kill that, actually, by just dropping a spear here? You can't kill that by dropping a spear there. But you could just melee strike them. That's sort of the same thing. So now what we get to do is we get to come in here, melee strike this guy. Pop the refuged on those. So now our hero can just kind of like rock and roll and go wherever it feels like the wind needs to take it. And we're not gonna use the Cycle's End here, I think. Maybe we use it. I mean, I think it actually does the Cycle's End. I think Cycle's End does go through Refuged. Let's check that. It does go through Refuged. Uh-oh. I don't know if that's a bug or not, but I'm gonna say it's working as intended. And then when someone from Triumph says that's not true, Walker, then I will feign ignorance. Let's see. Oh, we got melee damage like out the wazoo. Let's go put it to work on somebody. Are we already strengthened 5? We are already strengthened 5. We already have some fortune, and I don't think we're killing those mage banes this turn, so I don't think we're going to be able to cast our big boy. But you can see here that we are dealing extra damage to this thing, and it's because we have the new hero perk in our new fancy tome that gives us effectively the spear effect, the lightning spear effect, and then you rock that through the arcing weapons to just do a lot of extra damage. Arcing weapons is fantastic. Just having amplified weapons on all of your units is a big deal. Let's see. You lost 2 legendary warbreeds. I mean, that's painful, but fortunately warbreeds are like, you can make them, and they'll still be very combat effective, just like being printed off the press, because they can get a lot of extra racial transformations and therefore a lot of extra durability and just be very burly boys. Ooh, uh-oh. It looks like Yaka's flame actually deals damage to your own units too. Well, Yaka, you are a dangerous unit to have in an army. Maybe some of those deaths were your own fault. I don't know. Yaka out here doing damage to your own guys. Like that's a normal thing to do. Insanity. Yeah, baby. All right, the insanity I think is not gonna do a lot here because I think we're gonna kill this anyway. But insanity is just like always a good thing to have access to. They have disrupted weapons. So we didn't really talk about this because we haven't really gotten to that point, but this is gonna be like a preview for the tomes thing. I think that the Tome of Severing is like a really interesting tome because it's like a very hard sideboard tome, but it is a sideboard tome. I don't think you need to bring Tome of Severing unless somebody offers you a reason to want it. If they are doing something where they're just like exclusively doing enchantment stacking in multiplayer, then like by all means go for it. It's just that like there are a lot of things that are powerful in multiplayer. Obviously, like if you're playing around in single player, like You do you. You do you, fam. But in multiplayer, I think your opponent needs to show you a build that's weak to Tome of Severing before you want to take it. And then once they've done that, then, like, you know, you go crazy with the Cheese Whiz. But once they've shown you it, then you've got time to respond. Because Tome of Severing, any of those things that are multi types, you're allowed to get. Oh, can we get Visions of Woe for good value here? Yeah, we can. Anything that does, like, blah 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 blah. What was I talking about? Walker, what were you talking about? Were you even listening to yourself? Do you ever listen to yourself? I don't think you listen to yourself. That's okay. Your cat doesn't listen to you either, and, like, she's kind of the most important one anyway. That animal is ridiculous. Alright, we're not going to do damage to our own warbreeds here, but the fact that this is just, like, electric damage, electric damage, electric damage, and I do think that it should highlight for you that in the new patches, because of the increased prevalence of electric weaknesses on people, we're just going to bring our bulwark in to defend things. Always be defending with your bulky boys most of the time. Like, it depends on where you are in terms of combat, but, like, especially in these high rank things. Oh, disruption pulse. Every 3 turns get disrupted. This is gonna be now a lot scarier. Holy crap. I think you're gonna get out of this with 1 HP. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. Oh my god, got the stun. It got the stun on the, or the frozen on the retaliation off of the Sentinel. That's how Melissa stayed alive in that. Holy crap. So there, because we're fighting with this disruption pulse effect, they basically just cast a tier 5 spell, which removes all of our buffs and removes all of their debuffs. Unfortunately for the game, it only cast that on turn 3. So, like, it still missed out on it. Oh, the zombie? Yeah, the zombie probably did slip away because the zombie is getting all of our racial stuff. Yeah, it is a good thing that we have the Druid of the Cycle here, because we could just restart the cycle on our friendo and get it straight up to full healed, pretty much. But yeah, like that was a lot of damage that the AI just put out there. Good for them. Good for them. They deserved it. All right, let's do some damage. Let's kill these guys off and then get out of this fight and finish this game, Walker. It's over. It's over. The cooking competition is over. These things, I guess that's fine. Whatever. How are you only taking 17 damage there? Defense? Whatever. Get killed. Die. I want to be able to cast spells again. Spells are cool, and you're harshing my vibe. Get out of here. Now I can cast spells. Ha! And now we get to show off a cool spell. It's not going to be as cool here, because, like, you know, the fight is basically already over. But yeah, zombies are really good, because they get the racial transformations. I don't know if that's intentional or not. That is kind of up to you to interpret, because some people in the multiplayer community think that's a bug. Some people do not. But it is very powerful. It is very powerful. And it makes decaying zombies that you can summon in pretty spooky. Pretty spooky. Alright, yeah, bro is just gonna defend here. Thank God that bastion was there and that this Druid of Cycle was there to resurrect it in case something actually did go wrong. But thank goodness anyway. Thank goodness for Justice League of America. Thank goodness for Justice League of America. I guess this guy just does keep on defending. Like, bastions don't do any damage. That is a common complaint. The bastions do not do a lot of damage, but if we had been able to cast Steel Fury Chant, then they would do a lot of damage. And normally you can. Is there anybody else who can get over there to participate in this fight in a meaningful way, or are you just wasting everybody's time? I think you're just wasting everybody's time. Get out of here. End the turn. The Lost Wizard is not going to kill your hero here, I promise. Yep. Although maybe we could have saved the cycle's end until after we killed this thing, so that way if we needed to resurrect we could have. But yeah, this is you're gonna get given to here, kid. They're gonna do some damage. Yep. Bam. Get out of here. And bam. Be careful when you're using Stormbringers. These you do need to like position correctly in regards to actually using their ranged weapon without hurting your friends. But if you just careful, you can get there. I wish the undo user interface were a little better there, but it's okay. It's okay. You know, Walker, you just did mostly physical damage, and then you attacked with a transmuter that reduces defense. Yeah, we will claim the battle immediately. If you'd done those in the opposite order and you'd inflicted the sundered defense first, then you would have actually dealt more damage. I don't know if you know that, because you certainly are not behaving like you know that, but just for your records. For your records. All right, good. We got a couple of units that are literally 1 HP, just the way we drew it up. Everything here is fine. Everything here is dandy. I guess we'll keep leveling this guy up until we can get to legend rank. I don't hate that. In which case, I guess the Skald is just ready to sit with these friends here. Oh no, Walker! Just move the other stack. There. You don't have to be so dramatic. Not everything is the end of the world. Not everything's the end of the world. It's gonna be okay. You can click bolstered. You can get the resources you need. Draconic health. Yeah, I think that's where we're gonna go. I don't know if we're gonna actually take killing momentum on a hero here or not. I don't think we need to. But it is very powerful, and you should be doing it if you're playing like 10,000% sweatily. Killing momentum when it is unbanned on heroes is probably one of the strongest things in the game, if not literally the strongest. I think probably Tome of Mists abuse is probably stronger. Probably. But only probably. I mean, we're already at size 17. Whatever. Build a teleportation circle just like in case, I guess. Can't hurt you. You can build that earlier too. That's the other side of things, Walker. You can build that earlier. You can build that earlier, chat. I promise you can. Oh, dang, right. We have to retake that seal because everybody who is supposed to be taking that seal is currently capturing a city for us. Well, you know, I don't think anybody's gonna notice on stream that you're supposed to be doing that. I think you're okay. But yeah, big zombie summoning is really good. When you use Dark Ritual in combat, you don't, what do you get? When you use Dark Ritual in combat, you end up getting, like, the race of the thing that you are transforming. And so, like, sometimes you get other people's racial transformations and enchantments because you're not using it on your own. And that is an important thing to be aware of. Like, that is still good. It is still good to do that. Just be aware of that. Who is this city? Is there a city under a free city down here? Slam Pit? There is a free city down here, Slam Pit. That is 100 wall strength. We're not sieging that down. We have much more important things to deal with. Like ending this game, Walker. You have more important things to deal with, like ending this game that you said was going to be over in 5 hours, and now it's 5 hours into your second stream. What are you? What are you? What are you? What are you? We're gonna go this way just to take the seal back, because that is our win con here, and then we'll probably want to pull another pioneer in, and maybe we'll clear that other one out. No! My seals! Stop it! Stop it! You can guard those, Walker. You can guard those. We will guard those once we've taken this this extra city. I just wanted to make sure that we took the extra city because we've had this city cap for a long time doing nothing, and that's not what you want to be doing. City cap should go up when you need it, and instead it went up way before we need it, which meant that we have been just watching the city hungrily forever. Oh, there was a quest involved with that? I don't see how a quest was involved with that. Where did you had like You had 1 billion Imperium, Walker. What did you do with it? What did you do with it? Yeah, we could probably do that. Honestly, we might do that. That might be what we do. That might be what we do. We're gonna pretend like we're vassalizing this, and then we're gonna click abort next turn, and then we'll start incorporating it. And then we might literally do that. We might literally do that. We might just finish these guys off that way, because I don't know if anybody else is going to come out of the woodwork to try to help us finish this thing off in style. I get the impression that Necron is probably going to just declare war on us and then, like, do nothing over here. Probably. I'm saying that to taunt him, so that way he has to bring his units to fight us. But I do suspect that that is going to be the end of that interaction. I don't know if they're actually going to come out to fight us. I don't know. But this army, we can send you here. You guys are almost out of movement points, but not quite. So you can go here for the seal fight next turn, which the gold golem should be able to get into reinforcement range for. Yep, can. Good. And then I guess we'll do this. Yeah, Necron already declared war on us. We'll see if Necron does anything, that declaration of war. Because right now I feel like they just, like, he just told us off in a big meeting and stormed out. But you cannot imagine that he is very serious about fighting us. I don't think that's very likely. I don't think he is gonna be fighting us in real life. I think he's too chicken. You hear that, Necron? I think you're too chicken. Whatever, Walker. No one wants to hear your explanations on why you're building an SPI on turn 30, like 81. You don't need to do that. You're doing it because you like building things. Don't lie. You just like building things. Don't lie. You at this point in the game, in like a multiplayer setup, you could probably just exclusively build units and then fight people for the remainder. You might want to work on your mana income a little bit more from this situation, so I guess I'm going to do that, because you do want to make sure that you have enough mana for every single manual fight that you're going to take against another human for the remainder of the game. But right now, you're offering me nothing. You're offering me nothing. These are very, very bad tiles you want me to build. Why do you want me to build these? Why don't you find me a better tile to pick up, City? Willowbark, you can do better. You can do so much better. You're gonna build a Scholars Guild without a boost. That's you can do so much better. We're gonna build a Scholars Guild without a boost. We don't have any elementals, so Eternal Earth is just like a lot worse now. Like a lot worse. I think that that's probably justified because it was pretty ridiculous, but it is a lot worse. Oh, cool. We'll take that. Whatever. We'll build some mana. We can definitely use some mana. We will build some mana. Let's go up to that seal. Let's go up to the seals. Just go to the seals, Walker. Just stop wasting everybody's time. Just go to the seals. Yeah, make sure to build those caltrop stashes for sure. We're gonna need them because the fill in the blank here. We're gonna need them because of fill in the blank here. I promise. Is this ticking down? I thought it was out of 75, but maybe it does tick down in terms of requirements, which I think that would be nice. That would be a fun user upgrade. Oh, we can even get closer with this gold golem. We can get all the way up to there. Oh my god, Walker, did you spend all of your Imperium and now you have to incorporate 2 cities and you have to click right of the Dreadnought? What did you spend your Imperium on? Like, I'm gonna go back and watch this and like watch me just wasting Imperium on nonsense picks. Like, what? Why did we take Philosopher Soldiers? That one's okay, I guess, but like, look at the value that Philosopher Soldiers is going to be providing to us. We have 50 whenever we get up to Legend rank. We're at 1,000 right now. So like, you need to be leveling up enormous number of units in order for that to really pay off in terms of timing. You can get there. It's just like rarely worth the effort. Nah, you don't get mana. You don't need mana. We don't have mana, but you don't need mana. Is it time to turn off another transmute resources and just like keep juggling those back and forth? Is that the high quality content that you guys are all here for? I think that might be the high quality content you guys are all here for. I guess I'm gonna cancel it in our capital. That's the easiest way to just get a billion mana. Yeah, just now all of a sudden our mana income is enough that we can cast as many spells in a fight as we kind of want to. Double the base resources from coastal province improvements. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare Thumb War. Let's see what happens. We shave off a little bit in terms of our mana income. All right. Well, we'll do that on cities that have enough of these. I think it's probably not worth it because these are like, you're not getting a lot of your base value out of just the like these things themselves. You're getting it out of the adjacencies, and so that's one of those bonuses that isn't as big a deal. But I think it's probably a pretty reasonable thing to look into if you're playing with the elementalist ability. That one's pretty neat. Yeah, you don't want a magic missile, sure, whatever, kid. Like, whatever you want, it doesn't matter. Like, none of your items matter. Just take whatever you want to. You're fine. Just like, you're fine. Yeah, we'll come back for the Enchanted Crow enchant in another universe. Today we didn't take that research until much later, simply because it is one of those things that having available a couple of really inexpensive picks so you can like chew through research is actually neat. Yeah, it's a billion. That's a billion. That's a billion. But I'm not wasting mana on rolling stuff. I got cooler things to spend my mana on, like clearing out this seal, like bouncing back and forth between. I got cooler things to do, like bouncing back and forth between seal fights for the next 30 turns. You know, cool stuff. The things that Triumph doesn't want you to know about the video game. This is the real secret of Age of Wonders 4. Bouncing back and forth between seals for the next 30 turns. Alright, what we're going to do here is we're actually going to send our dragon ahead. And then we can realize that there's only one pike there, and that it doesn't matter where everybody else is, and that we can take control of the seal no matter what. And that's what we're going to do. Done. Did you have to narrate that? No, I just wanted to. All right, Province Lost Research Post. Yeah, they are trying to capture it. You know, it was there. Like, this outpost did not matter. Thank goodness it didn't turn into a teleportation circle first, but that one just does not matter. All right, let's take a Forester. Siracourt. Oh, yeah, I thought we took the option to peace out with you. Oh, no, we didn't take the option to peace out with you. You're a vassal of Necron, who is our enemy now. So that does make sense. All right. You are hanging out. You're hanging out. You're going to come back to that seal. Yeah, you're going to come back to the seal. And then you are going to come over here and just like stand on that steel. They should stick fortification buildings in their own section at the bottom of the city menu before the province. Yeah, I think so. I think that they could organize a little bit of those construction things a little better. But that's okay. They're getting there. They're getting there. Yeah, we don't have mana to cast any of those spells, Walker. You wasted it all on something. Oh, god damn it, Walker. You were supposed to be incorporating that vassal that you're fake vassalizing here, not leaving it as is. We could have been incorporating this already. We're going to miss out on an entire turn of incorporation. Oh, no. If we can find a fourth seal to start bouncing back on, then I suppose we will. And now population in that city absolutely does not matter. Like 16 is infinity essentially. So I'm just gonna go ahead and click full migrate right away. Lingering Mists does work great with seals. I don't think we're gonna do that again. I'm glad we did it once where we were like showing off like how badly broken the mist spell is. But I want us to mostly try to not break the game and rather to just like, well, play it well. I want us to play it well while trying to not abuse bugs. If we can avoid it. If we can avoid it. This is 750 production. This means that if we just only build storm ports in every city, maybe we can make it worth it. Maybe. Let's build storm ports in every single city and see if it's worth it. I don't really like the Astral Trade Relay because it is 750 production, and that is ridiculously expensive. And this one has the downside that you can't even build it in non-coastal cities, so it's a lot more speculative. But at the very least, it gets you a lot of resources. I don't like doing the thing where we are only fighting against 6 units over and over again, if we can avoid it, because that one feels a little exploity. So we're gonna try to not do that ever again. I feel like we did that once, and to show it off for people, so that way if they want to do it, that's okay. But I don't feel like we need to. I think that we can do better than that. We can do better than that. I'm gonna build another thing because I like building things. And I'm gonna build another thing because I like building things. Done. No notes. Outpost. That's good. Where are our armies? I guess our army here needs to hang out until we can get a scout down there to just stand on it until it dies. Because maybe I'm not gonna say maybe. I'm gonna go kill blue. They made me angry. They stood on our seal. They should have known better than that. Whose territory was this? Tell me, blue, whose territory was this? Yeah, you're right. He did use Lingering Mists. You should probably unsubscribe. I can't believe that you thought you could get away with using Lingering Mists and people would see it and you'd record it and put it out there and let them know, and then not even feel a little bit bad about it. That's the worst part, is that I don't really feel that bad about it. I think that should be fixed, because I think that I would feel bad about it for a long time. Yeah, 18 versus 6. That's the strongest spell on demand, I think, in the game period. It is so game breaking that they do not allow it in multiplayer, and it's because it's just dumb. It is just dumb. 18 against 6 is unwinnable in multiplayer, because you're not fighting against an idiot. You're fighting against a human who you should fear and respect. I'm not forging anything else. You guys are fine with the items you have here, and if you feel badly about that, take it up with HR. You guys are decked out to the 6.5s, and that's gonna have to be good enough. The dragon wants to hoard items now. I just want to hoard items. We're not gonna have 1 million income here because we've been using the items productively. But that is what this evil dragon wants to do. The evil dragon wants to take this outpost, take that city, and then sit on seals. Lingering must be more balanced if obfuscation was only allowed 1 versus 1 stacks when you're camouflaged. Yes, Daedalus, I agree 100%. I think I would be interested in a multiplayer scenario testing it where if you want to do that effect, then you're allowed to bring 6 units in to fight 1 stack. Forced 6s v 6s would be a really interesting dual fighting scenario, and I think that's kind of neat. But I think that overall, the way that it works right now, it works best, air quotes best, with the forest camouflage transformation, but you don't need that at all. You can do whatever you want to. What? We're already at war with them. You want me to give someone we're at war with extra grievances? I don't know. That feels like that might be a bug. That feels like that might be a bug, but only might be. I cannot speak for Triumph and their decisions vis-a-vis that game design, but that looks like that should not be there. Yeah, you guys can get into this fight. That's fine. And you can get into this fight. That's fine. And now this is gonna be silly. We can just leave mana on now. Because we turned off transmute resources. We actually have mana to cast spells. What? What? This is gonna be silly. This is gonna be fine. Lima, what? How did you die? How did you die? You know what? I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know how you died. That's shameful. You ludicrous. How did you die in that fight? You were level 5 and had gold golems and you lost some of them, or lost something. You goofball. Whatever. Whatever. Alright, I guess you get the new tier 3 lance. What did they do? I would be inclined to, like, dig into it to see how she died there, but it's... Sometimes when you get weird auto-resolve results, you can't actually learn anything from them. And there, I don't know if we would have learned anything from it other than, like, the auto-resolve AI is not good, and I think we know that. It's not good. So silly. You had such a gigantic advantage, and you had mana in that fight. You chose to die in that fight. I think she chose to die. I think that the lore is that character is not evil and was not party to what we were doing in terms of being a big bad evil dragon, and just chose to die in a world where people with enough mana can bring you back from the dead. And so, like, she just that character, Lima, just had faith that her friends would bring her back, and chose the easiest way out, which was dying in an auto-resolve against nonsense. Goofball. You goofball. No. Alright, there's your new governor. There's your new governor, because your old one bit it. Yeah, whatever. We'll take Fortified Crucible just because it's cheap. Like, some of those things we're probably never going to ever need, but that one's cheap, and that's good enough. Yeah, just go stand near this one. That's good enough. And you guys can start, just heal a little more. It could be because we didn't give her back her tail. That if she had slip away, maybe she would have made it. Anything is possible. Do we have someone we can go stand on that productively? A warbreed, because of natural regeneration, is a great way to just, like, stuff something there while everybody else comes in. And it'll naturally regenerate without any issues. Alright, whatever. Let's make some more stuff. So you guys keep throwing the units away. You crazy. The bill for this was how to make immortal units in auto-resolve, Walker. And you started the video by losing 12 units in auto-resolve. I think your thumbnail was misleading. Oh my god. The abject horror. Whatever. I'm gonna cast Bounty on the Seas on some of these cities and see if it does anything for us. It seems to mostly just be costing us mana. But I guess we'll do it. We'll just keep doing it. Like, we got mana and we got casting points, and it is a spell. And like, this is Age of Wonders, and in Age of Wonders 4, which is a fantasy game by Triumph Studios, I think. Is it Studios? Does anybody know the choice there for Triumph? Are they Triumph Studios? Are they Triumph Interactive? Are they Triumph just like a mononym like Zendaya? Is Triumph and Zendaya? Have you seen Triumph and Zendaya in the same place at the same time? Walker, who are you talking to? I'm really excited for Dune. I loved the first movie. I really liked the book. I never finished them. I think I read like the first 4 and then just like kind of ran out of patience for the insanity. But like, I enjoyed all of the books that I read up until the very, very end of it. I think that Dennis is doing a fantastic job with his interpretation. And I think he should be very proud of the work that he's done so far. But if Dune Part 2 is sad, or is not good, then I'm going to be sad, because I loved the first one. The soundtrack in that is also just, like, bananas. And that is also, like, a secret reason. Don't tell multiplayer, but that's a secret reason why I'm, like, really happy to do these single-player streams sometimes. Is that, like, when I'm in Discord and I'm, like, talking to people, I don't know why this is. This 100% could just be a skill issue, and Walker's is like awful using OBS and Discord at the same time, because I do know that. I am aware of that. That is one of the weaknesses that I have that I refuse to work on. That I just like, I can't hear the soundtrack at the same time that I play multiplayer. It turns off all of the in-game music. Just listen to this. Just listen to this. God damn. Even when it's like being chill, the soundtrack here in Age of Wonders 4, I think, is fantastic. I think this is a great soundtrack. And you're an enormous butthole. I can't believe this is a great soundtrack, and you are an enormous butthole. And that's Stranglehold, so I think that we're at war with them because they are somebody's vassal, I'm assuming. Yeah, they're Necrons, so we can't even piece them out. So we have to send people there to kill them, but they're standing on our teleporter. Fine, whatever. I'll make another something up here. I will make another something up here to appease you and your dark gods. I will make another something up here, and then I'll start pulling another stack to deal with you, because you managed to pillage our only teleporter in the area, which is why having a second one right here would be really good. And you could have done that, and you just didn't. You could have done that, and you did not. You could have done that, and you did not. All right. You're the hero that we killed, I think. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna hope. I'm gonna hope that that was the hero that we killed, because I feel like that was probably the hero we killed. All right, 30, 10. So if we can hold all three of these for the next 11 turns, then you and I and all of the universe will finally be released from this agony, which is Walker just telling people that he's gonna finish this game faster than he is, because he just wants to click on things. And there, now everybody's in range to reinforce that seal, and that one is well defended, so that one's all right. This one, I guess we're gonna send this pioneer here to be a backup for that seal, because this army is gonna need to go down to Blue's capital, because I'm not capturing that. It's not necessary for the course of this game, and I do want to be clear about that. You don't have to go there to capture them. Our win condition is seals. I just want to capture their capital because it's there, and like, I don't know, that's it. I want to capture that capital because it's there. This spell is still bad. Don't research Conjure Amplification Pylon. Astral Blood could be good. Increasing critical hit chance on all of our units is pretty solid. The only downside is that we do have Fortune already coming from our ability to do the Steel Fury chant, and so like we're probably going to be topped off on that most of the time. So I'm just going to be shuffling maybe to see lightning arrows. That would be pretty good. I wouldn't hate amplified arrows. Yeah, amplified arrows on our Shocky boys is pretty good. And then I think literally the rest of the Tome of Amplification here we're probably going to skip. I think we're probably just going to go to the cheapest technologies next, just to keep moving through our tomes. Once you're at this point in the game and you're like in overkill tomes, then like you do you, fam, but I think that the best way to get value out of that is to then you start taking tomes that have like 1 or 2 spells that you want, because you can usually find them on the first roll. And then you can transform that into, you take 1 or 2 spells, and then you just shuffle for inexpensive things. And that'll get you where you need to go most of the time. Yeah, thanks, Lawrence. I'm glad that you're having a good time here, because like I do apologize for all of the shuffly thisness, but it is one of those things that while I am aware of it, and people have, I think, rightfully complained, I think fixing that is beyond my skill set. I think that's just the way that these streams are going to be. And then maybe in a future universe, I will not wander around the screen like this. Maybe if I ever get a face cam, I'll be a little less mousy on this sort of stuff. But this is me. This is me moving around the screen like this. This is Walker interacting with you. Let's go like that. Bam, teleporter. All right, let's throw palisade walls down. And I think we can go this. Yeah, it's an acquired taste, possibly. Sure, it's something that I am aware of and have attempted to fix in prior videos, because you are not the first person to complain about that. It's just like, I don't know. This is the way I play video games. Like it's the way it is. It's the way it is. All right, we are gonna get. I don't know. We don't really need any of the rest of the stuff anywhere, right? Yeah, we don't need any of the rest of that stuff anywhere. We don't need any. We don't need any casting points. We only need victory, Walker. We don't need casting points. We need victory. Go here. I guess just keep working on units, so that way we can put another stack over there. Yeah. That's probably the best. That's probably the best thing to do. Just build another stack so you can put another stack over there. Oh, Walker, you butthead. There's a teleporter that's under siege, but whatever. Like that city is not part of the military that's gonna win this. Yeah, whatever. Agent refinery. That's fine. That's another unit that we could be producing, so that's not fine. You need to do something. You need to do something. You need to build something, kid. You need to build something. Get a bastion. Get a bastion. And you're going to need to build stability in that city soon. We're going for seals because we're getting pretty close. We're like 11 turns off probably. If we can hold all three of them, then we're 10 turns off. But I think that there's probably going to be like one case where we lose like this seal to a marauder stack that appears whenever we're sieging this down, and then we have to send somebody out to fight them. So I'm gonna say it's about 11 turns probably on that. Boom. Let's see. Oh my god, are we gonna hit? Are we gonna hit it at the same time as we hit the score condition? Actually, because I set this to fast score, so I'm here like trying to figure out what our win condition is. But if we don't get the seals, then somehow Kroll Blightlord is gonna win based off of score right now. So, well, I guess we need to fix that. I guess that's what capturing the city is supposed to do. If we capture the enemy capital here, I guess we'll win on score if we fail to finish with seals. Because I did set this to fast, so it is only 100 turns. And right now we are on track to finish on turn 20s. They're like, oh wait, it's +3 per turn, not plus. So no, we have like 20-something turns, so we're going to finish on score. So we do need to capture this city here. Uh-oh. All right. Well, that's good. That'll be fun. Like a mad dash to the score finish. But I think if we can capture that and incorporate it, and I guess we are incorporating this city under here too. That's already here. It's already part of it. So it's already part of the score calculation. I wonder how that AI is ahead on score, because we got to be way ahead on them in military and expansion. We're really far behind on mana. That's probably not why. That's probably not a bad explanation why we're way behind on that. So it's because of the way that they do scoring. So here, because our diplomacy ranking is abysmal, because we're at war with everybody, our diplomacy score is going to be basically non-existent. We have some coming in from free cities, but we haven't been like proactively building tons and tons and tons of them, and so like we're not going to have a bunch of that. But we are going to get some score from... Oh, wait, now are we ahead in Magic? No. We are way behind on Magic. That's what we're missing. We might be able to fix that, actually, by just dropping transmute resources, because that'll dramatically increase our mana income, and the mana income is going to be a big part of that. So, well, yeah, we'll drop a transmute. If we can jack that mana income up, then we should be fine. And we also have like a billion ways to get siege project stuff here. So I think we can get these walls down. Warbreeds are really good at sieges. Fights and killing heroes give score, but having cities will give you score through economy. All right, so we've got now 16 outside of the city. Let's grab Devastator Spheres. That we have to hit 120. So if we can get 30 siege per turn, I'll feel pretty good. So I don't want to take Onagers and Devastator Spheres. They don't overlap well. So I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm gonna take this. We're not getting fumigation in on this fight, but this is a 4-turn siege. So that's 4 turn to breach. That'll get us to 91. And then we should be in pretty good shape. Yeah, then we should be in pretty good shape. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. It's gonna come out as score? You're playing on active seals, Walker. It's going to come out of score, and, like, because this guy's all the way over here, you're not even going to be able to get to war with him. And nobody else is at war, and they're in an alliance. That's part of why they have so many points, because diplomacy gives you tons and tons and tons of points if you let it get to score. If you let it get to score. You can get around all of this, by the way, by just not letting it get to score. Just, like, play faster. You can get this done pretty easily on these map settings. You can get rid of those. You can get this stuff. Let's push out another gold golem up here. Is this going to be enough to clear out a level 7 hero? Level 3, tier 5, tier 3. I think that's actually probably enough to take that fight. And I just, like, can't be bothered to buy another thing up there, so I'm going to drop a couple of Phantasm Warriors in, just to help this stack clear this out, and then those Phantasm Warriors will maybe be useful for defending a seal fight later. We'll see. Phantasm Warriors, at the very least, they still have all of the racial buffs, so they're not, like, an entirely dead-end unit for little fights like this. You would not want to be bringing them against other humans, but they can do some work there. They can do some work there. No, you do not get freedom. You do not get freedom here. Pshaw. Well, I guess the seals don't matter. Like, now we know the game is going to be over before seals matter. Unless we can get a 4th and a 5th. No way. Absolutely not. There's one, and there's another one. But I needed to be proactively standing on seals earlier. Score victory is so rare, unless you put it on fast. If you put it on fast, then you can get there. That's what we did here. We put it on fast, and we're going to get to score victory before the end of the game. Really, because we have seals. Did I put it on fast? Maybe I didn't put it on fast. I kind of hope I didn't put it on fast, because I wouldn't mind doing a seals victory, but the fact that I've been wrong on math here means that it's going to be a lot longer to do that, which I'm not, like, in love with. I don't feel like this needs to go on until turn 110 or whatever. I think we've done enough. I think you've done enough, Walker. I think you've done enough. It would have been enough. Dianu. You killed one. You killed an AI. Good, Maya. Good. Oh, sick. Are we gonna get? Is this gonna be an actual good final battle here? No, not yet. Maybe if they have their hero down there, maybe, or their ruler down here. But right now, look at these stacks. Like, they got 1,000. They got 1,000. They got 800, 800, 800. We have like 27, 25, 23. It's almost 10k strength there. Like, that's a lot stronger than all of their stuff put together. You're still playing on this map, Winsley, and kicker, there's a non-zero chance that we lose to this butthole, because this guy's way ahead of us on Diplo, because we are at war with everybody, and he's in an alliance with everybody. So there's like a really, and because we're not pressing out our advantage on seals early, we're just like not gonna get to enough seals before we hit turn 100. And I'm like 90% sure that I put this on fast speed, which means that like this thing is gonna be over on turn 100 because it's like dicking around all game, and then we're gonna get to maybe the AI wins. Then we're gonna get to maybe the AI wins. We do all of this nonsense, and then the AI beats us. That Swamp Troll will continue regenerating on its own because of the natural regeneration ability, so I don't really care if it's standing on the seal, and this is a way for us to get these guys replenished. The gold golems have like really great combat stats, but the bigger and more expensive your units become, you do need to be aware that they're going to stack up just tons and tons of HP, and then at that point you need to have ways to heal them. One of the easiest ways to heal them is just like have them not take damage. But if you fail to do that, then you can fully heal them using this pick, the Rite of Enduring Duty. This one's really good. All of your units instantly regaining all of your HP, and non-hero units getting +1 rank is enormously powerful and a great payoff for actually having used a lot of order stuff. We will use a lot of order stuff in the future, in something. I'm not sure what, but we will use it in something, and we're not going to click that. Walker, you need to stop building all of these things that cost Imperium income. Stop it. You're not allowed to build anything else that has Imperium income, because now you're at -96 on that. I'm cutting you off. No more. You need the Imperium to incorporate those cities, young man, and I think you know that. And I think you've just been building things because you like building things. Which, that's fine, I guess. But I think you know that was unnecessary. You just built things just to build them. All right, let's go here. Let's go help guard this seal that we don't need. let's go help this seal that is of zero strategic importance. Yeah, just hang out. And bruh, whatever. I'm just gonna delete this. I think we do need the Imperium income. I'm gonna build a gold golem and then delete it. You lunatic. You absolute lunatic. Alright, whatever. We don't need to cast anything anymore. Now it just comes down to, can we get enough points for this, for our diplomatic overview thing, for us to get ahead of Kroll Blight Lord, which I'm hoping by killing this CPU, taking out their capital and stuff, we can get there. But if their ruler isn't here, we're not going to get the actual kill on their ruler. I mean, like, there's a lot of units here, so hopefully that does it. And I guess we'll keep getting fights from seals, so that'll get us some more points there too. But yeah, this is gonna have to be a stack that's gonna guard this seal with like 6 units. Maybe we could have built some bastions. Yeah, we could have built some bastions. Let's build some bastions. Those things don't cost Imperium, Walker. You could have built some bastions. Splendid? I did intend for them to become our vassal anyway. You are correct. We're not going to, because there's not any time and because another player is way closer, but we did intend to do that, and that is what it says. I don't think raising is going to give us score there. I think that controlling that is going to give us more economy points than destroying it. Well, we will find out. We'll find out. Listen, if we lose to this AI, then that will be, I think, legendary in and of itself. If we lose to this AI because, like, I just, like, dicked around and didn't do anything for 16 hours, then I'm gonna feel like I unlocked a gamer achievement in Steam. That would be hilariously silly. Get up there. Go up there. If we have the ability to send like 20k army strength at people and then lose to the AI because they have alliances with each other, I'm gonna think that's the funniest thing I've seen all day. Nah, I don't care about that. Yeah, it's skill issue. If we lose to the AI because we like refuse to get victory points all game long and just build army stuff, and then like, despite having the military power to obliterate all of their empires, lose on points, that's Age of Wonders 4. Like, that is number wang. If that is what happens, that is number wang. I'm not playing again tomorrow. I think that we are gonna aim for one single player stream a week, because I think that's a pace that I don't see any problem with me maintaining for the indefinite future. Yeah, score will count based off of this, so it's great that I just like spent tons and tons of money on rushing out units. But we will continue doing Age of Wonders 4. I am going to, for the indefinite future, I'm gonna commit to one single player stream a week, and then if I feel like doing a second one, I'll do it. If I feel like I have other things that I need to do, because like I kind of had a lot of other things that I needed to do this week and then just didn't, then that's what we'll do. But Eileen's permission is kind of like part of the equivalency there, because I don't want to waste her time. She has important things to do. Unlike me, I have nothing important to do. This is the important thing that I do. Yeah, well, all right. We don't need that. We don't need that. This is fine. This is a-okay. This has been fun. I think so. Next time we'll see what the polls give us in terms of the outcomes for the multiplayer, but I think we're probably going to end up running with New Necromancy on high, and that's going to be fun. I think also probably I'm going to start trying to do like an introduction before the stream for multiplayer, kind of like the way that we do with this one. But like Saturday and Sunday are Eileen's days off of work, and so like I generally spend at least some time in the morning like cooking for her and whatnot. Because I did, I worked in food service before I did nothing with my life, and like I still enjoy cooking for her. I do enjoy cooking. I just like I don't enjoy doing it in a corporate setting. It's not my vibe. There's so much unnecessary drama when it comes to that stuff that is not for me. But I enjoy cooking, and I enjoy cooking for my lovely bride. So I do that on Saturday morning usually, and then sometimes on Sunday morning, although usually she just sleeps in all day. It's not a problem. You really are just building things now. I know that you don't need to build any of this. In fact, you're not allowed to build any of this. I'm cutting you off. You're not allowed to build any of this nonsense anymore, Walker. You're cut off. You're no more nonsense. You're doing this. You're doing this. This is what you're doing. I'm forcing your hand. You're not allowed to waste your or anybody else's time anymore. You are building gold. And that's the way it's going to be. And then in 4 more turns, when that queue empties, you're going to do that again. That's the way this is going to go. Yeah, I want to do a construct thing. I think Tome of Constructs is really powerful, and showing that off I think is going to be fun. And actually these guys can all just be on stationary. They're not going anywhere. You're watching the seal, and then these guys are gonna win that siege, and that'll be that. But yeah, Tome of Constructs is very powerful. You do need to play around with it and find like exactly how many non-linked mind units, non-construct units that you feel like you can justify bringing, because they really do reward you a lot for having a bunch of them, and that means that like they're sort of parasitic when it comes to your build, that if you have too many things that do not interact with the good thing of Tome of Constructs, which is haste everybody and defense mode everybody, that it's a lot worse. And so it's spooky, because like it means that you can't use a Wizard King as effectively. You can still bring a Wizard King in Tome of Constructs. I do want to be clear about that, but like you don't get linked minds on your Wizard King, or at least I wasn't able to get it. Maybe that was a bug. Maybe that was a skill issue, but I was not able to get linked minds on there, and that means that like your chain is kind of disrupted, so then you can't like use that to haste literal everybody. You need to be careful about where everyone's standing. All right, so here we're not going to abuse Lingering Mists, but we are going to use it. So what I needed to do there was move it's blocked by a Spelljammer. Oh my god, it's blocked by a Spelljammer. What I need to do there is to whisper. It's blocked by a Spelljammer. Yeah. Oh my god, it's blocked by a Spelljammer. And we can't even move a bastion onto it. It's blocked by a Spelljammer. You can't even move a bastion onto it. You have to move an actual unit onto that. No, wait, that bastion can make it. Never mind. Ooh. All right, now we're gonna fight these guys with 17 units instead of 18 units. Unless we can bring in one Mistling. We did it, everybody. We could bring in one Mistling for the big, exciting super end of the game kill this guy fight. Now, this one is a lot closer. This is a lot closer. This is 3,000 combat power on that side instead of 7,500. But we did already do one manual battle. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do a manual, and then we're going to click over to auto. And then we're going to see how the AI handles this big siege fight here. I think it'll be fine. I can't imagine the AI struggling in this scenario, but it does kind of depend on if the AI is brave enough to try to use Tectonic Shatter. Because if it's using Shatter into this board, there's just so many low tier units that they should melt pretty quickly. And generally the AI is not as good at utilizing the Spellbreakers. These things in manual combat are really, they're very powerful. Star Purge is a scary ability to be fighting against, especially with like a buff circus ability here. Like we just have buffs on everybody, and this will just remove all of them, lose all positive stats effects. We might be running into that over here on blue anyway, because I will remind you that we are fighting against I think they got like 21 Astral or something like that. Like effectively Infinity Astral is what this player has. So this person, this player, if they've unlocked their tier 5 Astral, then they should have Disruption Wave, in which case this strategy that we've built is usually a little weaker there. Like fortunately we do have so many transformations on these things that I don't think it's gonna matter. Like the raw strength of these bastions in terms of their holding and survivability is like functionally infinity, and then we also have you know, like warbreeds and stuff that are going to be doing plenty of damage. But overall the composition here does have a lot of buffs, and so lacking those buffs is a little spooky. Is this what we're getting? Are we getting there's Clinging Mists. They've got a Summoning Well in play. Are they gonna cast Disruption Wave? Are they going to cast Disruption Wave? It looks like they did something to disrupt this, but it was probably just using the Spellbreaker. We could check in the combat log, but that is almost certainly what it looks like based off of that. They are doing some real damage here. 12. These Stormbringers are running a little light. They are running a little light. They're at 54 HP so far. That's not infinity, but I think as long as everybody gets through this round, it should not be too difficult for our dragon to fix this damage. Dragon Breath here would be pretty nice. Healing a bunch of units and freezing a bunch of units is just a really powerful ability to be able to drop into a massive melee like that. Let's see. Let's watch what our turn does. So it looks like they started by casting the Steel Fury chant there. So we haven't seen the AI use Tectonic Shatter just yet, but I don't think that matters, because if we're using the bolstering chant or the Steel Fury, then I think we're about to do a bunch of damage to these guys. Let's see. Stunned removed. What did you do? Dragon, what did you do? You didn't use Restore on this bad boy, did you? What did you do? Oh, they probably used the breath weapon, because I see healing on those guys, and we don't really have like a lot of other natural forms of healing other than regeneration. That is something that you can do. I think there's a lot of opportunities to get extra healing, but like enough of our units have the ability to heal themselves with this herbivore ability that I just don't feel compelled to get tons and tons of healing on everybody. Oh, okay. Sundered defense. Yeah, I see it. Yep, there it goes. The decaying zombies, our Naga decaying zombies, are putting in the work. Oh my god, that was just an accidentally good move out of our bastion. They moved back here and then hit the phase beast, and then it got teleported with displacement next to us so that we could hit them. The phase beasts, these are really powerful, but you do need to be aware that this is not always a positive effect. I've seen a lot of people misinterpret that. It does sometimes royally screw you. And in this case, it didn't like royally screw them. It just did a little bit of extra damage to the phase beast, but I've seen phase beasts get demolished by their own displacement. If they displace next to like 2 or more units, they just like kill themselves for free. All right, yeah, everyone still seems to be doing fine over on that flank. This is the one that's getting overwhelmed the most. I think this Stormborn is going to be okay, or the Stormbringer is going to be okay, because he does still have the slip away thing. But I wish that that somebody had supported you a little better there, Stormbringer. Like you could have had one of these bastions standing near you, defending you. This is where Herbivore does start to become a problem in auto-resolves in the late game. Not a big problem in PvP, because in PvP you're mostly doing manuals in the late game because you're playing against other people. But here in auto-resolves in the late game, the fact that our defenders just like wandered away from our DPS units to heal themselves for a little bit of damage meant a lot more damage going out of this Stormbringer. You're sitting on 19k war spoils. That makes sense. That happens. Like, war spoil. Oh no! It slipped away next to the Phantasm Warrior. Ah! We lost a Stormbringer in an auto resolve. No one's ever gonna return my calls now. This is shameful. You lost a Stormbringer in an auto resolve, and you might even lose this warbreed here too. Although this one I don't really care about. This whatever. Like warbreed, you're gonna be fine. You got 60 hit points. If you die here, that's on you, Betty. Like you can definitely shrug that off. But yeah, 19k war spoils at the end of a big game. Reaver, that's the thing. They used to have like weird scaling problems. Like Reavers, they desperately need more war spoils at the beginning of the game, and then at the end of the game, the war spoils don't do anything. And that's sort of like the same problem with Reclaimers. Like they just have weird pacing, and that's unfortunate for them because I think that there's a lot of game space there, but they have some real game pacing problems. Let's see. What else are you guys doing here? Are you just wandering around? Did I again fail to build you a real lance after saying let's build you a real lance? Yeah, alright. That's pretty normal. That's pretty normal. Ooh, alright, cool. A guild kill. So like if you guild something ever in combat, then when you kill it, you're gonna get some gold. That's not like a big deal for most of the time, but if you get gold golems super early, then they can help pay for themselves in terms of their upkeep by just getting into combats. And considering that like most of the game is just getting into combats, then that's not a bad place to be in. I'm gonna say that this was not a perfect test here for the Druid of the Cycles, in that like there weren't an infinite number of things for it to be reviving in this game, but I think that overall this does look a lot more useful as a unit. The ability here to use Restart the Cycle plus Cycle's End and the Sacrificial Blight ability, the combination of those three things in tandem means that I think if you can do something where you're bringing like a bunch of Wild Speakers, which, you know, that's on nature, that's the same tome line, so it makes sense. But if you're bringing Wild Speakers and you're able to summon extra units and then use Sacrificial Blight and then turn around and use Restart the Cycle to resurrect stuff, it looks very, very good. And I do think, we'll see, but I do think that the AI used Restart the Cycle in at least one of the battles that we saw, because we just saw a unit with 1 HP that I really couldn't explain any other way to get there. Although sometimes we have seen those outcomes where you're like, there's no other explanation. The only way to get to 1 HP is to get resurrected. But the only way to get to 1 HP in reality was just like get wailed on and somehow not die. But it's more common with slip away and resurrection and stuff like that. That is usually a telltale sign that it died in auto combat and then somebody brought it back. Can you, Druid of the Cycle, can you do your job? There is one dead unit here. Can you please identify that there's a dead unit that you could save? Because you could save it if you wanted to. You could save this one dead Stormbringer. You could get there. You could get there. But Industrious, very, very strong faction. Very, very strong culture. Even with as like low effort content as this stream has been, I think you hopefully see the power of Industrious in Autoresolve. I hope that it is clear to you that the things that are powerful in Autoresolve and the things that are powerful in manual, there is some overlap, but because so many things can be powerful in manual combats, I don't know how much that really matters to describe it as, yeah, things can be good, but they're almost all good. And the things that are powerful in Autoresolve, they do generally perform really well in manual combats too. So you're not just building something that's like good at creating buffs, but you do want to be aware that raise dead spells on units are automatically casted. Yeah, I think so, Daedalus. I think that would be good, especially for necromancy. I think that if necromancers automatically resurrected skeletons in combat, then I might be a lot more interested in using them. Right now, skeletons are not good. You can use them if you want to, but they are not good. They're just much more important things to be doing with your souls. But if you have a necromancer, the necromancer can bring people back, and if the and it does it automatically, like at least here you can wave your hands and say like, all right, in order for this thing to resurrect someone, it does technically need to kill somebody with an ability, and you're not really doing that here. So maybe that one Stormbringer did actually die there, but if there's ways for the AI to resurrect things naturally, then I think it should be more prone to doing so, because it's just like it would make skeletons so much better, and people do like them, and I don't think that's wrong. I think people should like skeletons, but they're not good right now. They are too fragile. All right, we're not watching this fight. This one's over. Yeah, get out of here. Get these units out of here. And get your hero. Get your ruler. How is this 2 capitals in a row that we've been like taking these capitals and then no one's around? I'm gonna absorb this one to not kill 5 population to hope that gets us. Oh yeah, all right, it is 10. Wait, you will currently achieve Seal's victory in 5 turns. Are we gonna make it? Am I just bad on math on like every single dimension? If I'm bad on math on every single dimension, chat, I'm thrilled, because I feel I feel like sometimes people feel like they're owed a victory that they are not owed, but I feel like in this case we are owed this victory, because there's no way that even if all of the other AI like collaborated to fight us, that they would be able to win at this point. I think we have this game under lock, but we did not do a good job of positioning ourselves to actually win. And so I'm glad that the game is throwing me a bone here by just being an idiot who's bad at math. That's pretty good. I like that. That's a good one to be in. All right, get back to your seals. Jesus Christ, apparently that is your victory condition. This is gonna be the silliest stream. The silliest stream. Where are you? Where are you? In Namru, where are you? I can't believe it. I can't believe it's not butter. I really can't believe it's not butter. I cannot believe it's not butter. I refuse to believe it's not butter. You can't make me believe it's not butter. Do you guys ever listen to Welcome to Night Vale? Has anybody in chat listened to Welcome to Night Vale? If you, we're just gonna do this between turns now. Like invariably, these last couple of turns are gonna take way too long, because that is just like the way it works. But fortunately, there are only a couple of them to chew through. But if you've never listened to Welcome to Night Vale, it is really interesting and very fun, and I love that show. I don't listen to it enough, so I'm not here to tell you that I'm a super fan. But every single episode of that show that I've listened to, I've enjoyed. And I thoroughly, the thing is that I'm actually not like awful at math. I just like panicked and thought that I was gonna lose based off of score, and just didn't do the math to figure it out that that was not a real problem. Cause I like play Slay the Spire more than I probably should. All right, you guys have to win this. Again, there's too many gold golems and mana here for you to lose this. All right, yeah, you can lose as many units as you want. I don't care about that. That doesn't matter. Except that you lost the pioneer, so you don't get the seal points. All right, well, we'll get the seal points and we'll still get this done. It's just gonna give them one more turn. And I guess here I lied. We are building things because we don't want to lose those seals now. So maybe we want to build units and just buy rush units. That's the high quality content that you get here at We Play Games. Just watching Walker be bad at math, panic, click on things, determine that in fact things are fine and everything's great and you're gonna win this game. Just keep your eye on the target. Just go to the goddamn seals, Walker. But yeah, like I play Slay the Spire a lot, and I play other games that are pretty math intensive. Just like, I don't know. I did not do the math. I saw what looked like a bad situation and panicked. And let that be a lesson to you, kids. Panic is not a strategy. Panic is not a strategy. If you want to win in Age of Wonders 4, then what you want to do is just like build a bunch of caltrops. That's the way you want to win in Age of Wonders 4. Just build a bunch of caltrops. You're gonna go here. Yeah, we got a Horned God in the rally, but unfortunately, like, we don't need it in this. And I've been playing around with Horned God some, and they're mediocre. They're okay in the sense that, like, you can get some of them pretty quickly if you, especially if you manual battle Gold Wonders. But even if you don't manual battle Gold Wonders, I had an auto-resolve game, where, like, just, like, playing by myself, where I got a gold tree on turn 18 with auto resolves, and you can do that too, and it's mostly because the Horned God itself is not the strongest tier 5. It's pretty good in the hands of a human, and that makes it generally get like regarded as being stronger than it actually is because of the manual battle problems. But it is not Walker. If you lose this seal again and you lose to Necron on seals, then you gotta keep streaming for the next 6 hours. Then you gotta stream forever. What time is it? It's 4:15. All right, good. So yeah, we'll get this. We just got a couple of long chugging turns going on in the background, and then we should be good. And yet somehow we are still behind on score. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Whenever we get to the military, like the score tracking screen, I want to see how powerful they are, because I don't think there's any universe where these idiots together could kill us. Even with Necron being nominally stronger, how are you nominally stronger? How are you nominally stronger? Like, these stacks would obliterate you, Necron, and I think you know that. Look at your nonsense. Get your nonsense out of here. An outpost is under siege. Necron's trying to take control of the old capital up there. Unfortunately for Necron, because it is an old capital, there's 80 defense in that city. Like, bruh. That's the way that's gonna go. All right, let's grab that as a teleporter. It doesn't need to be a teleporter, but it doesn't need to not be a teleporter, and we want to get those guys healed, and you get out of here. Go to this outpost, I guess. You go to the seal. You go here. Everybody's healing. Everybody is in reinforcement range. Everybody is in reinforcement range. So I want you doing that again, Walker. You're allowed to do that once per stream. You're allowed to be an enormous practical jokester once per stream. And you go there. And here you can even see that our little teleporters are doing silly little reinforcement things even across short distances. I love teleporters. It's just the best. They really make life so much better. I'm glad that here we exist in this universe where we invented teleporters. Could you imagine living in a world without teleporters? That's your capital now, Blue? That's your capital? You moved your capital to the outpost that you took from us? Yeah, what? Just get out of here. You get out of here. Get off my lawn. Don't ever call here again. You captured a seal. You did it, Walker. All right. End turn. Oh, man. God damn it, Walker. You're supposed to buy rush those so you could just walk them over there. Like, this seal just spawned a Marauder stack, so it's not likely to spawn another one in the near to immediate future, but I don't know the exact math on it. So if anybody knows the exact math on like seals and like when and how they spawn things, please share, because I want to get that thing down pat, because I think seals are a really fun win condition that I want us to be trying out a little more in multiplayer. I think that one of the things that is an advantage to our big, long multiplayer free-for-alls is that we get to like show off a lot of cool different strategies, but I think we're gonna probably find that if we have enough people that we can do that like pretty consistently with that group. I think the more people play, like I've been really impressed with playing with Gracian. I'm really happy that he's joined our little group, and I'm hoping that we can get Righteous to play with us some more. And Professor Pone, if you see Professor Pone streaming with Turin, I would say very politely harass him to play with us, because he could play with us. I've invited him. I think he would have a really good time playing with us, but do be polite. Like, we don't want to make him feel like we're browbeating him into being our friend, but I think that Professor Pone could have a lot of fun here, and I love seeing him play Total War. All right, let's see. Bastions. Yeah, you guys get over there. Get down there. Go reinforce your friends. Go reinforce your friends. Like, just do it. Nike swoosh. We're at 63. All right, 63. So, yeah, we'll build another Stormbringer, sure. And you go there. And I guess I'll just buy this one. Yeah, seals are so much cooler. I think that they're a great King of the Hill tool, honestly. I think that, so Man the Maker and Nemki Windslayer, I haven't seen those guys before, but if we can message them like that'd be good. I could try doing it on like Thursday or Friday depending on what's going on, but like tomorrow I need to do grocery shopping, and I need to do important things for my wife, because I have not been doing them, and she has been patient, and I do not wish to test that patience. So I got stuff I gotta do. And that's the way it's gonna be. Thursday, Friday, we'll see. I do want to stream Dune Imperium, but I also definitely want to participate in the Imperator Rome thing, because I think that would be fun. And killed them. You get out of here. You are fine. I am being lazy. You are okay. You are okay. You are more than okay. You're such a cool dragon. I want to do another big dragon fight at some point. We'll find a way to make that happen. But I want to do it. Hey, Astral Blood. We are gonna have so many transformations on these stupid things. Oh, cool. And we got a Titan. Do a stream where you pair one experienced player with one player new to PvP and as many teams as can be made. So that's actually, Maya, that was the plan. We are still trying to work towards that. It's just been kind of hard to coordinate so many different schedules, but like we now have Garacian, who has been playing with us. We have Lionheart Lodge, who's been playing with us, and Righteous has played at least one game with us. And so if we could get it to the point where we can incorporate, yeah, like teams of, on one side an experienced PvP and a new player as together as one team, and then, you know, repeat ad infinitum, I think that would be a lot of fun. All right, if we were not about to end this game on seals, then this would actually be a huge spew off of this player, Kroll Blightlord, because they sent their entire army here, and this is not hyperbole. Like, I don't see how this army could not obliterate whatever they got going on over here, because they got like 1,000, 1,200 strength stacks, 1,300 strength stacks. Yeah, brah. Cool. I mean, these are a little beaten up, so their strength is a little lower, but this one, when it's fully healed, will be 27, 2,800. Same with that, and that'll be probably more like 23. So like these three stacks should be able to just mulch that army, and that would crash Krull's score. But it does appear as though the seals seal the victory. How's about that? That's alliterative or something. That's not what alliteration means, Walker. You just be using words now because the stream's almost over and you're out of energy. That's okay. That's you earned it. You earned it, kid. You walked through the fire. You were so sure. You were so sure that you had lost this game. So sure. I was 100% sold that I was going to finish the seals on turn 110 because I am very lazy. All right. Astral Blood. Boom. Done. Hey, look at that. All of our mana. We got it. We got mana. We're in first in place, and it's probably because we just like turned off transmute resources and stacked up a bunch of mana. Triumph, if any of you like actually end up watching these streams ever, then please, for the love of God, reevaluate the way that score works, because like this should not be the way that you win this game. I think you should win this game based off of score. If that's where you're going, that's fine. I don't think there's any problem with winning a game off of score, but the score needs to be like at all rational and logical and reflect something, because right now it mostly reflects nonsense. Mostly these scores are not useful to people in multiplayer, and that's also true in single player, honestly. Like they don't tell you anything. They tell you that there are points in this game, but not where they come from, or if the points are in any way, shape, or form descriptive of actual power, whether it's economic or scientific or military or whatever. It mostly just gives you points for like getting mana and doing nothing with it. And that's, I guess that's something. That's a silly win condition. Getting mana and not spending it cannot be a fun win condition. That's an important heuristic, I think, for everyone to take home. Suck it, Necron. You thought that you could ally with this guy to beat us on seals? Wow, we're gonna be like a squeaker here. This is a masterpiece. I planned this entire thing. I'm gonna back this up. I planned this entire thing. I intentionally let us lose our ruler in 12 units at the beginning of the stream on that seal and assassination attempt to make this dramatic. And if you believe that, then we're gonna have 69 points on our seals victory, and I definitely planned that too, so that way we could get the funny number. No one believes you, Walker. That's okay. That's Pico, our sweet boy. He will believe me. Our giant fluffy bud. He would believe anything. I would tell him that he is a lion, and he would say, that makes sense. Please feed me. All right, there it is. God, just let me click end, please. Stop wasting the turn time. All right, bro. Whatever, you get mana. Like, we don't need the mana for the score. Just drive the seal guys off. Get out of here. Get off my lawn. Get off. But I do Maya, want to do a Noctis stream in the future. I'm not sure exactly how we're gonna get that organized, because I do think the best way to do it would be a 3v3. But I think of 3v3 with Noctis as a win condition would actually be super duper fun. I think that would be a really interesting thing too, especially with like a minor or a major advantage. AI there on Noctis would be really, really scary. And I think would be intimidating to people initially, but once you start playing around with like having friends and allies and coordinating with those friends and allies against Noctis, I think people could see it would be a little more reasonable. I'm gonna take a conjure spell word, whatever, it doesn't matter. How do you say, 5 turns remaining until score victory? I'm like, how are you gonna tell me 5 turns remaining until seal victory when the seal is right here? It's done. I'm not clicking through the rest of that turn. You can't make me. I know. Degenerate. I wanted a 69-point seal victory. I did it. On turn 96, sort of. It's all planned out. He's so unbelievably well organized. It's like a chess player looking 17,000 turns in advance. I did everything here to present to you the highest quality content that you've ever gotten. Yeah, I did Dark Eagles. What else to expect of me? Exactly. I did Dark Eagles. Good. All right, this was fun. And like I said, I promise that we are going to, for the next couple of months at the very least, we're going to do like one Age of Wonders 4 single player stream a week with like a build and a fun map to show off the build. Some of them might turn into like 2-day things like this if I feel like we have just something fun that I want to show off. AOW4GM. Walker C here. What? You I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Wait, what? I tried a game with you. When this eliminate this buffed up NR, I was stuck in a corner behind me and begging for me to end their life. Yep. Rally of Lieges shenanigans. So Daedalus, I think we might do that for our next single player game. I think for the next multiplayer game, we'll probably do whatever the poll says. But right now, Necromancy from on high was looking like it was going to win, and I think that would be exciting because I love that. Like, I think that that Necromancy on high is going to be really strong. It looks like it should be very powerful. I am a GM of AOW4. Oh, a Grandmaster. I would consider myself, honestly, like an A- player. I've played against people who are a lot stronger than me. I think Morgie, Endag, and Nadash, and Amikdara are all meaningfully better at this game than I am. But I don't consider myself bad. I think that if you want to learn this game pretty well, then you should like and subscribe. That's the promise. If you want to learn this game pretty well, then like and subscribe. All right. Yeah, there it is. That's our gigantic military build up where we're just like crazy strong, but we were just way behind on diplomacy, like just insanely behind on diplomacy. And then really close with the red player in terms of score. And the only reason I'm sure is because they were just allies with everybody and we were enemies with everybody. So like, I don't know, that just seems like it's crazy overweighted. Very silly. Very silly. Okay. All right. That's Walker. And that is our second insanely long stream. That this, I promise, this stream was only 5 hours according to that community post. So if you don't think it was 5 hours, then it's an illusion.